Karl Marx's Theory of Revolution. By Hal Draper. With the assistance of Stephen F. Diamond. Volume 3. The Dictatorship of the Proletariat. Foreword. This volume of Karl Marx's Theory of Revolution, KMTR, is not about the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is about the dictatorship of the proletariat. That is, it is about the term. The difference takes us to the very heart of the present work. Let me explain. 1. This volume of KMTR is a bridge between the first two volumes and the next two. As presently planned, Volume 4 will take up Marx's views on other socialisms and on the road to power, Volume 5, Workers' State and Socialist Society, that is, post-revolutionary problems. My original intention was to discuss the dictatorship of the proletariat in the last volume, since it is properly related to the workers' state period. This is entirely proper in terms of the real meaning of dictatorship of the proletariat, but it is unsatisfactory if we are to deal with the way dictatorship of the proletariat has actually figured in the history of Marxist thought. It is going to be our conclusion, this can be revealed in advance, that Marx used the term to mean nothing less and nothing more than a workers' state, what he commonly called the conquest of political power by the proletariat. The period following a socialist revolution had several interchangeable labels in Marx's writings: workers' state, the political ascendancy, or sway, Herrschaft, of the proletariat, workers' political, or state, power, the rule, Herrschaft, of the proletariat, and some others, and one of these, used in certain contexts, was the dictatorship of the proletariat. But this simple view has not been the usual one, as we will see. One of the problems is the persistent raising of the wrong questions. Thus, it has been written 1,000 times, in complaint, condemnation or regret, that Marx failed to describe his dictatorship of the proletariat in any detail. But this assumes that there is something special to describe, other than the workers' state in general, and this is precisely what is untrue. Of course, it is quite in order to complain that Marx did not write more fully on what a workers' state would or should look like, though here the reasons for his reluctance are better known. But in any case, the two complaints are: 1, there is no special revelation about the dictatorship of the proletariat, properly understood, that he could have made. Marx, contrary to myth, had a good deal to say about the problems of the post-revolutionary period. There is the problem of defending the workers' state against counter-revolution, of using force against enemies, of rooting out, or smashing, the old state machinery, of recasting governmental forms so as to maximize democratic control, and so on. All of these problems and more are raised by the term workers' state or its equivalents. Some of these problems have already been touched on in the first two volumes of KMTR, and, as mentioned, the post-revolution period as a whole will be the subject of the last volume. The present volume, then, does not have the task of setting forth Marx's positive views in this very important area. It does something else: it undertakes to clear away the underbrush that stands in the way of understanding Marx's ideas. I said that many problems are raised by the term workers' state, but no one would suggest that the term itself provides answers. The case is different with the term dictatorship of the proletariat. Is it not true that this term was invented precisely because it points to special policies, policies that are specially dictatorial in some way? Do you not have a dictatorship of the proletariat only if you do something sturdily dictatorial like, say, disfranchising the bourgeoisie, or giving double voting rights to certified proletarians, or at least occasionally throwing a brace of your critics into jail? This is the sort of assumption that confers a special freight of meaning on dictatorship of the proletariat, a burden that none of the other terms is thought to carry. This is the assumption that has been so thoroughly embedded in all literature about Marxism that it is seldom even discussed. We know why this state of affairs persisted. The well-known fact is that the term dictatorship of the proletariat became a political football as soon as the Russian Revolution of 1917 presented its new state as a dictatorship of the proletariat. Communists and Social Democrats, flanked by historians, scholars, and exegetes, launched into a bitter controversy, decade after decade, purporting to argue about what Marx meant by the dictatorship of the proletariat. In reality, the debate was usually over something else, revolving around the Soviet state and its course of development, finally around the counter-revolution represented by the rise of Stalinism. I grant that this something else was of the greatest importance, but it was not clarified by a camouflaged assault on another front. The phrase dictatorship of the proletariat acquired the status of a shibboleth, a code word for both sides. After most of a century of this sort of disputation, Marx's ideas on the subject were buried under the mass of burnt-out squibs, dud cannonballs, and fizzgigs exploded during this ideological warfare. Few of the controversialists even cared much about what old Marx thought of it all, so long as a point could be scored in the real battle, the battle over the Russian Revolution and, later, over its corpse embalmed by Stalin. This battle is not waged in the present volume. We will deal with the history of the question only through Marx's and Engels' lifetime, that is, to 1895. For the rest of this history, see section 4 below. 2. As a result of the ideological wars, at almost every stage of the present investigation we have to strike down myths about Marx's and Engels' relationship to this and allied questions. In doing so, we have to deal with many statements that are, well, untrue. Now English is tricky about words like false, falsity, falsehood, falsification, and the like. The first two, says Merriam-Webster's, do not necessarily imply conscious desire to deceive, the other two do. Now I happen to believe, with Dr. Johnson, that deliberate deceit in this area is rare. It is more from carelessness about truth than from intentional lying that there is so much falsehood in the world, said the great lexicographer, using falsehood neutrally. Carelessness is not the main point. Most people are so expert at sincerely believing whatever is convenient that simple mendacity is unnecessary. Self-deception is the most effective kind. In no case, then, will I imply that falsity involves falsification, but still a term is needed for this neutral falsehood. I have a lexicographical proposal. The word fiction already signifies the relation of non-facts without intention to deceive. Fables are surely a form of fiction, rather than falsification. When we come across cases of fabulation, let us call it falsification. We need not, then, inquire into the subjective intentions of the fabulists. But their falsifications will be a recurring motif of this study. 3. In 1962 I published a longish essay on Marx and the dictatorship of the proletariat, which introduced the innovative method of setting down and examining what Marx and Engels had actually written or said about the dictatorship of the proletariat. In order to determine what they meant, this method was unorthodox, indeed singular, in comparison with the common procedure of the Marxologists, which is to quote a snatch from Marx or Engels and then construct the corpus of Marxism by extrapolation, much as a paleontologist may invent a dinosaur from a single bone. But my eccentric procedure had the advantage of being fruitful. The present volume is based in part on that 70-page study, but a great deal of material has been added, and the scope has been substantially enlarged. Part I, which examines the history of the word dictatorship, is not a philological excursion. It is basically an attempt to answer the following question: when in 1850 Marx first set down the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat, what did the word dictatorship, by itself, mean, not only to him but to the socialist movement and, indeed, to the general political public? This part, therefore, is not a history of dictatorship, whatever the thing dictatorship is taken to be, but rather a history of the term as a political statement. To be sure, the distinction sometimes blurs in practice, as usual, but it is always the latter history that is the guiding aim. When the readers of Marx's magazine, the Neue Rheinischen-Zeitung/Review, first saw the words dictatorship of the proletariat in 1850, they responded with contemporaneous consciousness, not with our 20th century notions about the meaning of dictatorship. Part 2 performs the task of relating this history to the writings of Marx and Engels, it surveys how they used the word dictatorship tout court. In this connection, a great deal of ancillary political material comes to light, in particular on the dictatorial hankerings of certain socialist figures, some of whom are enshrined by Marxologists as paladins of democracy and freedom. Part 3 takes up the subject which is, in general, the secondary theme of the entire volume, viz., the relation of Marx to Blanqui and Blanquism. It was represented in my 1962 essay by only a short passage. The mass of literature on Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat is permeated, saturated, and waterlogged with the myth, or falsification, that this phrase had some special origin in Blanqui or the Blanquist movement, and that Marx was, for some short or long time, a Blanquist in some sense, including the Pickwickian. It is not just a question of establishing historical truth, though this is necessary. No one who is victimized by this falsification can understand Marx's views. Part 3 therefore presents a searching investigation of Marx's relation to Blanqui and the Blanquists. My aim has been to make it the most thoroughgoing available. In this respect, too, the present volume is a bridge to the volumes that follow. A positive presentation of Marx's views on force and violence in the social struggle will be made in Volume 4, but here we have to clear away some rubbish. This is also the function of the special note on the meaning of the term terror-ism, not only in Marx but in all the literature of the mid-19th century, for few terms have rivaled this one in its capacity for obfuscation. Part 4 presents and examines every use by Marx and Engels of the term dictatorship of the proletariat or its equivalent. It covers the ground to which my 1962 essay was mainly devoted, but much has been added. In particular, there are new sections on documents and episodes involving Marx or Engels which I would call near loci. Special attention has been paid to cases where the term dictatorship of the proletariat or something like it showed up in the writings of others. In the course of Part IV I have taken advantage of the subject to cover some matters that might otherwise have been left out of KMTR as digressive, but which, even if really digressive, have the habit of cropping up in Marxological works. Thus, the SUCR episode of 1850 has been referred to in countless books, with various imaginative interpretations, but the whole story, that is, as much of it as we know, has never been presented. Here it is, in Chapter 12. Chapter 16 on Moses Hess may appear to be digressive, but there is no better way of showing what ideas about dictatorship were prevalent in the movement alongside Marx by figures hostile to him. Hess's dictatorial conceptions are all the more important because Hess has a right to be called the father of social democratic reformism. The split in the Paris Commune over dictatorship is rarely mentioned, but it should be seen as part of the total picture. For a final example, the most amazing thing about Engels' condemnation of Plekhanov's interpretation of dictatorship of the proletariat, Chapter 20, is that it is virtually unknown, yet here the Marx-Engels tradition voiced its flat repudiation of the whole future course of the movement on this question. The complete picture of Marx's political thought, the overall aim of KMTR, would be unfinished without these episodes, vignettes, and case studies. 4. For interested readers, additional material on the subject of this volume is available from other sources. 1. Some documentation, for example, has been left out of this volume purely for space considerations. The special notes should have included 2 studies which I published in periodicals, but they have been regretfully omitted. These are Karl Marx and Simon Bolivar, a note on authoritarian leadership in a national liberation movement, an essay on Marx's analysis of Bolivar as a Bonapartist dictator. Joseph Wade Meyer's Dictatorship of the Proletariat, in particular its translation, full text, of the first article ever entitled The Dictatorship of the Proletariat, written by Marx's friend Wade Meyer in 1852. The background of these articles is explained in this text, their publication data are given in the bibliography. Copies of these articles are obtainable, at non-profit reproduction rates, from the Center for Socialist History, Berkeley, which I helped to found in order to facilitate historical research on the socialist movement. 2. As mentioned, this volume ends with 1895. The rest of the history of the dictatorship of the proletariat will be the subject of a separate work, tentatively titled The Dictatorship of the Proletariat from Marx to Lenin. This will trace the question through the Second International, in the Russian movement, particularly in Plekhanov and Lenin, during the First World Revolution of 1918 to 1921, and up through the year 1 of the Russian Revolution, that is, until November 1918. The subsequent utilization of the term by Stalinism, as the label for a species of non-capitalist totalitarianism, is of no separate theoretical interest. 5. This volume is the same as previous volumes in format and other technical respects. The following reminders may be useful. Notes. There is a sharp distinction between reference notes, which are relegated to the back of the book, and footnotes, which are intended to be read as part of the text. The general reader is advised to ignore all the superscript numbers that pepper the pages. The reference notes mainly offer information on sources and some other technical matters, but never affect the line of thought. Quotes. Inside quoted passages, all emphasis is in the original, and all bracketed words represent my own interpolations. Degree mark symbol. This unorthodox sign is used to indicate that certain quoted words or passages are in English in the original. A double degree mark, infinity, at the beginning of a quotation means that the whole passage was originally written in English. Inside a quotation, words or phrases originally in English are marked off using the symbol like quotation marks, degree as here degree. This is done only when necessary, not in every case. Translations. Where possible, I have used English translations from the volumes so far published of the Marx Engels collected works, MECW, or from the 3-volume Marx Engels selected works, MESW. All translations or revisions of translations not otherwise ascribed are my own responsibility. Single quotes. These, with the punctuation outside, are used to indicate that a word is being exhibited, that a term is being used as a term rather than being either quoted or used as an integral part of the sentence. I dictatorship, its meaning in 1850. 1 From Rome to Robespierre. The question is, what did the word dictatorship, dictature, dictator, etc., mean in the year 1850, when Marx first used the term dictatorship of the proletariat? The assumption of the Marxologists, it seems, has always been that it meant exactly the same thing that we mean by it in the late 20th century. Few people, to be sure, will admit making this assumption consciously, but all have incorporated it into their argumentation, and in any case no Marxologist has ever questioned it. But the present-day meaning of dictatorship does not go back to the beginning of time. In fact, it is relatively recent. The first warning of this fact that I came across was sounded by Henry R. Spencer in 1931 in the Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences. Dictatorship is a term which has undergone notable change in meaning. He explained its original meaning, and added that, while modern times have seen absolutism, despotism, and tyranny, the concept of dictatorship has until recently been kept separate, and history has used it to designate an emergency assumption of power. In the decade following the First World War, however, there was a widespread tendency to use the term dictatorship as synonymous with absolutism or autocracy. 1. Actually, the change must have begun before the First World War, in the last decades of the 19th century. There is often a period in which new and old meanings jostle in the public consciousness. Spencer's date probably marked the end of the jostling, but his essential point is true and important. The present-day aura around the word dictatorship is relatively modern. 1. The Roman dictatura. To understand what dictatorship meant in the middle of the 19th century, we must go back to Rome. The reason is not antiquarian. The old Roman meaning was not dead in 1850. During most of that century, dictatorship still retained a great deal of its original reference to the institution called the dictatura in the constitution of the classical Roman Republic, an institution that lasted for centuries. It had 3 main features. 1. It was constitutional and legal. The constitution itself provided for the naming in time of invasion or civil disorder, that is, of crisis and emergency of a one-man ruler who united specially extended powers in his hands. 2. It was temporary. The maximum duration was 6 months, but usually the dictator handed his power back sooner, whenever the emergency ended. 3. It was limited in significant ways. Most particularly, while the laws were temporarily abrogated, the dictatorship could not make new laws. The dictator's jurisdiction was primarily not civil but military, whether against an external foe or internal dissension. Money had to be voted, the Senate held the purse strings. The dictator's authority was confined to Italy. Power of life and death over citizens was early limited by law. And in fact, in the course of time, changes were made in the limitations and conditions of the dictatura, precisely because it was not conceived to be an independent autocracy, and because there was an obvious danger that this institution would be put to unintended use. It worked for 3 centuries, that means it worked. For centuries the practice of the dictatura stayed within the constitutional, legal framework of the republic and did not degenerate into tyranny. The first dictatura was said to have been established in 501 BC, the last of the general dictators, leaving aside a minor type of dictatura I have not mentioned, took office in 216 BC. Finally, like all other institutions, this one broke down. When Sulla and Caesar had themselves appointed perpetual dictators, this meant the scrapping of the constitutional dictatura. Even so, Sulla laid down the office after a few years and retired. Caesar instituted a dictatorship in our current sense as a result of destroying the institution in the original Roman sense and incidentally gave rise to a whole family of new terms, Caesarism, Kaiser, Tsar, etc. Was the dictatura the cause of the phenomenon that came to be called Caesarism? When first Sulla, then Caesar, wanted to establish his personal imperium, the dictatura was invitingly at hand. It was the obvious institution for them to seize on and abuse. Therefore, in 44 B.C. after the assassination of Caesar a law was adopted abolishing the dictatura as part of the constitution. The far from world-shaking result was that, when Augustus took over and returned to republican forms, he called himself not dictator but number 1 or numero uno depending on your translation of princeps civitatis or princeps. It was not the dictatura that created Caesarism or the Caesarist type of dictatorship, it was Caesarism that bent the dictatura to its purpose. If not that, something else would have been found, as always. Significantly, this prefigured the fate of dictatorship of the proletariat. 2. Survival of the dictatura. Something like the Roman dictatura still exists in the contemporary world. It is called martial law, on the continent, state of siege, a form of crisis government or emergency regime. It has the essential features of the Roman device. Behind martial law is understood a framework of constitutional law, not tyranny. It is temporary, it can abrogate laws, temporarily, but cannot legally impose new laws or constitutions. Modern history, which has seen many invocations of martial law, shows that it does not necessarily lead to tyranny, though it can be abused. It is not regarded as ipso facto undemocratic, though a particular invocation may be so, of course. It is not only consistent with democratic institutions but, when it is directed against a threat to these institutions, it appears as a veritable democratic bulwark. An academic conservative, Clinton Rossiter, has offered an extensive examination of martial law forms of government as the modern incarnation of the Roman dictatura, in a book called Constitutional Dictatorship, Crisis Government in the Modern Democracies, 1948. The best-known example of such a constitutional dictatorship was provided for by Article 48 in the Weimar Constitution of pre-Hitler Germany, a constitution sometimes called the most democratic in the world. This offers the classic case of what may be called the political version of Murphy's Law, viz., if anything can be abused, it will be. Between 1919 and 1925 this constitutional dictatorship was invoked 135 times 3 by social democratic and other governments pledged to combat Marxism and revolution. Although Article 48 gave the President of the Republic authority to issue emergency decrees in face of a threat to public order, it was actually used frequently to impose economic and other measures for which popular democratic sanction was lacking. When the economic situation eased up, in 1925 to 1930, it was invoked only 19 times. By 1930 it was used by Chancellor Bryaning to maintain his government, with the support of the Social Democrats, on the basis of an economic program of cuts in welfare that could not get a majority vote in the Reichstag. The historian Arthur Rosenberg sees the situation as the death of the Weimar Republic. The Reichstag thus abandoned the struggle with the unconstitutional dictatorship of Brüning and his friends by a majority vote for the Republic, then collapsed from one dictatorship into another, the Nazi dictatorship coming as the end term. In 1931 to 1932 Article 48 was invoked 101 times. It is usually argued that the constitutional dictatorship, that is, Article 48, was not used but misused, no doubt. But the situation would not have been different if there had been no convenient Article 48 to abuse. The real history of Weimar was a struggle of social forces, not an exercise in political forms. Still, we have to understand the political forms of the struggle. Professor Rossiter had no doubt that dictatorship might be needed to defend democracy. Constitutional dictatorship, that is, constitutional dictatorship, he wrote, has been used in all free countries, and by all free men. Indeed, it is in this 20th century and indeed in these very days that the age-old phenomenon of constitutional dictatorship has reached the peak of its significance. And our problem is to make that power of the United States government effective and responsible, to make any future dictatorship a constitutional one. No sacrifice is too great for our democracy, least of all the temporary sacrifice of democracy itself. 5. Rossiter, a Democrat and a patriotic American, would know what to think if he heard a dictator talking about temporarily sacrificing democracy in order to save it. Yet this would not shake his view that a democracy must have this device at its disposal. Obviously, any particular invocation of a constitutional dictatorship can be justified only by a specific socio-political analysis, nor can it be impugned simply by pointing with alarm. 12 years after publishing his Constitutional Dictatorship, Rossiter crowned his labors of erudition with a work, Marxism, The View from America, 1960, in which he did not fail to pay the usual respects to Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat. Only somehow, in the intervening years, Rossiter had forgotten all about his insight into the concept of dictatorship and the survival of the Roman meaning. His new book had not a single sentence showing awareness that dictatorship did not always mean what it means now to any newspaper reader. In fact, in at least one passage he lightly takes it for granted that dictatorship means only absolute power, 6, and that it meant this to Marx, as to anyone else, at any time and place. Elsewhere, in a genial moment, he credits Marx with a thought about this proletariat, operating through the famous dictatorship. 7. This breezy reference is to the dictatorship made famous by one ignorant book after another, not to the dictatorship discussed by Rossiter in 1948. There is another piquant example of the fixed idea that dictatorship is historically immutable, a multi-volume reference work with the notable title, Dictionary of the History of Ideas, edited by P. P. Wiener. History of Ideas, that is exactly what we need. It has, for instance, a long historical article on the career of the word despotism. But there is no article on dictatorship, and among all mentions of the term that can be traced through the index, there is not a single sentence to intimate that this word has not always meant what it does now. On the other hand, there are some different cases, modern political scientists who understand that the Roman meaning of dictatorship still has life. For example, Charles Merriam explained in 1939 that it was a misnomer to call the Nazi regime a dictatorship. His discussion shows, not a softer view of Nazism, but a reminiscence of the classical dictatorship, and a feeling that it was still viable for him. 8. In the same year, the theoretician of liberalism R. M. McIlver published a discussion of dictatorship in which he thought it useful to point out that the old Roman sense is not unknown in the modern world. He was referring to the Weimar Constitution. Then he linked this thought with Marx as follows. The original Marxist doctrine of the dictatorship of the people had in it something akin to the Roman idea. It was to be a temporary and exceptional form of government to prepare the way for the inauguration of a new dictatorless, in fact, stateless order. 9. Clearly, like Rossiter in 1948, McIlver did not think that the Roman dictatura was quite as dead as a doornail, and also had a glimmering of the situation in the 19th century. Third example, to make a trio. Elie Halaby, in his much-praised book The Era of Tyrannies, 1938, explains why he uses the word tyranny instead of dictatorship. The Latin word dictatorship implies a provisional regime, leaving intact in the long run a regime of liberty which, in spite of everything, is considered normal. Unlike the Greek tyranny. 10, he was not motivated by any special knowledge about Marx's use of dictatorship of the proletariat, for on this point he displays the usual ignorance. 11. I am not citing these three cases to show that the Roman meaning of dictatura has been common coin in our century. On the contrary, by their own time these writers were exceptional more than a bit archaizing. True, exceptions still occur. For example, the Columbia Encyclopedia speaks of Abraham Lincoln's wise control that amounted practically to dictatorship. 12. This language no doubt reflects Lincoln's ignoring of legalities in order to impose emergency measures. But while the Roman meaning shows only twitching signs of life in this century, we must be prepared for the news that it was in flourishing health early in the previous century. And that is the point. Thus, in 1855 the New York Daily Tribune carried an editorial titled British Disaster in the Crimea, which talked of dictatorship by a commander-in-chief on the field of battle. The thought not only made the term dictatorship equivalent to the Roman dictatura, it made the connection explicitly. The subject was the disastrously inept organization of the British Army, revealed in the war. But what was to be done? There is only one remedy. This is the assumption by the General-in-Chief of the expedition upon his own authority, and his own responsibility, of that dictatorship over all the conflicting and contending departments of the military administration which every other General-in-Chief possesses, and without which he cannot bring the enterprise to any end but ruin. That would soon make matters smooth, but where is the British general who would be prepared to act in this Roman manner, and on his trial defend himself, like the Roman, with the words, "Yes, I plead guilty to having saved my country." 13. The author of this article was Friedrich Engels. The article made it plain that nothing startling was being proposed, for every other general-in-chief had this power, which of course operated only in the theater of war and remained subordinate to the home government. The link to the Roman dictatura was assumed to be clear. This is all the more noteworthy since the term dictatorship of the proletariat had been used for the first time only 5 years before. 3 early allusions. Through the first half of the 19th century the language of politics in all of Europe was French. The French usually invented the new words and established the connotations. But dictature and dictator were not new terms. Dictator went back to the 13th century, dictature to the 14th. In Italy, Niccolò Machiavelli in an essay more democratic in mood than the prince gave a glowing picture of the Roman dictatura. A republic, he argued in the 1510s, is not harmed by power that comes in lawful ways. It is apparent that never in Rome during so long a course of time did any dictator do the republic anything but good. 14. In conclusion, therefore, I say that those republics that cannot against impending danger take refuge under a dictator or some such authority will in serious emergencies always be ruined. 15. Spinoza, on the other hand, took a dim view of the institution, considering resort to it a danger to the state. 16. During his Berlin student days, Marx, writing in his 1840 to 1841 notebooks, made extensive excerpts from the work by Spinoza just quoted. 17. This positive-negative pairing can be found elsewhere. Of the two poets who died in 1674, Milton used dictatorship only for Satan, 18, never for his rival, but Robert Herrick's laudatory poem to Sir John Berkeley, Governor of Exeter, referred to his subject's great dictatorship without derogation. Certainly the word had no hard and fast pejorative connotation. Algernon Sidney attacked Filmer's attempt in 1680 to justify royal absolutism by referring to the dictatorship. In his reply, Sidney praised the Roman dictatura because it did not confer absolute power and because the people remained sovereign. Though I do therefore grant, that a power like to the dictatorian, limited in time, circumscribed by law, and kept perpetually under the supreme authority of the people, may, by virtuous and well-disciplined nations, upon some occasions, be prudently granted to a virtuous man, it can have no relation to our author's monarch, whose power is in himself, subject to no law, perpetually exercised by himself, and for his own sake, nothing being more unreasonable than to deduce consequences from cases, which in substance and circumstances are altogether unlike. Point 19. No doubt all of the writers cited above believed that they were using dictatorship to mean the Roman dictatura, but in fact a certain imprecision had made itself felt through the lapse of centuries. This is scarcely surprising. As a model to copy, the dictatura was a little blurry around its edges, as the Romans found out. Dictionary makers groped. In 1691, the French dictionary by Ferretiere 20 gave only the Roman meaning of dictature. The first edition of the French Academy's dictionary in 1694 purported to do so too, but it omitted any mention of the temporary nature of the dictatura, and the sole example it gave was Julius Caesar. 21 Plainly, a piece of the picture had gotten lost in 1734. The Dictionnaire de Trevoux added, to the Roman meaning, a figurative one, pour signifier l'empire et la domination. 22 Empery and domination, this is broad enough to cover a multitude of political sins. In the 1750s Diderot's great encyclopedia knew dictature only as a temporary Roman institution, and it echoed Machiavelli, nothing better and more wisely established. The Republic felt its benefits for a long time. 23 Rousseau's opinion in the 1760s was similar, emphasizing the limitations of the institution. In a chapter of the Social Contract devoted to the dictatorship, coordinate with one on the offices of tribune and censor respectively, he judged that the later republic's fear of the institution was unjustified, that a dictator might, in certain cases, defend the public liberty, but could never endanger it, and that the chains of Rome would be forged, not in Rome itself, but in her armies. He saw that Caesarism, which utilized the institution, came from outside it, from the application of armed force. 24. In America, the two men whose names are supposed to stand for opposite approaches to politics did not express opposite points of view on this question. Alexander Hamilton, arguing in the 1780s for a one-man executive, adduced how often that Roman Republic was obliged to take refuge in the absolute power of a single man, under the formidable title of dictator. 25. Thomas Jefferson likewise did not always exclude the need for a dictatorship, as he understood the term. In a letter written shortly after the acquittal of the Ehrenberg conspirators, he remarked, "Should we have ever gained our revolution, if we had bound our hands by monocles of the law, not only in the beginning, but in any part of the revolutionary conflict? There are extreme cases where the laws become inadequate even to their own preservation, and where the universal resource is a dictator, or martial law." 26. To be sure, Jefferson did not allow consistency to be a hobgoblin, and at other times he had other things to say about dictatorship. 27. Perhaps the most interesting thing about his statement, quoted above, is its last three words. Here we find, perhaps for the first time, an identification of dictatorship with martial law, viewed favorably. In all these allusions, so far, references to dictatorship have been incidental. Like all the basic elements of modern politics, dictatorship did not take center stage until the Great French Revolution. For the Great French Revolution. It was in the Great French Revolution that, for the first time, the word dictatorship became a political football in a big arena. As partisan charges were hurled back and forth, other terms too were affected. When dire things happen to people, mere words are pummeled out of shape. It has been observed that there was a terminological link between the French Revolution and Roman times. E.B. Bax remarked that this was indicated even in people's names: Anaxagoras Klutz, Anaxagoras Chomet, Gracchus Babeuf, etc. Everyone with the smallest smattering of education talked Roman history, just as in the English political movements of the preceding century everyone talked Old Testament. 28 In the 18th Brumaire, Marx wrote that the revolution of 1789 to 1814 draped itself alternately as the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire, and the revolution of 1848 knew nothing better to do than to parody, now 1789, now the revolutionary tradition of 1793 to 1795. Camille Desmoulins, Danton, Robespierre, Saint-Just, Napoleon, the heroes as well as the parties and the masses of the old French Revolution, performed the task of their time in Roman costume and with Roman phrases, the task of unchanging and setting up modern bourgeois society. 29. Roman costumes and phrases. We are, of course, concerned precisely with one of these phrases. Marx then underlined a key point. The new social formation once established, the antediluvian colossi disappeared and with them resurrected Romanity, the Brutuses, Gracchi, Publicolas, the tribunes, and also, the dictators, the senators, and Caesar himself. And the classically austere traditions of the Roman Republic. It's the bourgeoisie's gladiators found the ideals and the art forms, the self-deceptions that they needed in order to conceal from themselves the bourgeois limitations of the content of their struggles. 30. The key point was this: the forms, such as tribunes, etc., looked like something from the past, but the contents were new and different. The words and terms used came from the historical model, but these bottles were filled with new wine. This happened in two periods. In the first, the actors in the Great French Revolution spoke lines they thought came from the Roman drama. In the second, the heroes of 1848 stalked about thinking they were assaulting the Bastille or orating in the Convention. Engels reminisced. When the February Revolution broke out, all of US were under the spell of previous historical experience, particularly that of France. It was, therefore, natural and unavoidable that our conceptions of the nature and the course of the social revolution proclaimed in Paris in February 1848, of the revolution of the proletariat, should be strongly colored by memories of the prototypes of 1789 and 1830.31. Just as generals are usually accused of getting ready to fight the last war all over again, so too revolutionary movements. If the word dictatorship was in bad odor among the orators and publicists of the French Revolution, this was less because of any alleged anti-democratic connotation than because of another aspect of the Roman meaning. Whatever a dictatorship was, it was something wielded by one man. If one of the actors was charged with wanting a dictatorship, this was the accusation. The main target was Robespierre, who indeed made the nearest approach to concentrating personal power in his own hands. For this very reason Robespierre was more emphatic than anyone else in denouncing dictatorship and would-be dictators. 32 Like everyone else, he sought to turn the charge against his critics. In an attack on Lafayette published June 18, 1792, he wrote that the general was not yet dictator of France, nor arbiter of the state, questioned the patriotism of this dictateur presumptive, and sarcastically called him General Dictator. 33 Lafayette was vulnerable. The label was just as handy inside the Jacobins. When Doppet proposed appointment of a committee to sift charges before they came to the floor, Robespierre opposed the motion as dictatorial. It would be a committee outfitted as a supreme dictator. 35. The dictatorship charge was a standby of the Girondins. But it would be a mistake to believe that the charge was inspired simply by fear of one-man rule or by reminiscences of the Roman dictatura. In the first place, the Girondin leader Brissac was just as violently denunciatory of the idea of a tribunate. Tribunes, he declared, were the most dangerous enemies of the people, men who flatter the people in order to subjugate them, who tyrannize over opinion under the name of liberty. He equated the Roman institution with the Cromwellian protectorate. Condorcet attacked Robespierre for inspiring Marat to agitate for a tribunate. 36 Brissot linked the dirty word dictatorship with whatever he was against. In speeches of July 25 to 26, 1792, he spoke against the establishment of the Republic. The Robespierrists, he said, were a faction of regicides who want to create a dictator and establish the Republic. He advised against dethroning the king, naming dictators, and convoking the representative assemblies. 37 It was one integrated thought. The old Roman institutions jostled in his mind side by side with the institutions of popular sovereignty, even while he advocated the retention of the present one-man rule called monarchy. The following month, Brissot dotted the i's. The attack on dictatorship became an attack on the Commune of Paris, that is, on the organized revolutionary democracy of Paris. In articles in late August he conceded that the Commune's revolutionary powers had been necessary, but they were now getting dangerous. These powers can only be a dictatorship, a long dictatorship, a dictatorship even of several days, can only be the tomb of liberty. The eternal laws governing everything in the moral order told him that the dictatorial commission of the Commune of Paris was dangerous because it would prolong the revolutionary means beyond the moment of crisis that had made them necessary. Other Brissotins, like Giry Dupré, likewise attacked the dictatorship of the Commune, and Delacroix warned that if Paris invested a provisional council with dictatorial authority it would be isolated from the country. 38. We will likewise meet with references to the dictatorship of the National Convention, the most democratically elected assembly of the age. Plainly, these were efforts to displace the odium that attached to one-man rule, to shift the odium from the one man to the rule, to mix up the meaning so that any strong revolutionary coercion would seem illegitimate. The result, which will be visible later on, was the weakening of the one-man meaning of the Roman term. Brissot was not the only politician engaged in this operation. Mirabeau probably anticipated him when, in late July 1789, the Assembly published a proclamation urging the cessation of some recent public disorders. Mary Wollstonecraft's History of the Revolution relates that Mirabeau took the floor. After endeavoring to excuse the violence, or, more properly speaking, to account for it, Mirabeau observed to the Assembly, that they ought to be thoroughly convinced, that the continuation of this formidable dictator would expose liberty to as much risk as the stratagems of her enemies. Society, he continues, would soon be dissolved, if the multitude, accustomed to blood and disorder, placed themselves above the magistrates, and braved the authority of the law. 39. The reference is none too clear, but Mirabeau was apparently calling the multitude a dictator, doubtless as the wielder of extra-legal coercion. One of the works on the French Revolution that the young Marx studied with the greatest care was the Memoirs of the Jacobin Convention deputy René Levasseur. We have Marx's detailed notes on it. Levasseur noted, in passages excerpted by Marx, the attacks directed against the Paris Commune and against a number of Paris deputies for seeking to organize a dictatorship. The accusation was reprised later, indirect accusations that the Commune of Paris is striving for a dictatorship. Two Girondin deputies name Robespierre as the candidate of the dictatorship. 40. We see, then, that the meaning of dictatorship, while still linked to its Roman origins, has expanded to cover the possibility of l'empire et la domination not of one man but indeed of the most democratic and representative bodies then in existence. Even the accusations about the dictatorship of Robespierre or the dictatorship of the Committee of Public Safety often meant in reality the dictatorship of the revolutionary democracy if accompanied by resolute and energetic action. 5. Marat and dictatorship. Thus far we have seen a political game of mutual recrimination around a cuss word. But did anyone actually propose a dictatorship? Perhaps Saint Just did. He is quoted as saying that in every revolution a dictator is necessary to save the state by force or censors to save it by virtue. 41. But Saint Just does not seem to have pressed this view. Note that his statement brought up still another of ancient Rome's magistracies, the office of the two censors, who supervised the census and public morality, wielding certain arbitrary powers. The proposal of a dictatorship was put forward by Marat. It is difficult to discuss his role briefly because his name has been covered by thick deposits of historical slander, a miasma of falsification about his alleged bloodthirsty desire for mass murder, the same libelous operation that has made a farce of much history writing about the enrages. All we can do is make clear what his view of dictatorship really was. In their efforts to paint Marat as a gory wild man, historians often neglect to mention that he was one of the more erudite men of his society. Trained as a physician, he early became a scientific authority on optics and electricity. While practicing medicine in London, in 1773 he published, in English, a philosophical essay on man which shows a wonderful knowledge of English, French, German, Italian and Spanish philosophers, 42, and other works on philosophy, politics, criminology, and medicine. He became one of the prominent scientific men in France before the revolution transformed his and everyone's life. I bring this up to stress that, to this eminent savant, there can be no doubt that dictature meant the old dictatura and not the blurry simulacrum of dirty politics that the Girondins and Jacobins were kicking back and forth in the modern manner. In an early pronouncement, Marat raised the question of how to save the innocent from revolutionary suspicion. He suggested a way, it is to name, for a short time, a supreme dictator, arm him with public power, and put him in charge of punishing the guilty. 44 But this was only one formulation of his proposal. In a 1792 speech he complained that enemies ascribe ambitious views to me by distorting my opinions on the need for a military tribune, a dictator, or a triumvirate to punish the intriguers. He denied that this was the proposal of a faction. These opinions, wrote Marat, are my personal ones, and I have often reproached ardent patriots for rejecting this salutary measure, though every man who knows the history of revolutions feels its indispensable need, a measure that could be taken without any drawbacks by limiting its duration to a few days, and by limiting the mission of the officials in charge to the summary punishment of the intriguers, for there is nobody in the world who is more revolted than I am by the establishment of an arbitrary authority entrusted even to the purest hands for a period of some duration. 45. Repeatedly Marat sought to make his proposal explicit and clear as to its limited character. After July 14, 89, if there had been a single statesman in the nation's Senate, he would have asked for the institution of the office of dictator, elected by the people in times of crisis, whose authority would last only 3 days, and whose duty would be to punish the bad citizens who endangered the public safety. 46. It must be understood that this kind of talk, the need to punish the counter-revolutionary intriguers, was commonplace on all sides. What was particular to Marat was his proposal for the appointment, or election, of a special agent armed with special power to get this done. Those named to wield the power of tribune, dictator, triumvirate, choose your own Roman term, did not have to be clothed with any authority. Their mission to beat down the criminal heads of conspirators raised above the sword of the laws did not have to last more than a day. After this ephemeral existence they would be forever lost in the crowd. 47. The National Convention, starting its existence in late September 1792 after the September massacres which Marat did not instigate, saw the launching of a regular anti-Marat lynching bee by the Girondins, who called for his execution, being themselves, of course, humane opponents of bloodthirsty politics. Danton and Robespierre sought to head off the dogs snapping at their own heels by joining in the cry against dictatorship and in the demands for guillotining its advocates. Thus they stabbed Marat in the back as he stood at bay. Robespierre naturally knew that he was the Girondins' target. Barbaroux shouted, "The plan for a dictatorship does exist," and pointed over Marat's head to the Commune of Paris. Marat took the floor amidst this tumult and cries for his blood, and, when his speech was finished, the lynchers had stopped shouting. 48. On the dictatorship issue, Marat proudly stood up alone. "They, my enemies, have dared to accuse me of aspiring to the tribunate. Well, I must in justice declare that my colleagues, namely Robespierre, Danton, and all the rest, have continually disapproved of the idea of either a tribunate or a triumvirate or a dictatorship. If anyone is guilty of having flung these ideas out among the public, it is I." He added, "I believe I am the first political writer, perhaps the only one in France since the Revolution, to make this proposal. 49 In the same vein, he assumed that the people was itself a dictator. If you impute criminal conduct to me, the people would contradict you, for, obedient to my voice, it felt that the means I proposed was the sole way of saving the country, and, having itself become dictator, it was able to get rid of traitors. The connotation of dictatorship, one sees, was emergency authority outside of normal forms. Marat continually used all the old magistracies interchangeably. I have several times proposed to give immediate authority to a wise and strong man, under the appellation of tribune of the people, dictator, etc. This bootless title is of no account. In summary, he said, if it was a crime to propose dictatorship in the conditions I laid down, I alone am responsible for this proposal, for I alone have made the proposal, and supported it, I alone still support it. In April 1793 Marat was hauled before a court in the Girondin drive to murder him legally, but he successfully defended himself against the charge of being, as he put it, a factionalist, an anarchist, a bloodthirsty and ambitious man who aimed to get supreme power under the title of tribune, triumvir, dictator, but the drive got him murdered nonetheless. Charlotte Corday told her interrogators that she had not killed a man but a ferocious beast, who undertakes civil war in order to get named dictator. 50 She knew that because she had read it in the papers. Marat's repeated limitation of his proposed tribune, triumvir, dictator, or whatever, to a matter of days, with restricted authority, was more significant than may appear. An examination of his statements on the question indicates strongly that he never envisioned this proposed official as the head of government in any sense, including a temporary one. Yet historians have tended to assume that dictatorship means dictatorship, and that Marat was proposing what Robespierre was actually doing while, unlike Marat, renouncing the word. Marat liked to put things as strongly as possible, that is, as openly and starkly as can be, not, I think, a bad habit when everyone else is dodging behind words. It is by violence, said Marat, that liberty ought to be established, and the moment has come to organize temporarily the despotism of liberty in order to wipe out the despotism of kings. 51. Despotism, a word with as checkered a history as dictatorship, meant coercion, extra-legal coercion, in this context, not tyranny, and unquestionably Marat had in mind the use of all means of coercion to enforce the despotism, or dictatorship, of liberty. It was not this that separated him from his colleagues, rather it was his call for the vesting of this power in the hands of a single appointed agent. If Jacques Roux is accurately quoted as saying that dictatorship is the annihilation of liberty, 52, it was undoubtedly one-man rule that he especially feared. 6. The terrible use. There is still another contrast to be made in order to bring out the meaning of dictatorship. As we have discussed, the close modern analogue of the Roman dictatorship is martial law. At the same time that the right wing of the French Revolution expressed horror at Marat's call for an energetic special power to repress counter-revolution, it instituted in practice the form of the dictatura called martial law as an anti-democratic device. In the months after the fall of the Bastille, the Council of 300, running the Paris municipality, seized the pretext of a baker's murder to get martial law established by the Assembly. A municipal officer could invoke martial law by hoisting a red flag, after which an assemblage of citizens, crowd, had to disperse or get shot on the spot. Ringleaders could be jailed for years or executed. In all of the Paris press, densely populated by souls horrified by calls for dictatorship, only Marat protested this law, in the Assembly, Robespierre, but not as a matter of principle. 53 In 1791, in response to an incident, rowdy demonstration, in a working-class area, Bailly and Lafayette decided to make an example. The martial law flag was hoisted, the bourgeoisie's National Guardsmen invaded the Champ de Mars, and opened fire. A number were killed or wounded, and many were jailed. 54. This, of course, was not dictatorship but the maintenance of law and order by ruthless bloodletting. There is no record that the bloodthirsty monster Marat ever had anyone shot. As mentioned, Robespierre himself regularly denounced dictatorship and dictators. Finally, in his speech of self-exoneration on the 8th Thermidor, with his neck already on the block, he had some interesting words to say about the aura of the word dictature. However, this word dictatorship has magical effects. It stigmatizes liberty, it vilifies the government, it destroys the republic, it degrades all the revolutionary institutions, which are presented as if the work of a single man, it traduces national justice, which is presented as if instituted for the ambition of a single man, it concentrates at one point all the hatreds and all the daggers of fanaticism and the aristocracy. What terrible use the enemies of the republic have made of just the name of a Roman magistracy. And if their erudition is so fatal to us, what about their treasuries and intrigues? 55. The double reference to a single man indicates that Robespierre's repudiation of dictatorship was based on the one-man definition of the term. The closing reference to erudition emphasized that the term appeared to him as essentially historical. The terrible use to which it was put was largely affected by an exercise in meaning shift through political demagogy directed against democracy, not against dictatorship in our modern sense. Over a half-century later, Marx wrote, in a letter to Engels, as if the men of the French Revolution used the term dictatorship in a way similar to his own. He was discussing the fact that the Robespierrist government and its Committee of Public Safety mistrusted the Polish national revolutionary leaders. In 1794 Marx wrote they summoned the representative of the Polish insurgents before them and put the following questions to the citoyen: how does it happen that your Kosciuszko is a popular dictator and yet tolerates a king at his side, one moreover who, he must be aware, was put on the throne by Russia? How does it happen that your dictator does not carry out a levy en masse of the peasants? And soon, with an indictment of the Polish leadership. 56. In viewing the National Revolutionary Kosciuszko as a popular dictator in a benign sense, that is, a leader who has assumed popular power through emergency forms of government, Marx was using the term in a fashion that had not been adopted by the French Revolution, but which had become familiar in Marx's own time. It came into use after the rise of the socialist movement in the early 19th century, and then suffered virtual oblivion in the 20th. We will now see that the history of self-conscious revolutionary dictatorship begins with Babeuf, that is, at the very same moment that modern socialism begins. To socialism and dictatorship, the beginning. We are going to see, in the next chapter, that 1848 was the turning point in the history of the term dictatorship, or rather the starting point of its modern history. But even in that year, naturally, it did not appear out of nowhere. Let us see what led up to 1848. 1. Testimony of words. Dictionaries can give only an approximate idea of how a word was actually used at a given time, but the main trouble is that they run 10 to 20 years behind usage. Following the French Revolution, French dictionaries continued to give only the Roman meaning of dictature, as if nothing had happened. The formulations of the pre-revolutionary lexicographers were repeated by Lavaux Indiana 18201 and by Philippon de la Madeleine's 1823 abridgment of the Academy's Dictionary. Point 2. If we look ahead, we find the pre-1848 changes reflected in the post-1848 dictionaries, though we have to keep in mind that their compilers had seen much non-lexical action in the meantime. For what it is worth, we can note that in 1863 Litera recorded the fact that dictature had a second meaning in addition to the Roman one. 2. In modern times, absolute power placed temporarily in the hands of a man or an assembly. La dictature de la convention. 3. Still looking ahead, by 1870 Larousse's Grand Dictionnaire will have an article on dictature, which is a political essay embracing modern history, emphasizing the institution's temporary and emergency nature and distinguishing it sharply from despotism. Point 4. Litera's example, the dictatorship of the National Convention of the French Revolution, is sufficient to show how the meaning had shifted from the original Roman conception of one-man rule to something its very opposite, the dictatorship of a popular body. By the time this appeared in Litera, it had in fact expanded to embrace the dictatorship of a whole section of the people, indeed of the majority of the people. In the mid-1830s great prominence was given to the tradition of the Roman dictatura by a novel that gained so much popularity, and was translated so widely into the European languages, that it can be treated as an event in its own right. This was Bulwer Lytton's Rienzi, which inspired young Engels to start writing an opera libretto about a year before Wagner did the job. The entranced public read about the man who clothed his rule in Rome first with the title tribune, then senator, both as reminiscences of the ancient empire. Of the proud name of senator, the novelist wrote, the authority attached to the name seems to have had no definite limit, it was that of a stern dictator, or an indolent puppet, according as he who held it had the power to enforce the dignity he assumed. Later on, the populace wants to crown Rienzi king, he rejects the title in the name of liberty. One of the people's leaders says, but Rome must endow you with a legal title if not that of king, deign to accept that of dictator or of consul. Rienzi rejects these two, dictator and consul are the appellations of patricians. He assumes the title of tribune and it is perfectly clear that whatever the title, dictator or tribune or senator or whatever, the power would be the same. There was no special virtue or vice in dictator. Further on, the Pope is referred to as the dictator of Rome. 6. To the beginning, Babeuf and Buonarroti. But of course we are specially interested here in how the term dictatorship was used by the early socialists and communists. This part of the history begins exactly where the history of the socialist movement begins, with Babeuf's Conspiracy of the Equals, the first organized socialist or communist group. Now the importance of this episode, for our present purposes, does not lie with the Babeuvist enterprise itself, but with the book which told about it, and thus educated a generation of Jacobin communist activists who populated the secret societies of the 1830s and 1840s. In 1828, in good time for the revolution of 1830, Buonarroti, one of Babeuf's lieutenants, published his account of the movement, and in 1836 the Chartist leader Brontenra O'Brien published an English translation. Buonarroti's report on the internal discussions of the secret directorate of the Babeuvist movement laid sharply before its readers the question of a transitional revolutionary regime. He provided the first textbook on this question, for a long time, the only one. Its great significance cannot be exaggerated. The existing government must be overthrown. The aim is the establishment of the 1793 Constitution, the most democratic so far devised, agreed. But the Directorate had to resolve the thorny question, what form of authority would be immediately substituted for the authority whose destruction was intended. It was agreed that the primary assemblies called for by the Constitution could not be immediately called into being. Between the insurrection and their installation there had to be an interval, yet it would be extremely imprudent to leave the nation for a moment without director and guide. It was not just a question of how long it would necessarily take to convoke the assembly, there was another consideration, and this lies at the center of our interest. The secret directorate was convinced of the following proposition. History and the experience of the French Revolution had taught it that the sure effect of inequality is to divide the community, create opposing interests, foment hostile passions, and subject the multitude, whom it makes ignorant, credulous, victimized by excessive toil, to a small number of trained and skillful men who, abusing the preference they were able to win, worked only to preserve and reinforce, in the distribution of goods and advantages, the order that is exclusively favorable to them, from which it concluded that a people so strangely kept away from the natural order was scarcely capable of making useful choices, and had need of an extraordinary means that would return it to a state of affairs where it would be possible for it to exercise the plenitude of sovereignty effectively and not fictitiously. From this way of thinking arose the plan to replace the existing government by a revolutionary and provisional authority, constituted in such a way as to forever shield the people from the influence of the natural enemies of equality, and give it the necessary will for the adoption of republican institutions. 7. You have just read the basic formulation of the socialist theory that dominated a whole sector of the movement for the next century and a half and still does to an appreciable extent. It can be called the theory of the educational dictatorship, an educational dictatorship over the people to do them good. The people who worked it out, in the very first days of socialism as a movement, were not demagogues nor interested in deceiving anyone, they simply faced a problem and devised an honest solution. The social order was bad because it corrupted the people, and one consequence of this was that the people could not emancipate themselves but had to be emancipated from above, from outside, by a band of liberators who themselves had somehow remained uncorrupted. Buonarroti himself not only reported this way of thinking but strongly agreed with it. In his own name he formulated it even more sharply. The experience of the French Revolution and most particularly the troubles and vicissitudes of the National Convention have, it seems, sufficiently shown that a people whose opinions have been formed under a regime of inequality and despotism is not well suited at the beginning of a regenerating revolution to designate the men charged with leading and consummating that revolution. This task can belong only to wise and courageous citizens. It was necessary for the revolutionary leadership, even out of respect for the real in the Platonic sense sovereignty of the people, to be concerned not with getting the votes but rather with making sure that the supreme authority falls, as little arbitrarily as possible, into the hands of wise and strong revolutionists. When the secret directorate asked what form should be taken by the revolutionary authority whose task it was to superintend the new order, they debated three answers: 1. The recall of a rump national convention, 2. The creation of a dictatorship, and 3. The establishment of a new ruling body. It was easy to reject the first. By the second, dictatorship, they meant one-man rule, and they rejected this term. Their decision fell to the third, which meant that the provisional authority would be named by the Paris insurgents, that is, by the revolutionary band in the capital, thereby incidentally implementing the Bobovist Blanquist tradition favoring the dictatorship of Paris over France. At all the steps in ratiocination, they were concerned to argue that this system was in harmony with the sovereignty of the people. This sovereignty, however, was temporarily in hoc, and only the revolutionary band held the ticket. Buonarroti was aware that enemies would not see it precisely the right way. It was foreseen that the cunning enemies of equality would try to raise the inhabitants of the departments, the provinces, against what they would not fail to call the trampling by the Paris brigands over the rights of the sovereign nine. The two who proposed a dictatorship sans phrase, Deben and Dart, argued from essentially the same ground as the majority. Buonarroti reported their views with a great deal of sympathy. There are few passages in early socialist history more important than the following. Deben and Dart, who proposed dictatorship, attached to this word the idea of an extraordinary authority, entrusted to a single man, charged with the double function of proposing to the people simple legislation suitable for assuring it equality and the real exercise of sovereignty, and of provisionally dictating the preparatory measures that incline the nation to take it on. In their view, a task so important and audacious, which could not be fulfilled except by dint of a perfect unity of thought and action, must be conceived and executed by a single head. In support of their view, they invoked the example of the peoples of antiquity, and recalled the fatal consequences of plurality, of which they saw recent evidence in the divisions within the Committee of Public Safety. It seemed to them that the dangers of the abuse that might result from such a magistracy could be easily avoided by the well-known virtue of the citizen who would assume it, i.e., by the clear and legal exposition of the aim to be attained, and by the limits set to its duration in advance. In this system the task of the secret directorate would be reduced to sketching the aim of the reform in a few articles, fixing a term to the new magistracy, searching out the most virtuous citizen of the Republic, and getting its plan adopted by the Parisian insurgents. The link with the Roman example was quite clear. To the above exposition of the views of Deben and Dart, Buonarroti added a note of his own, whose words still reverberate down the history of socialism. To what must one reasonably attribute the loss of democracy and liberty in France if not to the diversity of views, the opposition of interests, the lack of virtue, unity, and perseverance in the National Convention? It is not, it seems to me, to preserve but to establish equality among a corrupt nation that one needs a strong and irresistible authority. It is to be presumed that if, in the years 2 and 3 1793 to 1795, one had had the wisdom to invest a man of Robespierre's stamp with the dictatorship proposed by Deben and Dart, the revolution would have achieved its true aim. 10. According to Buonarroti, the secret directorate did recognize the validity of the argument in favor of a dictatorship, but drew back before the difficulty of choice, the fear of abuse, the apparent resemblance of this magistracy to royalty, and, above all, the general prejudice that it seemed impossible to be victorious. It took care of the corrupt people in other ways, for example, with planned decrees on freedom of the press, including the following two. 1. No one can put forward opinions contrary to the sacred principles of equality and the sovereignty of the people. 4. Every writing is printed and distributed if the conservators of the National will judge that its publication can be useful to the Republic. 11. It must be understood that there was no demagogic talk by Buonarroti or the other Bobovists about a dictatorship of the people, populace, proletariat or other appellation for the corrupted population that was to be weaned to socialism. They knew that they were for a socialism from above, and they confronted their own views without hypocrisy. Even more than Babeuf, it was Buonarroti who exemplified this pattern most plainly, and it must be remembered that it was Buonarroti whose career constituted the real link between the Bobovist episode of 1796 and the burgeoning of the Jacobin communist secret societies after 1830. E. L. Eisenstein, who has given us the most detailed portrait of the first professional revolutionist, emphasized that for Buonarroti the working population played a subordinate and even an incidental role in his revolutionary plan. The proletariat meant the mass of the poor, the most numerous class, a good reservoir for barricade fodder, for the troops who were to be wielded by the revolutionary elite. He rejected the idea of basing the cause on class interest. He had no confidence whatever in the capacity of these proles to emancipate themselves. The Fourth Estate had to be appealed to in terms of material interest because of the corruption enforced by centuries of servitude. 12. In Buonarroti's view, experience had shown that the people are incapable of either regenerating themselves or of designating the people who must direct the regeneration. That before thinking of a constitution or of fixed laws, it is necessary to establish a reforming or revolutionary government on other bases than those of a regular and peaceful liberty. 13. This provided the theory of the educational dictatorship. Midst the collapse of free institutions, midst the general corruption of sentiments, one cannot find future regeneration save in a secret corps guided by a pure and dictatorial authority. 14. His model in political theory was explicitly the Jesuits, who, he argued, have used their methods for evil, while we must use them for good. The Jesuitical congregation can be compared to an army full of enthusiasm and submissive by conviction to a homogeneous and absolute authority. He advocated an equivalent army which, however, would fight against tyranny rather than for it. He denounced tolerance for the liberty of all opinions just as if his name were Herbert Marcuse. 15. In short, the political theory and practice on which Jacobin communism was founded by the movement from Babeuf to Buonarroti had nothing to do with a dictatorship of the proletariat. Bobovism consciously and honestly advocated an educational dictatorship over the corrupted mass, proletariat. This is not said censoriously. We are, after all, dealing with the infancy of a movement, and to say that this movement had an infantile view of dictatorship is no more to condemn it than to point to a baby's difficulty with toilet training. If, a century and a half later, a movement still holds to the same infantilism, the solution is still not simply to condemn it but to provide diapers. 3. The Blanquist myth. The Bobovist movement was the first incarnation of the Jacobin communist current in the pre-1848 blossoming of all the socialist communist tendencies. This was the current that was typically organized in the communist secret societies that proliferated, especially in France, under leaders like Blanqui and Barbes. The Jacobin communist groups adopted the Bobovist idea of dictatorship as their orthodoxy. One can read in a communist catechism of 1839, used by the prosecution at the trial following the putsch of that year led by Blanqui and Barbes. It is unquestionable that after a revolution accomplished in behalf of our ideas, there will be created a dictatorial power whose mission it will be to direct the revolutionary movement. This dictatorial power will of necessity base itself on the assent of the armed population, which, acting in the general interest, will evidently represent the enlightened will of the great majority of the nation. To be strong, to act quickly, the dictatorial power will have to be concentrated in as small a number of persons as possible. 16. Particularly in later historians' shorthand, this tendency has come to be called Blanquist as a generic name. As a label for the type, Blanquist is unobjectionable, provided one is not led to think that a Blanquist was necessarily a follower of Augusta Blanqui. Barbes, for example, became a bitter enemy of Blanqui, others simply organized separately. One of our problems is the fact that the Blanquist label was given much of its currency around the end of the 19th century by the Bernsteinian revisionist campaign to pin a derogatory label on Marx's early revolutionary views. According to this historiographic mode, the revolutionary currents of the 30s and 40s were Blanquist, therefore Blanquism was revolutionism, and it follows ineluctably that revolutionism was Blanquism. Hence, if Marx was a revolutionary when he wrote the Communist Manifesto, the manifesto was Blanquist. Q.E.D. You will find this contribution to socialist history in Bernstein's Evolutionary Socialism 17. It is the starting point of the Blanquist myth. One of the consequences of this line of thought is that historians knew just where to look for the origins of the dictatorship of the proletariat concept, Blanqui. Blanquism stood for dictatorship, didn't it? So Blanqui must have invented it? And since we have just learned that Marx used to be a Blanquist, there can be no doubt where he got it from. The only trouble with this proposition is that, factually speaking, every word is false. The dictatorship of the proletariat cannot be found anywhere in Blanqui either as a term or an idea. But the lack of a single validating fact has stopped no one from making the standard claim that the dictatorship of the proletariat is Blanquist in origin. G.D.H. Cole, for example, asserted that Blanqui stated the doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat much more clearly than Marx ever did, even though he knows of nowhere that Blanqui ever stated this doctrine at all, as his failure to annotate indicates. 18. Isaiah Berlin went even further. The dictatorship of the proletariat was adumbrated by Babeuf in the last decade of the 18th century, and was explicitly developed in the 19th in different fashions. By Weitling and Blanqui, no note, no facts. 19. In his well-known era of tyrannies, Halévy took a special tack. He merely asked questions. The Marxist doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat comes, does it not, in a straight line from Babeuf, the last survivor of Robespierreism? Was not Karl Marx, in Paris before 1848, very definitely influenced by Blanqui, who revived the theory of Babeuf? 20. The answer is, no and no, but Halévy, you see, had not committed himself. Did Halévy know that Marx in Paris before 1848 never met Blanqui, who furthermore was not in Paris but in prison? Never mind, the Blanquist spirit was hovering over the rooftops of Paris, tainting everything with Blanquism that came within spitting range. Sombart likewise was too clever to commit himself. In unusually vulgar terms, he spoke of that crazy notion, worthy only of a Blanqui, of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Louis L. Lorwin was one of the few who purported to point to a definite locus in Blanqui, viz., his famous instructions pour unprized arms. According to this program, the workers were to arm themselves, seize the government, disarm the bourgeoisie, and establish a proletarian dictatorship. But in this entire document, written moreover in 1868 to 1869, and circulated only in some manuscript copies, there was no mention of proletarian dictatorship, term or idea. In fact, being explicitly military technical in content, it never even approached the political questions involved, let alone the answer of dictatorship. 21. Real authorities on Blanqui's writings have left no doubt about the facts. Alan Spitzer, the American authority on Blanqui, writes, Blanqui had often been credited with coining the phrase, the dictatorship of the proletariat, but no one has ever been able to document his use of it upon any occasion. 22. The leading European authority is Maurice Domangit, who has devoted several books to a minute examination of Blanquy's works, including his unpublished manuscripts. Besides, Domangit is generally anxious to turn Blanquy into a proto-Marxist at any cost, and would be delighted to turn up even a microscopic piece of evidence to prove Blanquy's priority. But Domangit has to report that dictatorship of the proletariat is a term that Blanquy does not use. Disappointed, he adds that Blanquy's London friends used the term jointly with Marx in 1850, we will describe this usage in Chapter 12, Locus 2, but Marx had already used it previously. So not only does Domangit know no use of the term by Blanquy, he also knows of none by any other Blanquist, other than the cases involving Marx, which we will discuss. Point 23. It can be added, outside of the word dictatorship itself, he clearly knows of no formulation by Blanquy that can be pummeled into the shape of dictatorship of the proletariat. The ideological drive behind the Blanquy myth has been explained, but such myths also need a starting point, after which they are copied from one work to another. The starting point in the present case may well have been R. W. Postgate's lively book of socialist historical sketches out of the past, 1923, which contains the longest attempt I know of to make a case for the claim that Blanquy was the first to formulate and act upon the theory of proletarian dictatorship. 24. Postgate's evidence dissolves on examination. His key statement is that he dates Marx's first use of the term at 1875, Critique of the Gotha Program, Locus 9, whereas Blanquy's advocacy is to be dated in the 1860s. Neither statement is true. Marx's first use was in 1850, as for the occurrences of the term between 1850 and 1875, Postgate is ignorant of some and dismisses others on incomprehensible grounds that are of no interest now except to document his unreliability. As for Blanquy, Postgate's ascription of the term to him in the 1860s is simply an error. Here is his case. Where he Blanquy described this as the first duty of the revolution is uncertain. In other words, Postgate doesn't know. It is quoted as his in an Histoire de Blanquists, Ch. de Costa 1912, between two other phrases which are easily traceable as his. But this author gives no authorities for his quotations, and I have not been able to trace it in the incomplete works of Blanquy which I have been able to search. Nevertheless, there is no reason to doubt de Costa's good faith, nor can the words have been written much after 1870, probably much earlier, in which case I imagine Blanquy's claim to have formulated first the most deadly point in the modern Bolshevik program is established. Point 25. The original claim about the 1860s fades out almost as soon as stated. But as a matter of fact, Charles de Costa's History les Blanquists, to give it its correct title, does not contain any statement answering Postgate's description. What it does contain, as we will report later, is a statement by a group of Blanquist refugees from the Paris Commune, in London, using the term. Obviously it had to date from the 1870s. Undated in de Costa, hence Postgate's vagueness. Perhaps it was actually published in 1874. It is harder to explain, even as a mistake, Postgate's reference to something between two other phrases. Perhaps this reflects the fact that the Blanquist statement of 1874 does indeed revolve around three phrases which give the document its structure: we are atheists, we are communists, we are revolutionists, proclaim the Blanquists, and they devote a section to each. The passage mentioning the dictatorship of the proletariat is in the third section. And it does not refer to Blanquy. Postgate cites another Blanquist programmatic document from the same period, the Brochure Internationale et Révolution, 1872, which we will also not fail to describe later. While in any case the London Blanquist documents of this period have nothing to do with proving Blanquy's priority, we will see, when we return to this material, that these London refugees had by this time taken the term from Marx, not vice versa. Outside of Postgate there is no case for the Blanquist myth worth refuting. But if Blanquy did not actually use the term dictatorship of the proletariat, Isn't it true that he holds priority on the idea, for didn't he advocate a theory of dictatorship? 1. He certainly did propose a dictatorship as the goal of revolutionary action, but without qualification. It was the conception common to Jacobin communism in the 30s and 40s, derived from the Bobovists via Buonarroti, the conception of the educational dictatorship. Blanqui, who was not a theoretician and did not pretend otherwise, had no ideas on the subject of his own devising. Postgate's passing reference to Blanqui's claim is another invention of his. The only difference from the Bobovists is that the latter, remember, rejected the dictatorial solution insofar as it meant a one-man agency. By Blanqui's time, some such theory of revolutionary dictatorship was virtually standard in the milieu of the communist conspiratorial sects. There is not the slightest question of Blanqui's priority on this score either. When, for example, L'Homme Libre, a Blanquist organ of the 30s, called for a dictatorial power with the mission of leading the revolutionary movement, 26, it was frankly advocating, not even the dictatorship of the revolutionary movement, but rather the dictatorship of the leaders of the revolutionary movement. 2. In Blanqui's view, the desired revolutionary dictatorship would not be of the proletariat, in any sense of the last word. Blanqui made no hypocritical noises about implementing the rule of the masses who, after all, would have to go through a long weaning process before their societal corruption could be burnt out. In the immediate sense, the operational sense, the dictatorship would be the rule of the conspiratorial band, just as it was for the Bobovists. When Blanqui attempted a larger view, he came up with a perspective which is clearly limned in a striking passage in his manuscripts. The bourgeoisie includes an elite minority, it is the essence, the soul, the life of the revolution. Who has planted the flag of the proletariat? Who has rallied it after its defeats? Who leads the people to battle against the bourgeoisie itself? They will cease only after having led the revolution to the victory of equality. But what is the device on its banner? Democracy. No, the proletariat, for its soldiers are workers though the leaders are not. 27. This was an honest statement of what a working-class orientation meant in the Jacobin communist milieu. Its soldiers are workers though the leaders are not. He formulated the same perspective in a passage of his Critique sociale. Thousands of the elite live in conditions of extreme misery. These déclassés, invisible agents of progress, are today the secret ferment which sustains the masses and prevents them from sinking to a condition of impotence. Tomorrow they will be the reserve force of the revolution. 28. This was the usual pre-Marx version of revolutionary dictatorship, the dictatorship of the revolutionary gang. Of course, it was supposed to be a dictatorship on behalf of, or in the interest of, the people, and this too was an honestly held view, not an exercise in demagogy. 3. Indeed, the term dictatorship of the proletariat is irrelevant to an understanding of Blanqui. By proletarian he meant virtually anyone except the small number of aristocrats and exploiting bourgeois, as Spitzer points out cogently. 29. This is what was behind Blanqui's famous reply to the court when asked his occupation, proletarian. He explained the term as one of the 30 million Frenchmen who live by their labor. That population figure comprised 8/9 of a people overwhelmingly petty bourgeois in composition. Blanqui's heart beat for the oppressed working people, but he was no more ready than Buonarroti to turn the state over to them. Comes the revolution. Another dictatorship of which the Blanquists spoke often enough was the dictatorship of Paris over the country. Dommanget tells us quite clearly, the plebeian dictatorship of which Blanqui conceived is the dictatorship of revolutionary Paris over the rest of France. 30. This concept was enough, by itself, to doom any Blanquist insurrection. It was alien to Marx and Engels. As it happened, it came up in their correspondence in 1869, when the Blanquist Gustave Tridon published his brochure Gironde et Girondins. Confused, thought Engels, especially on the issue of centralization and decentralization. Comical is the conception that the dictatorship of Paris over France, on which the first revolution of 1789 plus came to grief, could once again be carried out without ado and with some different result. 31 The troubles of the Paris Commune 2 years later demonstrated the principle again. In his notes preparing for the writing of his Civil War in France, Marx included a clipping from the Commune's journal Officiel for April 1 which strongly renounced Parisian hegemony over the country and championed the aim of communal self-government and local independent autonomy. 32 This was echoed in Chapter 3 of Marx's address, with even greater emphasis and greater detail. 33 To ascribe the dictatorship of the proletariat conception to Blanqui is worse than a mistake, it is an irrelevancy. We will return to Blanqui and Blanquism in Chapter 9. For Utopians and Dictators. The Bobovists, as the first socialist movement in history, hold the patent on many aspects of the socialist enterprise, but they were not in the least peculiar in linking socialism from above with a form of the educational dictatorship. Among all sorts of socialists/communists it was common, virtually standard, to believe that every new regime needs the nest of dictatorship in order to be hatched. This aphorism came in 1848 from Émile de Girardin, a proto-Hearst who was about as socialistic as his successor in his radical demagogue days. 34 The innovators of utopian socialism were all inventors of socialisms from above, by the very nature of their approach. Saint Simon was prolific in schemes for dictatorial regimes in which some man of power would impose the latest Saint Simonian plan upon a happy people. If he did not use the word dictatorship, I don't know, the fact is of purely lexicographical interest. Wilhelm Weitling, the pioneer of early German utopian communism, was outspokenly for the dictatorship of a messiah, whose name and address needed little divination. In his best-known work, Guarantees of Harmony and Freedom, 1842, he testified to the prevalence of the notion of dictatorship among the communists of the time. Communists are still pretty undecided about the choice of their form of government. A large part of those in France incline to a dictatorship, because they well know that the sovereignty of the people, as understood by Republicans and politicians, is not suited for the period of transition from the old to a completely new organization. Owen, the chief of the English communists, would have the performance of specific duties allotted to men according to age, and the chief leaders of a government would be the oldest members of it. All socialists, with the exception of the followers of Fourier, to whom all forms of government are the same, are agreed that the form of government which is called the sovereignty of the people is a very unsuitable, and even dangerous, sheet anchor for the young principle of communism about to be realized. 35 We will see in Chapter 3 that Weitling was consistent. Back in Germany during the 1848 revolution, he lost no time in proposing a dictatorship quite openly. There were other, lesser figures who were just as frank, for example, that communist ex-priest Pilote, later to be found in the ranks of Blanqui's followers, who, a few years before 1848, ended one of his books with the threat that if mankind did not want communism it would be forced to accept it, just as the inmates of an insane asylum had to take shower baths whether they wanted them or not. 36 We may remark at this point that the insane asylum analogy was not Pilote's eccentricity. That very sensible man Robert Owen wrote that, such was the irrationality of society, the speediest mode to remedy things will be to govern or treat all society as the most advanced physicians govern and treat their patients in the best arranged lunatic hospitals, naturally with all forbearance and kindness. 37 This is not essentially different from the Bobovist view of the consequences of societal corruption. But it is doubtful whether Pilote or Owen or their like would identify this benevolent approach with the word dictatorship, which would be considered at all only by radicals concerned with the question of a transitional revolutionary regime. The Saint-Simonian tendency led by Barthélemy Prosper Enfantin was not one of the socialistic groups intensely concerned with the transitional question, and as far as I know, the word dictatorship seldom cropped up in their literature. Their own terms for their maximum leader tended to Pope and Messiah. But right after the July Revolution of 1830, which brought Louis Philippe to the throne, Bazard, then still head of the sect, was swept along to the Hôtel de Ville by Enfantin, and there proposed to the liberal leader Lafayette that he take the dictatorship and thus make it possible to clean up the whole mess. Later, After the October 1832 trial of Onfantin and Oland Rodriguez on trumped-up swindling charges, an unsigned article in the group's press closed with the following thought: granting that a judicial system is necessary for society in order to oversee morality and ferret out evil, still. But who today can lay claim to this permanent dictatorship? This dictatorship was the judicial system itself. The link in meaning with the old dictatura had indeed become tenuous. 38. Among the French utopians of the period, easily the most political of the groupings was that organized and led by Etienne Cabet. The Cabetist, or Icarian, tendency called itself communist, since alone among the utopians it stood for a thorough sort of communal ownership of production, and it was also distinctive in orienting itself toward a working-class public. Cabet openly advocated a dictatorship as his proposal for a transitional regime. Cabet's dictatorship was set forth right in the pages of his basic text, the utopian novel Voyage en Icarie, 1840. Here the whole grand social goal is implemented by a dictator, clearly so called. He succeeds a tyrant happily, the dictator elected by the people, the good and courageous Icare, turned out to be the best of men. As dictator, Icare proposes the community system to his fellow citizens of Icaria. The Icarian assembly establishes festivals to commemorate the victory of the dictator over the tyrant, and the third annual fete is that of the dictatorship. There is a long historical section glorifying Icare's work as dictator. At the festival of the dictatorship, a splendid agitprop spectacle is organized on the style of Hitler's Nuremberg circuses. The grateful masses cry, "Icare the dictator," over and over. We are triumphantly told that every detail of the show has been prescribed by law. How fortunate the Icarians were to find a dictator who sincerely wished their liberty and prosperity. Behold Washington, the dictator, and American Icare. The statement that Icare was elected seems to be an imprecision, for the election apparently takes place by acclamation in a paroxysm of joy. The dictator issues the plan for the election of a national assembly, and everything naturally is adopted unanimously. The plan calls for a transitional period of 50 years. As promised, Icare lays down the dictatorship when the assembly is convened, but resumes it to put down a counter-revolutionary coalition. However, he refuses to be named dictator for life. Nevertheless he was the soul, the genius, and in reality the dictator of the republic. The community system is finally voted in unanimously, which is better than Stalin was ever able to do. 39. In his own name Cabet discusses the period of the Jacobin dictatorship in the French Revolution. During this terrible dictatorship the National Convention pushed democracy to the furthest limits of exaltation and enthusiasm. Don't expect me, he tells the reader, to condemn en masse the democracy, the convention, and its terrible dictatorship. 40. It was the democracy that exercised the dictatorship. Understand this statement and you understand some of the convolutions of the term. Cabet had written about his view a year before publication of the novel. In a note intended for circulation among colleagues, he avowed that the Patriot Party should create a shadow government prepared to take dictatorial power in case of revolution. Once the novel was published, he was committed to the dictatorship talk, and indeed in 1841, when an associate, Richard Lehauteur, split with Cabet in the direction of a religio-mystic communism influenced by Pierre Leroux, Lehauteur's rival journal jibed at Cabet's dictatorial role. But later in the 1840s Cabet, feeling the pressure of practical politics, moved toward milder language. This gave rise to internal dissension in Lyons, where the Icarian movement reached a high point in 1843 to 1844. The memoirs of Sébastien Commissaire report that one faction wanted to establish the Icarian society by violence, while Cabet's group put all their hope in pacific propaganda. The former argued à la Bonarata that a populace miseducated by the society could not be won by propaganda, hence a revolution was necessary to establish a dictatorship in the interests of the masses in place of a dictatorship in the interest of a small number, a family, or a single person. No doubt these leftists cited Icare. 41. The sequel for Cabet will be seen in Chapter 8. 5. Desemy, Morrison, and Young Engels. To the left of Cabet, concern with the transitional regime problem was more general, and no doubt there was more talk of dictatorship, as the solution or one of the solutions, than I have been able to turn up. Theodore Desemy, who, by the way, was read with great interest by the young Marx when he was just starting to study communist literature, split with Cabet on political grounds. In one of his propaganda pamphlets, Desemy praised unity, and asked, "But what is unity? How realize this principle?" Here a mass of divergences and disagreements arise. According to some, unity is the absolute concentration of all the political and social powers in the hands of a single man, a monarch. Others see legitimate unity only in a republican dictatorship, either in the hands of a committee of public safety, or in those of a national convention. Some praise the excellence of a theocratic power, organized hierarchically of papism, for example. Desemy viewed the Saint-Simonians and the Cabetists as examples of the last type, but he himself did not assume responsibility for the second. He referred hostilely to Robespierre's pontificate, protected by the frightful laws of Prairial 42. It would be useful if we had similar surveys of the scene by other participants. But we must not give the impression that the word dictatorship as such was linked only to socialisms from above. As before, the term was versatile. If the one-man meaning was uppermost, the consequence was of course an approach to what sounds like the modern usage, though it was not. But if the notion of extra-legal coercion which we have already encountered was uppermost, then the word could tie up with really popular movements. Take James Morrison, whose pioneer was one of the best organs of Owenite cooperativism, militant trade unionism, and pro-feminist agitation for women's rights and equality, all in the 1830s. He was a mild socialist, essentially reformist, and inclined to substitute trade unionism for revolutionary politics, which has given him something of a syndicalist hue. In a typical editorial, Morrison stressed the need for a general association of the people to train them in conducting affairs. He continued, "The growing power and growing intelligence of trades unions, when properly managed, will draw into its vortex all the commercial interests of the country, and, in so doing, it will become, by its own self-acquired importance, a most influential, we might almost say dictatorial part of the body politic. When this happens we have gained all that we want, we have gained universal suffrage." And he looked forward to a government headed by a House of Trades instead of the House of Commons. 43 It should not be thought that Morrison was a Jacobin or Blanquist fire-eater. Unlike Owen, with whom he eventually had to part ways, he was a thorough Democrat, well educated. He took dictatorial to mean possessed of ruling power beyond the normal forms of government. As for Marx and Engels in the years before 1848, use of the word dictatorship was almost non-existent and, in a couple of cases where it shows up after a fashion, not remotely favorable. One occurrence was in an article written by Engels in 1844, before he had absorbed anything from Marx and during the short interval when he tended to echo Moses Hess's anarchoid language. Instead of taking the space for the whole passage, which has to be read to see what the article is saying, I cite only a few lines. Pure monarchy provokes terror. One thinks of Oriental and Roman despotism. Pure aristocracy is no less frightening. Democracy is more fearsome than either. Marius and Sulla, Cromwell and Robespierre, the bloody heads of two kings, the proscription lists and dictatorship speak loudly enough of the horrors of democracy. 44. This mishmash concludes with the view that it is the state itself that is the cause of all these inhumanities and is itself inhuman. But mishmash comes in all varieties, and this variety we note with interest mixes up democracy and dictatorship into one indistinguishable stew. The second occurrence was in the unpublished manuscript of the German ideology in a section very likely written by Ingida, but it is quite unenlightening. It occurs in a passage quoted from someone else. 45. While, as we have seen, the term dictatorship was certainly around in the 30s and 40s, its almost complete non-use by Marx or Engels in this period contrasts sharply with their attention to it after 1848. Something must have happened. 3. Dictatorship in 1848. Something did happen in France in 1848. It was the establishment of the first modern dictatorship, under General Eugene Cavaignac. Before taking this up, however, a detail should be filled in. By this time, the word dictatorship itself was well known and unhesitatingly used. Cabatists had used it for some time, even more so had the communist and left Republican clubs and secret societies. If further evidence is needed, it is the fact that the pinkest socialist in France was willing to use it. One even Louis Blanc. Louis Blanc has gone down in history as one of the mildest of social democrats, and above all a democratic socialist. In fact, his tendency was among the first to use that label. By 1848 he was famous for his brochure The Organization of Labor and as a leader of the left wing of the Republican Party. Revolutions have a habit of concretizing a question that previously appears to be one of fanciful theory, the nature of transitional regimes, the provisional revolutionary governments of the day after the revolution. As we have seen, it is the question of the transitional regime that most insistently brings up the term dictatorship. It did even for Louis Blanc, who was a serious politician. The question was raised for Blanc by the government's decision in favor of early elections to the National Constituent Assembly, set for April 23, 1848. The large majority of all leftists, from any shade of pink to red, were for some postponement of the elections, to allow a little more time to educate the people about the issues. After all, the very possibility of being heard by the people had opened up only the day before yesterday. The mass of people, particularly the peasants and the provinces, were still blanketed by the anti-democratic propaganda of royalists and priests. Blanc was for postponement of the elections. He thought of it as meaning that the provisional government set itself up as a dictatorial authority, and he advocated this. The provisional government, he wrote in a book 10 years later, should regard themselves as dictators appointed by a revolution which had become inevitable and which was under no obligation to seek the sanction of universal suffrage until after having accomplished all the good which the moment required. 1. His conclusions under the pressure of the situation went beyond postponement. What he really sought, we are told by his biographer Leo Loubery, was ministerial power for himself within a pliable, provisional dictatorship of a committee of public safety. 2. Not that Loubery denounces him for this peccadillo, on the contrary, he defends Blanc on the ground of his loathing of terrorism. On April 16, when Blanc met with the governing council, he again argued for postponement of the national election. To the numerous objections raised he admitted he wanted a dictatorship, albeit one of progress, not of reaction. He averred that no one had more respect for popular sovereignty than himself. What he dreaded was its falsification. 4. Blanc's attitude on postponement was more extreme than that of the leftist and workers' clubs. The latter, Blanc complained, proposed a postponement of only 1 month, but Blanc felt this was not long enough for the provinces to overcome their long miseducation. 5. No, he insisted, the elections should be deferred to the latest possible date. 6. Moreover, the dictatorship that Blanc desired had deeper roots in the Jacobin tradition. He was very clear that he wanted the dictatorship of Paris over the country. Loubery gives his point of view. As in 1793, the struggle between rural and urban France must be resolved by the dictatorship of the capital, by the dictatorship of progress. The enlightened Paris minority had the right to speak and act for all France. To objectors Blanc replied that the whole of France coming to Paris, Paris is to the provinces what the sea is to the rivers which flow into it. Through Paris it is France which speaks, and so on. 7. What he emphasized was the numerical superiority of the ignorant people of the countryside over the enlightened people of the cities, a difference due to a half-century of mind-dulling state corruption. 8. Loubery concedes that Blanc was here following a new direction, namely, the rule of a minority. Our prototypical social democrat was not advocating the dictatorship of the majority of the people in any sense. The Jacobin communist perspective of educational dictatorship was accepted well to the right of Blanqui or Barbes, if only in somewhat attenuated form. Even if it was called the dictatorship of progress, or if one orated, with the journalist Taxile Delord, that the revolution of 1848 will govern by the dictatorship of liberty. 9. The only member of the provisional government who agreed with Blanc on this question was a mechanic, one Albert, the governing council's window-dressing worker member, who had been imposed on the politicians by the vast demonstration at the Tuileries by the masses of workers who had just toppled the monarchy. Blanc wrote of that occasion that it was with moist eyes that I inscribed these words, Albert, worker, on the list of future dictators, i.e., the list of provisional government members. 10. On the other hand, his fiercest opponent in the government was Lamartine, at whom he let fly a wicked shaft. Speaking of the poet's short day of wide popularity at the outset of the Republic, he went to bed thinking he had France at his feet, he went to sleep intoxicated with himself, he dreamed of dictatorship, he awoke he was alone. 11. We see that for Blanc there was no need of a special comment on the fact that both the extreme left and the extreme right of the provisional government dreamed or at least thought of dictatorship. Lamartine, who was against postponing the elections since he wanted to assure an elected assembly of the right political hue, publicly used the term dictatorship not for what he dreamed about but for what he was actually doing. The provisional government, after all, had not been the product of the ballot box, hence in Lamartine's language it was a dictatorship. Facing a delegation from Blanqui's club asking for postponement, he righteously declared that the government had to give its power back to the nation. The government, he said, should not prolong, not even for a minute, the form of dictatorship circumstances compelled us to enter upon. 12. There was somebody else around at this time who was a little outside this right/left dichotomous line. Louis Blanc devoted a passage in his 1850 book to defending himself against the charge that he had in fact failed to establish his dictatorial authority when the gigantic mass demonstration of March 17 gave him a chance to do so. He should have utilized the imposing power of the masses to overthrow the government majority. This charge, he tells us, came from the book Confessions d'un Révolutionnaire by the anarchist Proudhon. We will meet this libertarian again in the next chapter, but at the moment we are concerned with that other whited sepulchre, Louis Blanc. Blanc's reply to Proudhon went this way: he, Blanc, would have been in favor of taking over the government if he could have convinced himself that such action would have saved the Republic without everything going up in flames. 13. In other words, he would have obligingly made a revolution if it didn't disturb anyone unduly. But the fact that the discussion was about a dictatorial putsch did not seem to disturb either the social democrat or the anarchist. We now turn to what happened when this advocate of a dictatorship was confronted by a real dictatorship. 2. The Cavaignac dictatorship. The statement that Cavaignac wielded the first modern dictatorship has to be hedged with reservations, we will see, but it will serve to make a distinction. The word dictatorship can be found before 1848 in private and public loci, and among the public ones there are both prominent and obscure sources, but there has as yet been no occurrence of the term in the political mainstream. When Spencer opined that the word had taken a turn after the First World War 14, he was undoubtedly thinking of the fact that something called a fascist dictatorship burst upon world consciousness. Now in 1848, for the first time, we have a dictatorship that, as it were, made the headlines in Europe and America. The dictatorship of General Cavaignac was the French bourgeoisie's response to the greatest workers' insurrection that had taken place up to that time, the rising of the Paris working classes of June 23 to 26. Agitated stirrings among the workers were becoming serious by June 19, when the government established by the February Revolution announced the impending dissolution of the national workshops. As a make-work project, dressed up as a socialistic implementation of Louis Blanc's system of organization of labor, the national workshops stood between some tens of thousands of workers and starvation. On the morning of June 22 there was a demonstration of several hundred workers before the seat of the Executive Commission, which wielded the powers of government conferred by the National Assembly. The same day the government published a decree giving young workers the option of enlisting in the army or being dismissed. Around noon, Minister of War Cavaignac put the army in Paris on a state of alert. There were scattered demonstrations and a mass meeting in the evening. The insurrection broke out early the next day, June 23, when thousands of demonstrating workers were challenged by troops. The leading group of Republican deputies decided that the Executive Commission was incapable of handling the situation, looked around for a man on horseback, and found him immediately in the Republican general who had shown he could keep the French military heel on Algeria. General Louis Eugene Cavaignac had come from Algeria, to become Minister of War, only on May 17. He was available. Cavaignac was offered the dictatorship before the insurrection broke out, on the 22nd. Some historians dispute the view expressed among others by Marx 15 that the government either provoked or smoothed the way for the cataclysm in order to administer a fatal blow to working class pressure on the regime, which was becoming unbearable from the bourgeoisie's standpoint. The slogan was "Il faut en finir." Be that as it may, there is no question but that the leading Republicans, who had enough political clout to bring down the Executive Commission, made no effort on June 22 to head off an insurrection, but instead directed their energies to instituting the dictatorship that would crush it in blood. On the morning of the 22nd, the Republican group agreed that the Executive Commission had to be replaced by a more vigorous hand in order to get action. Gamaliel Pages, government leader and historian, related that some of these, enamored of the traditions of the past, believed in the necessity of an energetic dictatorship to save the Republic, and felt no repugnance in resorting to a sword that was prompt to defend and to strike if need be. 17. One of them picked up that morning's issue of La Presse, and read to his colleagues a piece by publisher-editor Girardin, the proto-Hearst, that was going the rounds of the city. It represented two government leaders in conversation. Short dialogue, things have to start going even worse. Now, why? Because we now have only one way to hold on to the power that is slipping from our hands. What way? It's by making General Cavaignac's dictatorship necessary. 18. Girardin had divined exactly what they were up to. The group assigned 3 colleagues to feel out Cavaignac, who immediately agreed provided he was given a free hand, not an unreasonable request from a prospective dictator. A monarchist spokesman also assured Cavaignac of support. 19. Next morning, the insurrection. The cannon were booming when good citizens awoke. On this June 23, Cavaignac was endowed by the Assembly with the unified military command of all armed forces in Paris. In the morning, in a conversation with the President of the Assembly, Cavaignac insisted on the proclamation of a state of siege. 20. On the 24th, the dictatorship was rammed through the National Assembly, in an interesting scene. The Republican deputy Pascal Duprat, a member of the executive board of the Social Democratic organ La Réforme, made the proposal: Paris is placed in a state of siege, all powers are concentrated in the hands of General Cavaignac. The Nièvre deputy Dupin immediately protested: the Assembly does not intend to confer a dictatorship, it does not intend to give up its rights, it intends to delegate only the executive power. Duprat conceded the amending of powers to executive powers, while the assembled statesmen were already yelling vote. Vote. Deputy Larabat supported the delegation of powers but declared, I oppose the state of siege, I oppose the dictatorship, the laws are sufficient. We do not have to suspend the laws. In answer, the statesmen yelled vote. Vote. Deputy Naquet took the tribune, I rise to protest with all my strength against the declaration of a state of siege over Paris. He appealed to the memory of 1832 when the Republican deputies had fought against the establishment of a state of siege by the monarchists. At this point Jules Bastide, cabinet member and editor of Le National, sought to stampede the vote by yelling that the insurrection was on the point of overrunning the Hôtel de Ville, a warning which he had just invented. Deputy Larabat tried to speak again, there was a tumult as the assembled defenders of law and order rushed to prevent him from occupying the tribune. In the tumult, the president declared a cloture. What, cried poor Larabat, as he quit the tribune, so one doesn't have the right to express his opinions. Not one man rose to explain why a state of siege was necessary to defend the Hôtel de Ville when all military power was already concentrated in the hands of the Republican general. The state of siege was voted by an immense majority in an atmosphere of hooligan intimidation, calculated to prevent all but the lion-hearted from standing up for the laws of France. Only after the vote could Deputy Germain Sarraut be heard to exclaim, "In the name of the memory of 1832, we protest against the state of siege," while cries of "order" drowned him out. There were continued cries of protest against the state of siege, for example, by Deputy Charles Lagrange. As Lagrange protested, the president suspended the session to shut opposition off. 21. As a historian has said, the fear that gripped the upper classes was like that in Rome at the invasion of the barbarians. 22. 3. Cavaignac as prelude. Cavaignac's operation in crushing the insurrection is not our subject. There has been much controversy about it, but if we give Cavaignac the benefit of all doubts, there is no doubt that his policy was to treat the revolt like a foreign foe, a purely military strategy. If he made no move to prevent the building of massive barricades, it was so that his own centralized operations could destroy it all equally massively with a consequent maximum of slaughter and destruction. Just as the scenario had called on June 24 for a National Assembly show in which the parliamentarians had pushed the dictatorship on a reluctant general who had arranged for the show 2 days before, so too on June 26, the insurrection sputtering out, the dictator came before the assembly to strike a republican pose and lay his dictatorial powers at their feet. There are still plenty of historical accounts that exhibit this charming picture. 23. The truth was that Cavaignac merely wanted to be reinvested with the dictatorship, that is, the state of siege and delegation of powers by a normal act of the assembly, without resting on the authority of the June 24 day of hysteria. He virtually told them so on June 26 when he came before the deputies. He was confident, a historian relates, that the assembly would retain him in power, but he wanted to receive a new vote of confidence and to change the legal basis of his authority, so that it would derive not from the kind of proclamation by the assembly on June 24, but following mature deliberation. 24. On June 28 the scenario was acted out. The dictator went through the motions of laying down his powers, and the deputies made not the least pretense of mature deliberation in scrambling to give them back. Cavaignac had demanded that the state of siege was to stand indefinitely, and this was done. For weeks the dictatorship of the saber rounded up thousands of prisoners after the insurrection had been controlled. There were courts-martial of alleged leaders, transportation without trial to overseas penal colonies, army patrols in the working-class areas making arbitrary searches, arrests, and confiscations, as the victorious soldats baited the defeated enemy. Only 400 or 500 of the rebels appear to have perished on the barricades, but more than 3,000 were massacred by the soldiers of the Guard Mobile and the regular army after the fighting was over. 25. The dictatorship closed down all workers' clubs, sealed up 11 newspaper presses, jailed even Girardin until July 5, for he had committed the crime of telling the truth for once. 50,000 troops were concentrated around the capital. Leftists like Louis Blanc, who had pusillanimously supported the suppression of the insurrection, were jailed and hounded into exile. While the good Republicans of the National Assembly had already resolved to shut down the national workshops in some diplomatic, i.e., cowardly, fashion, Cavaignac showed what dictatorships are good for. He dissolved the whole institution with a wave of his saber. A whole series of social reforms, inaugurated after the February Revolution, led by the 10-hour day, were killed by the assembly, shielded by the good right arm of the Republican savior of law and order. In July and August the government put through a number of laws which seriously undercut the freedoms of press and assembly, one in February by the same working-class fighters who had just been cut down by the beneficiaries. By this time, still, no one had explained why a state of siege was necessary, but by this time perhaps it was the question that was unnecessary. 26. To do justice to Cavaignac, it must be made clear that he had no intention of exercising a permanent dictatorship. A permanent dictatorship was a contradiction in terms, anyway, for anyone who still felt the link with the Roman dictatura. Cavaignac sometimes used dictatorship to stand for the permanent meaning only, or at least he sounded that way. When Bastide urged him to assume full dictatorial powers and use them to strike against the reaction on the right, the general remembered that he had principles. "It's a coup d'état that you ask," he exclaimed. "A dictatorship? You shouldn't dream of it." 27. By July, when some deputies were getting uneasy especially about the continued suppression of the press, Cavaignac conceded that the state of siege is in fact a terrible weapon in the hands of the power that wields it, but pleaded the rectitude of my intentions. The Bobovist advocates of dictatorship had likewise argued that the dictator's virtue was the shield of liberty. The Assembly agreed to Cavaignac's insistence on indefinite maintenance of the state of siege. Victor Hugo, a deputy, protested against it and hinted that Cavaignac sought dictatorship, meaning, presumably permanent dictatorship. The general denied that he had really wielded a dictatorship, for it had never officially received this name, but added, "If there was a dictatorship, I only recall with what patriotic zeal I came to lay it down before the Assembly." 28. Since we know this reply was mere demagogy, we can see how the virtuous general of the Republic had come to be replaced by the sinuous politician. Even when the Assembly faced the agenda of discussing and adopting the Constitution of the Republic, Cavaignac insisted on continuing the state of siege. In a reminiscence of a previous revolution, he argued that it was the law of public safety, a mild counterpart of the terror. Instead of proscribing men, he proscribed ideas, political ideas. 29. Yet the Assembly voted to maintain the state of siege even while debating the Constitution. When the state of siege actually ended on October 19, it is likely that Cavaignac yielded to pressure. To do him justice again, he was not really the stuff real dictators are made of, his rigidity was brittle. Another way of doing justice to Cavaignac is to make clear that he conceived of his extended powers as police power, not legislative power. He did not in fact try to decree any new laws. In this he continued the tradition of the Roman dictatura. We see, then, why serious qualifications have to be attached to the claim that Cavaignac's was the first modern dictatorship. It would be better to say, perhaps, that it was the prelude to the modern history of dictatorship. It made dictatorship a European institution, even if it was as different from what dictatorships were going to become as it itself was from the Roman variety. It provided the basis, first, for the state of siege provision put into the French Constitution of November 4, 1848, as Article 106, which in turn spawned the law of August 9, 1849, still in force in the 20th century as the fundamental law of constitutional dictatorship in France. 30. It provided the model, next, for the martial law institutions established in Berlin and Vienna later in the year. And it cleared the way for Bonaparte's dictatorship, which had a different label altogether. In his last year of life, Engels referred to dictatorship as the Bismarck government's likely response to continued victories by the social democratic movement within the legal framework. "Gentlemen," advised Engels, "you must face the music, breach of the Constitution, dictatorship, return to absolutism." 31. Politically this was a point he had made before. It is better if the ruling class makes the first move to break through this legality which is killing it. Terminologically, Engels was thinking of the recourse to dictatorship against revolution that had been Cavaignac's contribution to history. For Weitling and dictatorship. For another leftist who openly advocated a dictatorship in 1848, we go to Germany, to meet Wilhelm Weitling again. We have already seen that his frank proposal of a messianic dictatorship was his regular stock in trade. No conjunctural aberration. 32. On the outbreak of the 1848 revolution, Weitling, who had been living in the United States since the end of 1846, hied himself to Berlin, where he made unsuccessful attempts to establish a paper. In the last week of June, he turned up in Cologne, where Marx's Neue Renunkszeitung group was the leading force on the left. Meeting Hermann Becker, he sought permission to address the Democratic Association in order to explain his system of ideas. Becker informed him that no permission was necessary, the speaker's platform was freely open to all. Still, Becker related one introduced him to executive members, and on June 30 error for July 21 he explained his views. Near the meeting hall the association had a sort of writing room. Here Marx sought me out and asked, "Don't we have enough of this Gottschalk type nonsense, do you have to bring Weitling up too?" 33. Weitling's particular brand of nonsense on this occasion included a call for a dictatorship. He argued that the vital task of the revolution was the establishment of a dictatorial provisional government consisting of a limited number of very keen people. 34. Marx at first announced he would reply, then changed his mind, postponed the answer, left the hall, and avoided a personal discussion with Weitling. He gave his response at the August 4 meeting. The only report we have of Marx's speech comes not from his own paper but from the moderate democratic organ in Cologne, Der Wachter Ammerhein, in an obviously skimpy and unreliable account. The clearest thing about it is that Marx directly confronted Weitling's proposal for a dictatorship and rejected it. As we will see, there were dictatorships and dictatorships, for Marx as for others, but there was no mistaking the nature of Weitling's dictatorial ambitions. Marx's pithy and fairly long speech apparently focused on the relation of social and political development to revolution on the grounds of the historical development of the revolutions that have taken place during the last few centuries. Truly a fit subject for a pithy speech. As for the dictatorship proposed by Weitling as the most desirable constitutional form, Marx holds it on similar grounds to be impractical and quite impossible, since power cannot be established from a single class. The desire to carry through a system involving a single head in the dictatorship deserves to be called nonsense. On the contrary, the governmental power, like the provisional government of Paris, must be composed of the most heterogeneous elements, which then through an exchange of ideas have to agree on the most suitable kind of administration. 35. What this reflected, in a mixed-up fashion, was Marx's view, reiterated in his paper at this time, that political power in Germany should be taken by the coalition of revolutionary classes called the democracy, petty bourgeoisie and peasantry led by the proletariat. 36. What Marx was actually writing about dictatorship in this connection will be the subject of the next chapter. About a year later, Weitling returned to New York, where he published the weekly Republik der Arbeiter, 1850–1855, and ran the Communia colony in Iowa as absentee dictator. As dissension shook the colony, Weitling took over complete dictatorial control in line with his principled commitment to the necessity of complete submission to the single, higher will. 37. When the Prussian government executed its frame-up trial of the Cologne Communists, October–November 1852, Weitling's paper retailed slanders about the Communists on trial, and Marx was privately infuriated. Sending a clipping from Weitling's organ to Engels, Marx added, "You see the venom of this king of the tailors and dictator of the Communia colony over the Cologne Communist trial and the party of Marx and Co. 38. The king of the tailors was John of Leyden, the dictator of the famous Anabaptist community of Minister." To wind up the case of Weitling, we can add the information that he was broad-minded enough to advocate dictatorship by a single, higher will other than his own, namely, that of Napoleon III, heir of Louis Blanc. Bonaparte, he thought, could provide a solid foundation for communism in 5 years, and even after his hero donned the imperial crown, he clung to the hope that the empire would prepare the road for communism, for did not the emperor have the workers' interests at heart? Above all, he chortled over Bonaparte's destruction of parliamentarism and the humbug of democracy, for it will be easier, by revolution, to get rid of one tyrant than 900, that is, 900 parliamentary talkers. This clever nonsense has been standard among revolutionary cretins for a very long time. As late as March, 1855, relates his biographer, Weitling still hoped for a new European revolution led by a dictator who would abolish private property, and transform his regime into a popular government. 39. This type of socialism never had to be repressed by the bad capitalists, it obligingly cut its own throat. 5. Bakunin and dictatorship in 1848. Of the advocates of dictatorship on the left, one of the most virulent cases was Michael Bakunin. To be sure, the myth of Bakunin's libertarian yearning for freedom still marches across acres of paper, but let us leave it aside and confine ourselves to facts. In the period with which we are presently concerned, Bakunin was not yet an anarchist. He donned that ideological costume in time for his takeover drive in the International almost 2 decades later. In 1848 Bakunin was a revolutionary pan-Slavist agitator with an amorphously anti-bourgeois set of ideas. Later he was going to lay out his plan for an anarchist secret dictatorship, centralized in the hands of one all-powerful dictator, in considerable detail. But most of what we know about the stage he had reached in 1848 comes from one of the most interesting documents he penned. This is the long Confession written by Bakunin at the Tsar's behest, in the Peter and Paul fortress in 1851. When its text was first published in 1921, after excerpts in 1919, attention was fixed on a secondary aspect, the tone of belly-crawling before the Tsar that permeated this production by our hero. This reaction was understandable. Many a Russian revolutionary had staunchly held up in Tsarist prisons under conditions of suffering such as Bakunin was not subjected to, and did not break. Of course, this cringing tone was assumed, but it is well established that the idea content of the confession was by and large a reliable statement of views and as accurate an account of events as Bakunin would have written if free. 40 The fact that the confession belongs to his pre-anarchist period means little, since his later anarchism was largely an ideological superstructure added to his long-held conception of revolution. Bakunin's views on dictatorship were set forth mainly in 2 passages of the confession. The first gave his thinking about a revolution in Russia. He explained that he rejected a parliamentary republic, representative rule, constitutional forms, etc. I thought that in Russia more than anywhere else a strong dictatorial government that would be exclusively concerned with elevating and educating the popular masses would be necessary, a government free in the direction it takes and in its spirit, but without parliamentary forms, with the printing of books free in content but without the freedom of printing. This elocutionary invocation of freedom to mask the repression of printing was a maiden effort. He got better at it. I told myself that the whole difference between such a dictatorship and a monarchical government would consist in this, that the former, because of the spirit in which it is established, must strive to make its existence unnecessary as soon as possible. What there would be after the dictatorship I did not know, and I thought that no one could now foresee this. And who would be the dictator? 41. He protested that he had no personal ambition. He may very well have believed it at the moment, since fantasists like Bakunin cannot easily be dishonest. They are too ready to believe their own tales. Anyway, in this document he had another dictator to propose, the Tsar. Throughout his life he appealed to one or another despot to impose the revolution from above. In the confession he appealed to Nicholas I to put himself at the head of a revolutionary pan-Slav movement, under the Russian eagle and against the hated Germans, as the savior of Europe. The Tsar wrote no, thank you in the margin. 42. In another section Bakunin described his plan for the 1848 revolution in Bohemia. Bakunin was one of the delegates to the Slav Congress in Prague when, on the last day, June 12, an uprising broke out in the city, lasting until June 16 to 17. His confession explained his contribution. I advised the students and other participants to overthrow the Rathaus provisional government in the town hall, which was carrying on secret talks with Prince Windeskrutz, and to put in its place a military committee with dictatorial powers. The insurrection was defeated before his advice could be carried out. 43 He had a vast plan for the Bohemian Revolution. The revolutionary government with unlimited dictatorial power must sit in Prague. All clubs and journals, all manifestations of garrulous anarchy will also be destroyed, and all will be subjugated to a single dictatorial authority. The revolution would be organized by 3 secret societies, unknown to each other, each with a strict hierarchy and unconditional discipline, composed of a small number comprising all the talented, learned, energetic, and influential people. These, obeying central directions, would in their turn act invisibly, as it were, on the crowd. Here we have Bakunin's main new twist on the theory of dictatorship, the scheme for a leadership of invisible dictators, here worked out only in embryo. The top linkage would be made by a secret committee of Bakunin plus 2 or 4 others. Comes the revolution, this apparat would not be disbanded but would expand to fill the positions in the revolutionary hierarchy. Bakunin himself would begin by being its secret leader. All the main threads of the movement would have been concentrated in my hands. 44. The roots of this conception in Jacobin communist conspiratorialism are evident, but it is on the way to becoming a mephitic thing of its own brand. The account of Bakunin's theory of dictatorship will be continued in Chapter 7. For the dictatorship of the democracy, Marx in 1848. To understand what happened in 1848, we have to learn a different vocabulary. We are accustomed to the counterposition dictatorship versus democracy, which has been dinned into readers in the 20th century. In 1848, for good or ill, dictatorship was often thought of as an accompaniment or aspect of democracy. 1. The case of Proudhon. Certainly dictatorship was not the word that commonly came to mind to describe absolute authority. There is a piquant way of illustrating this. The Frenchman of 1848 who most avidly thirsted for absolute authority was P.J. Proudhon, the mythical libertarian. Elsewhere I have filled an article with dozens of passages from his notebooks of the revolutionary period, in which he repeatedly expressed, sometimes in pathological language, his craving for mastership over organized society. 1. The word master was one that he liked. France needs a master, we will be absolute masters, comes the revolution, and so on. He proclaimed himself the guide, master, and leader of the people, the future director of all social power, beyond criticism, and more of the same. I need not repeat this sad stuff here, but one passage tied up closely with the real dictatorship of 1848, which was based on the use of the state of siege. This was a note which he jotted down to threaten reprisals when he got into power. From you the government we have inherited the state of siege, war councils, the High Court, the September law against free press restored and strengthened, arbitrary arrests, preventive arrest, convictships and transportation, we have only the scaffold to set up. 2. We see he was very specific about the state of siege mechanism to impose his libertarian grip on society. Now this same Proudhon was, at the same time, very consistent in repudiating the word dictatorship even as he spelled out his yearning for mastership over the new social order. What then did dictatorship connote to him? In case after case, it was linked in his mind to extreme democracy. This was bad because democratic authority was the worst kind of authority. For example, he jotted down a note for himself: protest against the theory of the omnipotence of majorities, which is a form of dictatorship. 3. But when he wrote down, I still am the invisible director of society, for this had nothing to do with dictatorial aspirations in his own vocabulary. He more than once denounced the dictatorship of the Democratic Party and the dictatorship of L. Blanc and Ledru-Rollin, citing no fact or complaint. But when he exulted, I am right and have a will stronger than all of you, etc., this was not dictatorial. 5. Right after the February Revolution, with political life wide open, he already announced that a provisional dictatorship is being established by the democracy, naturally. But in the same pages he deplored the overthrow of the type of dictator called a monarch, in the name of liberty, of course. 6. He denounced the republican government for usurpation of powers, dictatorship. At the same time he confided to his notebook that La Révolution, c'est moi, in deliberate echo of the most extreme absolutist claim ever made. 7. The word dictatorship came to his pen in pejorative contexts just as the vocabulary of democracy did. In his peculiar way Proudhon illustrated the fact that in his thinking dictatorship and democracy were not opposites but cognates. We will see that this peculiarity was not Proudhonian, especially when we review the writings of François Guizot, Juan Donoso Cortés, and Lawrence von Stein in 1850, in the next chapter. But at this point we are still in 1848, when talk is plentiful not only about democracy but especially about the democracy. 2. Toward the rule of the democracy. In the political language of 1848, the democracy meant the movement of the people for the democratization of political power. On its liberal side, the democracy stood for the winning of a constitution, universal suffrage, the basic freedoms of speech, press, assembly, etc. On its social side, it demanded social reforms to ameliorate the condition of the mass of working people. This was the wing of the democracy aiming for social democracy. 8. By 1847 Engels had adopted a political perspective that saw the coming revolution in Germany as first putting the democracy in power, thus advancing the proletarian revolution to the top of the social agenda. In this view, the democracy was a class coalition, an alliance of proletariat, petty bourgeoisie, and small peasantry under the leadership of the first named class. In his draft for the Communist Manifesto, called Principles of Communism, he offered a transitional program for the government of the democracy in power. Marx, it seems, did not embrace this view until the outbreak of the revolution itself. The manifesto, for example, plainly did not accept it. 9. From March 1848 on, Marx applied, as energetically as Engels, the political line that followed from this view of the revolution. On one side of the barricades, as it were, was the class alliance called the democracy, the three working classes; on the other side, the economically dominant class of the bourgeoisie plus the state power held by the crown bureaucracy army nobility comprising the ruling class. At the same time, and here we come to a problem that Marx did not straighten out in his own mind until the last stage of the revolution and his own policy, Marx early expected that there was still enough of a revolutionary progressive drive in the bourgeoisie to enable it to take the lead in establishing a bourgeois democratic constitutional regime supported by the democracy. He not only expected this to happen, but looked forward to the next step in the pattern of permanent revolution, the continued shift of power to the left, and the establishment of the rule of the democracy itself in a transitional regime. This in turn would lay the basis for another transition to the left, proletarian ascendancy, the dominance of the urban workers in the regime of the democracy. 10. Thus for Marx, as for the entire left of 1848, in different ways the dynamic of the revolution centered around a basic goal, which was the victory of the democracy, the ascendancy of the democracy, the dominance of the democracy, or, to use another expression representative of the time, the dictatorship of the democracy. The readers of Marx's Neue Rheinische in Cologne and the Rhineland and indeed elsewhere in Germany had no difficulty in understanding this language, even those who had to have the articles read aloud in the pothuses or coffee houses. It is we, head stuffed with a later vocabulary, who have to grasp what everyone knew then. 3. What Marx proposed. The first dictatorship that Marx advocated was not that of the proletariat, it was the dictatorship of the democracy. This idea, not the term, was put forward throughout the life of his Neue Rheinische. The basis for this political line was explained in the first issue of the NRZ by Engels, as he advocated the basic demand of the democracy, a constitution based on popular sovereignty. The first act of the National Assembly should be to proclaim the sovereignty of the German people loudly and publicly. Its second act should be to work out the German constitution on the basis of popular sovereignty, and to eliminate from the actually existing state of affairs in Germany everything that contradicts the principle of popular sovereignty. During its whole session, it should take the necessary measures to thwart all the attempts of the reaction, to maintain the revolutionary ground on which it stands, to safeguard the achievement of the revolution, popular sovereignty, from all attacks. 13. While the NRZ's prescription for Germany was popular sovereignty, the government that had just issued from the revolution, the Camphausen ministry, wanted only an agreement with the Crown that would give the National Assembly some limited rights. Prime Minister Camphausen's line was that nothing unusual had taken place, least of all a revolution, that business as usual was the ticket. And this attitude is what he counterposed to dictatorship, in a speech on May 30th. And so it happens that the first mention of dictatorship in the NRZ was not by Marx but by Camphausen. Let us see what Marx reported. The government, declared the Prime Minister, refused to interpret the situation, as if the whole governmental system of our state had been overturned, as if everything hitherto existing had lost its legitimacy, as if all conditions had to be re-established anew juridically. Therefore, he explained, the government resisted demands for any greater change, especially to change the system of indirect voting to direct voting. It is precisely this that Camphausen then counterposed to dictatorship. The government did not yield on this. The government has not exercised any dictatorship, it could not exercise any, it did not want to. The electoral law has been applied in actual fact just as it stands juridically. 14. Camphausen's view of what would constitute dictatorship is perfectly clear. The new government established by the revolution would be acting dictatorially if it defied the crown and practiced popular sovereignty. The prime minister assumed, like everyone else, that dictatorship meant democratization, in the first place the democratization of the elections. Marx's article quoted all this from Camphausen's speech, and then proceeded to discuss, not dictatorship, but revolutionary legality. Marx's subsequent references to dictatorship in the NRZ were completely within the framework established by the Prime Minister and, naturally, taken up by the general press. A few days later, this was followed up by an article urging a radical program of democratization. A constituent National Assembly must above all be an active, revolutionary active assembly. The assembly in Frankfurt is doing parliamentary school exercises and lets the governments of the German states do the acting. Granted that this learned council succeeds after the maturest deliberation in working out the best agenda and the best constitution, what is the use of the best agenda and the best constitution if the governments meanwhile have placed bayonets on the agenda? 15. The National Assembly had to act dictatorially in order to make democracy possible. It only needed to dictatorially oppose the reactionary encroachments of the outlived governments and it would have won over the power of public opinion against which all bayonets and rifle butts would have shattered. 16. But for Camphausen, who insisted on maintaining the juridical fiction that no revolution had taken place and the legal thread remained unbroken, any democratic proposal brought up visions of the guillotine at work. He argued that the assembly must not act as if we are on the threshold of conditions such as we know from the history of the English Revolution in the 17th and the French Revolution in the 18th century, conditions whose outcome is that power passes into the hands of a dictator. In the NRZ Engels quoted this and replied, hence the Berlin Revolution of March 18 is not allowed to be a revolution since otherwise it would be obliged to engender a Cromwell or Napoleon, against which Herr Camphausen protests. 17. But the argument was not over a Cromwell or Napoleon, that is, over a turn to Caesarism. One-man dictatorship was the pejorative side of dictatorship, in Marx's paper as elsewhere. Toward the end of June Cavenac's dictatorship in Paris gave the term new notoriety, in a context quite different from Camphausen's. But the Camphausen meaning still overshadowed the German situation, as we find in July in an article by Engels on Minister Kiewetter. In this article Engels attacked the minister's claim that the separation of powers must be assumed to exist even though no constitution existed. Kiewetter meant the autonomy of the executive in respect to the legislative power, that is, the uncontrollability of the executive by the people. Here is Engels' rebuttal. On the contrary, the revolutionary provisional situation exists precisely in the fact that the separation of powers is provisionally abolished, that at the moment either the legislative authority usurps the executive power or else the executive authority usurps the legislative power. It makes no difference whether the revolutionary dictatorship, it is a dictatorship, however slackly it is exercised, is in the hands of the crown or an assembly or the two together. If Herr Kiewetter wants examples of all three cases, French history since 1789 offers a number. 19. This passage shows, with the clarity of a textbook example, why the term dictatorship could be used at the time in both a commendatory and condemnatory context. The old legality and its norms were no more, some power had to take over in the transitional exigency, whether in the name of advancing to democracy or of returning to absolutism, and such an emergency assumption of power was a dictatorship however slackly or energetically it was exercised. If the Frankfurt talk shop that called itself the National Assembly had screwed up its courage to assert its own legitimacy, the legitimacy of popular sovereignty, against the crown, it would have been exercising the dictatorship of the Assembly until a new constitutional regime was instituted, consolidated, and normalized. Editor Marx and leader writer Engels were going to be disappointed and disillusioned, for the political representatives of the German bourgeoisie proved to be capable only of elocution, unwilling to enforce energetic coercive action in defense of their political rights against the absolutist crown. After a couple more months of this, Marx published an important series of articles called The Crisis and the Counter-Revolution. The third article of the series, on September 14, made the point. Constitutional principle. But it is precisely the gentlemen who want to save the constitutional principle at all costs who must first see that in a provisional setup it is to be saved only by energy. Energetic action meant bold coercive action, not simply empty talk and the pretense that a constitutional status had been achieved, when in fact no constitution yet existed. Marx continued. Every provisional state set up after a revolution requires a dictatorship, and an energetic dictatorship at that. From the beginning we taxed Camphausen the Prime Minister with not acting dictatorially, with not immediately smashing and eliminating the remnants of the old institutions. So while Herr Camphausen lulled himself with constitutional dreams, the defeated party strengthened its positions in the bureaucracy and in the army, indeed here and there even ventured on open struggle. Marx argued that there could not indefinitely coexist the dual powers of the assembly and of the absolutist state power. Continued coexistence could only lead to an irreconcilable clash, which had to be prepared for. Marx went on. In any non-constitutional setup, i.e., where no constitution exists, it is not this or that principle that is decisive, but only the solid public, the public welfare. The cabinet could avoid a clash between the assembly and the crown only by recognizing the public welfare as the sole principle, even at the risk of itself coming into collision with the crown. But it preferred to remain possibilist in Potsdam. Against the democracy it never hesitated to employ measures of public welfare, mesures de salut public, dictatorial measures. Or what else was the application of the old laws to political crimes, even when Herr Marker, Minister of Justice, had already recognized that these articles of the Prussian Code had to be abrogated. What else were the wholesale arrests in all parts of the kingdom? But against the counter-revolution the cabinet took good care not to intervene on public welfare grounds. And it was precisely out of this half-heartedness of the cabinet in face of the counter-revolution that was daily becoming more menacing that there arose the necessity for the assembly itself to dictate measures of public welfare. Point 20. There was no question here of proposing that the Camphausen government establish a dictatorship in some formal sense, as if a dictatorship were some special form of government. A government of the democracy that would energetically repress the counter-revolution and thus make possible the setting up of a democratic constitution. This would be the dictatorship. After a further account of the abject capitulation of the assembly in face of the rights encroachments, Marx exclaimed, "And yet these gentlemen talk about constitutional principle." To sum up, the inevitable clash between two powers with equal rights within a provisional setup has gotten underway. The cabinet was incapable of carrying on the government energetically enough, it failed to come up with the necessary measures of public welfare. Whoever has the greater courage and consistency will win. Point 21. The dictatorship for which Marx called, then, was that of the elected representative body of the German democracy, a dictatorship to be exercised against the counter-revolution of the temporarily defeated absolutist state power. The dictatorship of the democracy was not the term used, but that was its political description. The word dictatorship itself played no special prescriptive role. After the revolution Engels, looking back to the same period, used the word with the same insouciance. The National Assembly at Frankfurt had been, in the beginning of the revolution, the bugbear of all German governments. They had counted upon a very dictatorial and revolutionary action on its part on account of the very want of definiteness in which it had been found necessary to leave its competency. 22. Instead, the assembly merely chattered about imaginary laws for an imaginary country called Germany. The historian Franz Mehring has reported that Marx's article of September 1848 gave rise to attacks in the press, as might be expected. The statement in the NRZ about the need for a dictatorship by the Camphausen government brought the charge by bourgeois critics that the NRZ demands the immediate installation of a dictatorship as a means of carrying out democracy. This attack merely echoed Camphausen's original warning against dictatorship, but Mehring did not make the connection. This nonsense, wrote Mehring, was distilled out of the passage beginning every provisional state set up after a revolution requires a dictatorship, etc. Writing in 1902, long before dictatorship had become a crux in politics, he scoffed at the ascription of special significance to it. In this summary version the NRZ said nothing different than what Waldeck had said in the Berlin Assembly on June 15, if we do not demolish the dreary remains of the feudal state, we are plowing in sand and building in air, or Bucher on July 18 in the same place, we should let no day go by without demolishing a piece of the obsolete past. 23. These were the sentiments of the left wing of the democracy expressed in the Prussian National Assembly, of which Waldeck was vice president. Using the language of a later time, we can say that to Mehring dictatorship meant energetically, boldly, thoroughly, etc., recasting the old state machinery. 4 dictatorial measures. But these dictatorial measures that Marx advocated, what exactly were they? What would the dictatorship of the democracy have looked like, concretely? To begin with, the short answer was already indicated in Marx's article, immediately smashing and eliminating the remnants of the old institutions by measures of public welfare boldly carried through. The historical reference was to the dictatorship of the Commune or the dictatorship of the Convention in the French Revolution. A more complete answer was scattered through Marx's and Engels' NRZ articles of 1848 to 1849, but for a convenient summary we should turn to their historical account, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, drafted by Engels over Marx's signature. There were 3 passages in this work that spelled out the bold and energetic measures the assembly should have taken, thereby in effect describing what a dictatorship would have done. The first one, which can stand for all, explained that no one knew if the Frankfurt Assembly's acts were to have the force of law. In this perplexity, if the assembly had been possessed of the least energy, it would have immediately dissolved and sent home the Diet, than which no corporate body was more unpopular in Germany, and replaced it by a federal government, chosen from among its own members. It would have declared itself the only legal expression of the sovereign will of the German people, and thus have attached legal validity to every one of its decrees. It would, above all, have secured to itself an organized and armed force in the country sufficient to put down any opposition on the part of the governments. 24. Behold, the dictatorship of the democracy. Of course, the assembly did nothing of this sort. It failed to support or recognize the revolutionary uprisings that broke out, or to call the people to take up arms everywhere in defense of the national representation. Instead, the deputies shrunk back from decisive action. The old governments that had expected dictatorial and revolutionary action from it had nothing to worry about. 25. It should not be supposed that Marx and Engels, in the NRZ ox anywhere else, used dictatorship or any other term with a single consistent meaning. Indeed, the word had occurred in the second article of the series on the crisis and the counter-revolution, a day before the passage we quoted at length. If the Crown wins, wrote Marx, then the assembly will be dissolved, the right of association suppressed, the press muzzled, an electoral law based on property qualifications will be decreed. All this under cover of military dictatorship, cannon and bayonet. 26. The suppression of democratic rights described would not be the dictatorship, it would take place under cover of military dictatorship. The year 1849 saw many military takeovers. Typically the term used by Marx and Engels was not dictatorship tout court but either military dictatorship or saber dictatorship. This can be found especially in March-May 1849. 27. Of course, The Kavanaugh dictatorship had made this combination particularly well known in Europe. Political vocabulary now had the dichotomy, dictatorships of the left and of the right. The two sorts of meanings jostled in the pages of the NRZ as elsewhere. We have already mentioned that Kampfhusen's dictatorship of the assembly was not crowded out by Kavanaugh's dictatorship of the saber. The two coexisted without trouble in Marx's and Engels' articles in the paper. With the defeat of the revolution of 1848 to 1849 there was little occasion to think about the problems of a transitional revolutionary government until one sat down to review the whole great historical experience. That too could be done from the right as well as from the left. In the next chapter we will be concerned with how this was done from the right, for it was in this review that the term dictatorship entered into the realm of political theory. 5. The dictatorship of the people, conservative version. For its supporters the revolution of 1848–49 was the revolution of the democracy. It was no less so for the right wing of European politics. The 1850s were, among other things, a time of retrospection on the meaning of the upheaval. The word dictatorship had become so well known a part of the everyday vocabulary that it could now be used for the time-honored practice of proving that the masses had to accept their immemorial subjection to the classes. 1. Popular despotism and Guizot. The idea of the despotism of the people goes back very far, no doubt beyond even Plato's and Aristotle's demonstrations of the horrors of democracy, but let us mention only some cases that came to Marx's attention in the 1850s. A couple cropped up in Marx's New York Daily Tribune articles. Toward the end of 1853 the London Times attacked the proposal to lower the franchise to £5. By this means, thundered the Times, the present electors would be virtually disenfranchised, because the class to be admitted will greatly outnumber all others put together, and has only to be unanimous to be supreme. Marx commented, in other words, enfranchising the majority even of the small trading class, i.e., the petty bourgeoisie, would disenfranchise the minority. A very ingenious argument this. 2 months later, he reported that the president of the Manchester Commercial Association was denouncing strikes by declaiming, as Manchester had put down royal tyranny and aristocratic tyranny, so it would also deal with the tyranny of democracy, said the capitalist. 3. Fulminations against the despotism of democracy, in the name of the despotism of capital, were perhaps routine, but similar notions emanated from liberal intellectuals. In 1856 Tocqueville, sighing that the French Revolution should have been carried through by an enlightened autocrat instead of by the masses on behalf of the sovereignty of the people, made another instructive contrast. The revolution constituted a spell of anarchy and popular dictatorship, and so set the stage for a return to one-man government, for the dictatorship was that of the masses on behalf of popular sovereignty, the one-man government was something else. No doubt Marx read Tocqueville's book, though he left no comment on it. In the first part of his Democracy in America, 1835, Tocqueville had expounded his view of the dangers of democratic despotism, the despotism or tyranny of the majority. In the later part, both terms were abandoned as inadequate. For that matter, Marx might have remembered the excerpts from Hegel which he had laboriously analyzed in the summer of 1843, for Hegel had argued that despotism was a condition of lawlessness in which law is replaced by the particular will as such, be it that of a monarch or a people. 5. In 1849 an interesting book was published by Guizot, the last prime minister serving under a French king, Louis Philippe. A scholar turned politician, the revolution of 1848 had forced him to revert to his old trade. His book was De la démocratie en France. The best-known passage in Guizot's book explained that everybody is for democracy nowadays: monarchists, republicans, socialists, communists, everyone. But democracy means chaos, class war, base desires, and popular despotism. Guizot was clear enough about what he meant by popular despotism. As one of the early formulators of a class struggle view of history, he saw there was a three-way class struggle among the aristocracy, the bourgeoisie, and the people. Unfortunately, the first two classes were minorities. His book was a warning: you the people, Do not impose your will on these sections of society, for after all they have to rule, not you. If you impose your will over them, you are instituting despotism. This was popular despotism. He attacked the idea that sovereignty should flow from elections. It is an un-French idea, he explained. In the course of this warning, there is the following dictum. Popular tyranny or military dictatorship may be the expedient of a day, but can never be a form of government. Dictatorship is here set side by side with popular despotism or popular tyranny, by which Guizot meant democracy. The line of thought was clear enough. Democracy meant all power to the people. This was wrong. Power had to be shared with the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, who had to have the lion's share. Otherwise you have tyranny, despotism, dictatorship, and of course anarchy. Point 6. It is easy to translate all power to the people. You Romanize all power into dictatorship, and modernize the people into the proletariat, and you have the dictatorship of the proletariat. I am now speaking of Guizot's view, not Marx's. To the fearful word of Donoso Cortés. Before the revolution, Juan Donoso Cortés was a minor Spanish politician, though he had already gained some notoriety as an open advocate of dictatorship. Of a provincial bourgeois family claiming nobility, he became an absentee capitalist landlord in 1829, as Marquis de Valdgamas. The ruling class, he thought, should be, by coincidence, the one that he himself belonged to, namely, the propertied bourgeoisie as a new legitimate aristocracy ruling by right of sovereignty of intelligence. 7 In 1836 lectures he came out with a theory of dictatorship to answer the threat of radicalism. How advanced he was can be indicated by the fact that even the word socialism had not yet been used in Spanish. With recurrent political crises in Spain in 1836, 1840, 1847, and 1848, he kept returning to the need for dictatorship as the answer. In October 1847 he helped to put the authoritarian General Narvaez into power, so that Spain was already ruled by a virtual dictator when the European Revolution broke out a few months later. Also in 1847, he went through a spiritual crisis, perhaps in reaction to his advancing syphilis, which was to kill him a few years later, and became a Catholic zealot. On January 4, 1849 he made a speech on dictatorship in the Spanish Parliament, a speech that resounded all over Europe and the world. Overnight he became famous as the greatest orator and prophet of reaction. He said what few dared to put into words. This man had no compunction about blurting out that power belonged in the hands of bourgeois property by right of intelligence, to cover the ethical angle, and by right of the saber, to be less philosophical about it. Legality. Bah! When legality suffices to save society, then legality. When it does not suffice, dictatorship. This fearful word, which is indeed a fearful one, though not so much so as the word revolution, which is the most fearful of all. 8. His erudition gave class egotism a classical gloss. Every society made provision for dictatorship in crisis, he explained. There was the Roman example, of course, which he himself had absorbed from Ferguson's History of the Roman Republic. In Athens he found this omnipotent power in the hands of the people, and it was called ostracism. 9. The French Revolution had produced a horrible dictatorship. The new republic in France was nothing less than dictatorship under a republican name. The most colossal dictatorship of all existed permanently in England, democratic England, the delight of the liberals, for the British Parliament could do anything it wanted. Who, gentlemen, has ever seen so colossal a dictatorship? God is a dictator, for his miracles suspend the laws of nature. Liberty is dead. 10. It was only a question of what sort of dictatorship you favored, or, rather, whose. It is a question of choosing between the dictatorship of the insurrection and the dictatorship of the government. Then in this case, I choose the dictatorship of the government, as less burdensome and less ignominious. This was followed by his oratorical masterpiece. It is a question of choosing between the dictatorship from below and the dictatorship from above. I choose the dictatorship from above, since it comes from a purer and loftier realm. It is a question of choosing, finally, between the dictatorship of the dagger and the dictatorship of the saber. I choose the dictatorship of the saber, since it is nobler. 11. This counterposition of the dictatorship from below and the dictatorship from above rang out over the continent. It was translated into many languages, and printed everywhere, to a chorus of praise and blame. It aroused even more interest in Germany than elsewhere, perhaps. For one thing, soon afterwards Donoso became Spanish ambassador in Berlin, where he exhorted the Prussian king to repress demagogues and traitors. Friedrich Wilhelm IV seems to have resented the notion that he needed urging. From March 1851, when Donoso became envoy in Paris, he conspired with Bonaparte to carry out the coup d'état establishing the Second Empire, since the choice was military dictatorship or revolutionary despotism again. At the same time he published a book, translated into English as Essay on Catholicism, Liberalism, and Socialism, which philosophized about ethical principles and other noble thoughts. 3. Stein's social dictatorship. Donoso became a celebrity of the day because he said brashly what slyer politicians confine to private mutterings. And he is now forgotten because the content of his contribution was simply open class greed. Such vulgarity is not highly thought of in retrospect. Lorenz von Stein, on the other hand, made no tremendous splash when he came out in 1850 with a new edition of an important work originally published in 1842.12, but his History of the Social Movement in France was the most searching of the anti-revolutionary analyses of the revolution. Stein developed views about dictatorship and about the rule of the proletariat, and while the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat did not occur in his pages, this was what he was discussing. His views were unlike Marx's, of course, but they shed light on the political thought of the time. As far as is known, neither Marx nor Engels ever commented on Stein's 1850 volume, though one supposes they read it, and there is no reason to believe that Stein influenced Marx in any way. Both of them were deriving a line of thought from the events, the experiences, the pressures, and the climate of ideas of the time. This is what made Stein interesting. Stein was one of the first, back in 1842, to understand that the modern proletariat was an emerging new class ominous to society. Not being a majority, it can be effective only by an alliance with the movement for political liberation, the alliance that Marx and Engels called the democracy and urged forward throughout the revolution. Stein further understood that the proletarians' employers constitute the class that controls the state. 13. Thus the belief emerges that the proletarians are called upon, and are able, to help themselves by acquiring the power of the state. Consequently, they consider themselves entitled to seize governmental power in order to realize their social ideas. 14. But, Stein argued, control of the state by the proletariat would be bad, for when political power accrues in the hands of a single social class, this is contrary to the inherent nature of the state, since then the state no longer represents the common will. The lower class is not socially able to rule because it does not have the prerequisites of true authority. It has neither the material goods on which authority rests, i.e., private property, nor is it superior in knowledge to the property-owning class. It therefore has no justification for seizing political power, but can seize power only by sheer force. It is therefore inevitable that, with the emergence of the rule of the proletariat, the rule of force develops, a rule of force of a specific and terrible kind. The struggle turns into terrorism, which seeks to accomplish the impossible. 15. Since victory was gained by force, force eventually occupies an independent position above the two classes of society. This independent position by which force rules as such, not in the name of any social idea, is called dictatorship. The really successful social revolution, therefore, always leads to a dictatorship, wielded by the counter-revolution, that is. And as this dictatorship stands over society, it immediately takes on the character of that power which is superior to society by its very nature. It declares itself to be independent state power, and invests itself with the legality and sacredness of the state. 16. Here is a theory of dictatorship that made a complete break with the Roman model. Stein was trying to deduce the meaning of modern dictatorship from modern experience. By making the lack of any social content the definition of dictatorship, Stein's formulation was the opposite of Marx's. It defined dictatorship only by the force that was its method, another force theory of history. Its interest, however, lies in the fact that it pointed to the phenomenon of the complete autonomization of the state power, associated here with dictatorship. But following a discussion of the Napoleonic dictatorship, Stein seemed to depart from his definition, as he established another type of dictatorship, the social dictatorship. Those dictatorships which grow organically out of the life of a nation are altogether different. They persist because they correspond to a definite condition of society. This type of dictatorship grows out of preceding dissolution of a social order. The beginning of a new social order usually coincides with the beginning of dictatorship. We might call it a social dictatorship. The most striking similar case of such a dictatorship is that of Cromwell. There is no doubt that any country under similar conditions will bring forth a dictator. It is an inevitable consequence of the laws of social development. Even the greatest historical figures are subject to these laws of history. Freedom has little meaning in this context. Point 17. The dictatorship meant the concentration of power in the hands of one individual. A social dictatorship, Stein theorized, usually finds the state in dissolution. 18. Society needs it, and this is why it succeeds in legitimizing itself. It is not instituted or installed, it must engender itself. 19. Stein concretized his views about the February Revolution and the June Uprising in a discussion of class struggle and class consciousness, which play a vital part in his thought. The leaders of the working class, striving for power, raised the proletariat to an awareness of its strength, to consider itself as a class with intense class feeling. The leaders taught the working class to take the law into its own hands. The working class had to make the attempt to usurp the power of the state as a social class in order to attain its social goals. The struggle for state control between the classes in society had become inevitable after the proletariat had become class conscious. 20. The provisional government could have chosen to establish a dictatorship and act as the agency of the ruling class after a final, fierce battle with the proletariat, but it split on the issue of postponing the election, which was an issue of class power. Both classes, more and more concerned with the issue, carefully gathered their strength. Social dictatorship became the slogan of the proletariat, and popular representation the slogan of the democracy and the property owners. This struggle indicated the form in which each of the two classes began to wrestle for the control of the state. 21. It must not be supposed that Stein had the Blanquists in mind as the advocates of social dictatorship. He was thinking of none other than Louis Blanc, whom he quotes. The Social Democrats, said Stein, could decide to overthrow the government, replace it exclusively by Social Democrats, and therewith establish the rule of the proletariat. The statements by Louis Blanc, who defends this position, leave no doubt that this was really the opinion of the leaders of the proletariat. 22. After citing Louis Blanc's statement, Stein commented that the idea of popular sovereignty was thus turned into the idea that a provisional government should uphold a dictatorship until it had carried out all measures it considered necessary. This was a liberty-defying dictatorship. The struggle of the classes for control of the state was here clearly formulated. 23. Stein's weakness was that he took Louis Blanc's rhetoric of desperation utterly seriously as a thought-out revolutionary policy, when in fact it was elocutionary foam on the waters. But what put him far ahead of all the bourgeois commentators of the time was that he saw clearly that the rule of the proletariat had come on the historical agenda, and that this rule of a class had some relationship to the new forms that dictatorship had assumed in the revolutionary turmoil. He saw that relationship in a way entirely different from Marx, to be sure, but he saw it. Marx worked out a relationship in his own way, and under different pressures. 2. The term dictatorship in Marx and Engels. 6. The spectrum of dictatorship. Before we grapple directly with Marx's use of dictatorship in Dictatorship of the Proletariat, let us underline from still another side the word's mutability of meaning during most of the 19th century. During this century, the word made a traverse from the Roman meaning to our current meaning, and not in a straight line. In its course from one to the other, the meaning was unstable and shifting. In the midst of events that buffeted vocabulary more violently than usual, the meaning was erratic and volatile. I am sure this could be successfully shown by tracing the use of dictatorship by press, politicians, presidents, poets, or playwrights, but I have not investigated those fields, and anyway, we may find it more useful to see some examples from Marx and Engels themselves, as well as other closely related ones. 1. Despotism and class despotism. Unlike dictatorship, the word despotism began its life in antiquity as a designation of unbridled domination or absolute authority. It was pejorative or favorable depending on the user's view of despotism itself. Even in the 18th century, when Montesquieu made it the name of one of three basic types of government, it was a dirty word. But it was already adopting a more varied hue. We have mentioned the use to which it was put in the French Revolution and, not long before the period we are concerned with, by Tocqueville.1, the despotism of liberty, the despotism of the majority, and so on. Such usages began highlighting that side of the word which emphasized the use of forcible coercion. 2. Tocqueville's use had shown how the word was available to mean the coercive domination of a collectivity, apart from governmental forms or despite them. This is exactly the sense with which it is often found in Marx. Of course, the old sense still hung on, especially in combinations like Oriental despotism. But in the combination class despotism it was another matter. The usage can be called metaphorical, if need be. In his class struggles in France, which will figure importantly in Chapter 11, Marx had occasion to mention another metaphorical use. The French government of the Second Republic claimed that it attacked Rome in order to fight the despotism of anarchy. Like all convenient terms, it was now available for demagoguery. A few pages away, Marx explained what happened after the June days of 1849 when the government placed Paris in a state of siege. Following the Cavaignac model, the minority, the social democracy, had gone so far as to attempt a parliamentary insurrection. The majority, the government, elevated its parliamentary despotism to law. 3. In the preceding paragraph, this parliamentary despotism was called the legislative dictatorship of the United Royalists. Despotism had been used in this way already in the Communist Manifesto, where the factory system and capitalist industry in general are called this despotism. On the other hand, the measures of the transitional program presented at the end of Section 2 are described as despotic inroads on the rights of property. 4. Plainly, the meaning that is uppermost is coercive dominance, whether by the good guys or the bad guys. In Marx's 18th Brumaire, use of the term class despotism came to the fore. The defeat of the June revolt of 1848 had revealed that here bourgeois republic signifies the unlimited despotism of one class over other classes. 5. This was said of the parliamentary republic, hardly a despotism of any sort in our modern vocabulary. Bonaparte's coup d'état of 1851, which overthrew this parliamentary class despotism, was, among other things, the victory of the executive power over the legislative power. France, therefore, seems to have escaped the despotism of a class only to fall back beneath the despotism of an individual. 6. In Marx's view, the Bonaparte regime was not the despotism of a class because it was a state that represented an extreme form of state autonomization. 7. In both of these passages in the 18th Brumaire, it is clear that in class despotism the component despotism was far from meaning absolutist tyranny. Almost 2 decades later, Marx employed a similar vocabulary in the Civil War in France, which partly looked back on the same events. With the development of modern industry, wrote Marx, the state power assumed more and more the character of the national power of capital over labor, of a public force organized for social enslavement, of an engine of class despotism. 8. It is especially plain here that strong words are being used with propagandistic force, example enslavement, and that the strong term despotism means coercive rule. In the drafts for the Civil War in France, Marx used these strong terms more freely than in the final version. In at least 3 passages, the term class despotism was used in conjunction with an even stronger term, class terrorism, both of them accompanying, and signifying, class rule in some plainly coercive form. In the following passage of the first draft, the target is the parliamentary Second Republic. Infinity, this anonymous or republican form of the bourgeois regime, this bourgeois republic, this republic of the party of order is the most odious of all political regimes. Its direct business, its only raison d'être is to crush down the people. It is the terrorism of class rule. Of course, that spasmodic form of anonymous class despotism cannot last long, can only be a transitory phase. 9. Another passage in the first draft associated class rule with the republican form of class despotism and both with the formulation about the anonymous terrorism or anonymous terror of class rule. 10. By anonymous, Marx meant impersonal and collective, unlike Bonaparte's personal rule, another way of emphasizing the class character of the despotism or terrorism. He used the anonymous formulation elsewhere in this draft. The Second Republic was that spasmodic form of anonymous class despotism, and, on the same page, the anonymous form of class rule. 11. Similarly, in the second draft, Marx wrote that the revolution had disclosed the real social meaning of state power. Infinity, its secret as an instrument of class despotism, is laid open. The parliamentary republic of the party of order is not only the reign of terror of the ruling class. The state power becomes in their hands the avowed instrument of the civil war. 12. Some of the formulations of the first draft were repeated. 13. And one contrast was made a little more clearly. Infinity, the empire, divesting the state power from its direct form of class despotism by breaking the parliamentary and, therefore, directly political power of the appropriating classes, was the only possible state form to secure the old social order a respite of life. 14. Whereas in our modern vocabulary the Bonaparte regime was more despotic than the parliamentary republic, in Marx's language it was the latter that was the class despotism. In a personal letter, that is, in an informal context, Marx was quite capable of using bourgeois despotism virtually as a routine synonym for the bourgeois social order. 15. Among the points that should now be clear is this: the case of class despotism, and, less prominently, class terrorism, followed the same model that was represented by Marx's invention of that other term in which we are interested, class dictatorship. To the dim side of the spectrum. But despotism had no complex spectrum of meaning like dictatorship. It is the latter's complexity that we now pass in review. In particular, we should not lose sight of the weakest, or dimmest, end of the spectrum. This was a meaning that barely implied some form of domineering, assertive, or bossy demeanor. In a typical example, Helene de Muth, Lenchin, who managed the Marx household from April 1845 on, and then ran in Jay's menage until her own death, was more than once described as dictator of the house. Lennox's memoirs made a distinction: Lenchin was the dictator in the house, Mrs. Marx was the ruler, and Marx submitted like a lamb to the dictatorship. 16. Everyone knows what this sort of talk means. The Oxford English Dictionary cites a related sort of case, for example, a 1741 reference to an author who assumes an air of sovereignty and dictatorship. There are similar citations under dictator, definition 2, including a dictator of fashions, of learning, of dress and behavior, of the racing turf, and so on. Closely related are references to intellectual dictators, individuals, perhaps institutions, that influence thought in some predominating way. Engels referred a couple of times to the intellectual dictatorship of the medieval church, and the intellectual dictatorship of the Pope. 18. Marx reported in 1880 that anarchists were denouncing his collaborators as Prussian agents, under the dictatorship of the notorious Prussian agent Karl Marx. 19. The ex-Saint Simonian financier Isaac Pereire, who masterminded a couple of Bonapartist swindles, was the inventor and dictator of the Credit Mobilier. 20. Not far from these cases in the spectrum of meaning is the use of dictatorship, in connection with a person in charge of some limited task or operation. In a hospital's operating theater, the surgeon is the absolute dictator, no one would cavil. On a ship on the high seas, the captain is dictator, and with some legal power behind the appellation. In a soccer game, the referee is dictator. On a daily newspaper, in the 24-hour rush to do the impossible, the editor's word is supreme. In all of these cases, we know that there is an institutional limitation on the authority, outside the immediate situation, whether this limitation be set democratically or bureaucratically. The newspaper example brings up the case of Marx, for he edited a daily newspaper for months under the most hectic circumstances known a revolution with inadequate financial resources. Writing 36 years later about the Neue Rheinzeitung, NRZ, of Cologne, Engels remarked, "The editorial setup was simply dictatorship by Marx. A big daily paper, which must be finished by a given hour, cannot maintain a consistent attitude with any other setup. But in this case, besides, Marx's dictatorship was a matter of course, undisputed, and willingly accepted by all of us. It was first and foremost his clear vision and his steady attitude that made this paper the most famous German newspaper of the revolutionary years. 21. In the case of the ordinary newspaper, the dictatorship of the editor-in-chief is limited only by the authority of the owner. In the case of the NRZ, the supervisory authority was a democratic one. The articles of the joint stock company that had been set up to own the paper made provision for shareholder control, plus a supervisory board of 7. In day-to-day operation there was the editorial board. 22. But in practice there was only one case, as far as Marx remembered, where the editor's decision was challenged on the spot and taken up by the board during the daily operation. I allowed this as an exception, Marx related afterward, at the same time declaring that in a newspaper office it is dictatorship that must hold sway. 23. Perhaps it was this incident that stirred Engels' memory when he wrote his article later. This type of situation, of course, has really nothing to do with dictatorship as a governmental term. It is essentially the problem excellently discussed in Engels' polemic against anarchism, on authority, where he discussed how running a railway on time required a dominant will that settles all subordinate questions, that is, a management with real power to get the job done. 24. Jargonized by journalists, it produces the American term baseball czar for an employee of the baseball team owners. Still another band in the spectrum should be disposed of here. There is a common usage, found in Marx and Engels more than once, in which a dominant influence, say, in international politics, is called a dictator. After 1830, Engels related, the petty states of Germany completely passed under the dictatorship of the Diet, that is, of Austria and Prussia. 25. In 1859 Marx remarked that the Berlin government submitted to the Franco-Russian dictatorship, or, in the next paragraph, to the joint despotism of Russia and France. 26. In 1870, Marx and Engels argued that to emancipate Europe from the Muscovite dictatorship, Germany had to make an honorable peace with France. 27. Although this usage seems at first blush to have a political content, examination shows that it is really metaphorical in nature. The main point in laying out the preceding part of the dictatorship spectrum is to enable us to ignore it. These usages have nothing to do with what we are concerned with here, notwithstanding the fascination of some Marxologists with any and every use of dictatorship in Marx. 3. Military dictators and dictatorships. Let us now make a jump to the opposite end of the spectrum, to the type of dictatorship that was most unanimously so designated, the type that was shadowed by the least ambiguity. This was the military dictatorship, in which open armed force imposed or shored up a government with bayonets with a minimum of hypocrisy. The term military dictatorship seems to have offered difficulties to no one, certainly not to Marx. As far as I know, he and Engels never used this term for any regime toward which they felt kindly. For both of them, the slave states of the American South, in the Civil War, were under military dictatorship. 28. Engels, as the military expert of the partnership, had more occasion to discuss military dictatorships. When the Spanish general, Francisco Serrano y Domínguez, was placed at the head of the government by a coup in 1874, Engels commented that he anally made himself dictator of Spain. 29 In 1890 Engels had this to say about the illusion that Kaiser Wilhelm was pro-working class. Since little Wilhelm's friendliness to the workers is complicated by hankerings for military dictatorship, you see how the whole pack of princes nowadays becomes Bonapartist nolens volens, and he wants to have everyone shot out of hand at the slightest resistance. We have to take care that he gets no opportunity to do this. 30. There were other dictatorships that, without ceasing to be military-based, took on broader political dimensions, either in time or in intentions. The one that Marx attacked most ardently was the dictatorship of Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. Now as Napoleon III, Bonaparte was called emperor, and his regime received a multiplicity of imperial appellations, many of them pronounced only with grinding teeth. Despot, tyrant, and other pleasantries were standard. And dictator was only one of this family. References to Bonaparte's regime as a dictatorship are scattered over Marx's and Engels' writings, but the term was never their consistent label for the Second Empire. Engels called Bonaparte's regime a military dictatorship in the 1850s more than once. 31 In mid-1851 Marx predicted that the French bourgeoisie would prefer an empire or a dictatorship of Napoleon, to a democratic and social republic, and would, therefore, come to terms with him. 32 In the late 1850s he saw Bonaparte playing the dictator of Europe, in an article which also referred to his system of domestic terrorism and the reign of terror in the country. 33 In the name of fighting anarchy Bonaparte was responsible for overturning the Republican government by military force, crushing out all freedom of the press, and driving into exile or shipping off to Cayenne all opposers of his sole dictatorship. 34. While Marx's critical analysis of the regime of Napoleon I was different, the first Napoleon was also a dictator in Marx's language. He linked the two when he wrote in 1858 that, since Louis Bonaparte's alliance with England made him look like the arbiter of Europe, he was called on to show that, like a real Napoleon, he holds the dictature of Europe. 35 Engels referred to Napoleon Bonaparte as a dictator, quite incidentally, to be sure, at least twice. The French Revolution, worn out and exhausted, and the republic it had produced, brought forth its own dictator, a Napoleon. This had been made inevitable by the exhaustion of the republic by warfare. 36. There was the would-be dictator General Georges Boulanger in the late 1880s. Dictator is the word that instantly comes to modern lips. But in the long correspondence between Engels and Paul Lafargue, the latter tending to an accommodation with Boulangism, dictatorship and dictator are not the words that came to Engels' pen. This illustrates an important point that should be made around this time. Our present enterprise of tracing the use of the word dictatorship is distorting, it tends to skew our view of the real politics of the situation. The word that for Engels most commonly described Boulangism, aside from Boulangism, was Bonapartism. Again and again, trying to straighten out Lafargue's soft on Boulanger line, Engels argued that what the general represented in French politics was the current of Bonapartism, and chauvinistic Bonapartism at that. 37 In addition, he characterized Boulanger's aim as personal government counterposed to parliamentary government. 38 In his earlier letters to Engels on the subject, Lafargue did use the word dictator-ship, which was doubtless common enough around Paris, but then his bad politics overtook him. The last time he associated the term with Boulanger was in a letter that scorned the insane fear of dictatorship evinced by Boulanger's opponents. 39. To keep the record straight, Engels did refer to the general as a would-be dictator in at least one letter, in which he warned Lafargue that Boulanger's victory would mean the crushing of the socialist movement and the imminent danger of war. 40. Lafargue was the forerunner of the revolutionary cretins who in the 1930s trumpeted "After Hitler we come." Dictator brought to mind the danger of the destruction of the bourgeois democratic arena, but Bonapartist, we must now recall, evoked all of that and much more. It is likely enough that Engels used dictator in letters not now extant, but we must not impose the expectations of 20th century language on a previous century. For the most frequent occurrence of dictator and dictatorship in an article by Marx or Engels, one must go to Marx's article on Simon Bolivar, the South American liberator, whom Marx viewed as a Bonapartist dictator whose aspirations for personal arbitrary power harmed the anti-colonial revolution on his continent. 41 To be sure, Bolivar used the terms officially, and Marx found them plentifully in his sources, but besides the mere terms, Marx emphasized again and again that this Bonapartist general had a propensity for arbitrary power, proclaimed himself dictator over and over again, and used martial law and the union of all powers in his single person. What he really aimed at, wrote Marx, was the erection of the whole of South America into one federative republic, with himself as its dictator. 42. Marx's views on Bolivar as dictator are the subject of an article of mine which is of interest in this connection. See the reference to it in the foreword, section 4. Plainly there was no terminological problem here. It is with the cases to be reviewed next that we get a closer look at some problematical uses of dictator and dictatorship. For some non-dictatorial dictators. So far the individuals whom Marx or Engels called dictators would be so labeled in our current language. But they used the term in a much wider fashion, as we should expect. A. The case of Prince Regent Wilhelm. In 1858, the Prussian king having been adjudged insane, Prince Regent Wilhelm, later King Wilhelm I, took over the power. In the New York Daily Tribune, Marx explained that the prince made a display of liberalism by holding an election with carefully restricted voting, to be sure, which the bourgeoisie took advantage of to assert its influence, though with some trembling and fawning. Infinity the electors sending back from below the tune played from above, the ministers became a party ministry and the prince became a middle-class dictator. 43. The change was in the direction opposite to what we would now call dictatorship. The prince's dictatorship is counterposed to the absolutism of the king. This bourgeois dictator, Marx used middle class for bourgeois when writing in English, was consolidating an insecure and temporary position by leaning on the bourgeoisie through parliamentary forms, while his power base was still the monarchy. But it would be an idle enterprise to try to deduce a definition of dictatorship from such a usage. One can only get a feeling for how the word was being used. B. The case of Parnell in the general election of 1885, the Home Rule Party, led by Parnell, won 86 seats out of 580. Engels, writing to a friend, thought it very important that Parnell's tendency would hold the parliamentary balance of power in the new House. They are in a position here like the center in the Reichstag. They can make any government impossible. At the end of the letter he threw in a sententious remark, Parnell will almost certainly become dictator of Great Britain and Ireland. 44. Portentous news if true. But in fact all Engels was saying was that Parnell would now be able to dictate terms to the Liberals and Tories. A few decades later, few would use the fearful word in this context. C. The case of Bismarck. In 1875 Marx casually referred to Bismarck as dictator of the German liberal bourgeoisie. 45 This involves no controversy about Bismarck's political position or power, it is only a matter of the terminology used for it. The Bismarckian state was a compromise with bourgeois political power, with the chancellor holding the whip, and more than once Engels used the term semi-dictatorship to describe the situation. If, again, we try to get a feeling for how the word was used, an excellent specimen is provided by a passage written by Engels, which is well known for other reasons. In a letter to Marx, Engels tossed up the idea that Bonapartism is indeed the real religion of the modern bourgeoisie. Incompetent to rule directly, in England it turned over the management of the state to an oligarchy for good pay. Hence a Bonapartist semi-dictatorship is the normal form accompanying bourgeois economic power. It carries out the big material interests of the bourgeoisie even against the bourgeoisie, but deprives the bourgeoisie of any share in the ruling power itself. On the other hand, this dictatorship is itself, in turn, compelled to reluctantly adopt these material interests of the bourgeoisie. 46. This conjecture was not touched off by some specially dictatorial action by Bismarck but by the opposite. He had just enacted universal suffrage for the North German Reichstag elections. Bismarck's universal suffrage coup, Engels called it. Indeed, if Bismarck had, say, suppressed the Reichstag out of hand, Engels would not have termed it dictatorship. Words like despotism, absolutism, tyranny, and such would more likely have been called into play. For the most extensive discussion of Bismarck as dictator, one should turn to Engels' role of force in history. Here Engels again discussed the German bourgeoisie's inability to gain full political power. It was in a dilemma. On the one hand, a real struggle would mean a long period of internal weakness. On the other hand, it demanded a revolutionary reorganization of Germany, which could be effected only by force, that is, by a factual dictatorship. 47. Engels was referring here to the bourgeoisie's achievement of a democratic state by force, that is, by Bismarck's dictatorship. Plainly, dictatorship was not counterposed here to democratic government, it referred to the bourgeoisie's willingness to suspend the old legality and introduce a new one, a more democratic one, without recourse to legal or existing constitutional forms. In another passage he made the same point using not the word dictatorship but the word that Donoso had called even more fearful, namely, revolutionary. 48. Engels' analysis of Bismarckism is not itself our subject, but we must mention that as Engels explained, Bismarck realized that his own class, the Junkers, was not a viable one, that the bourgeoisie was the only propertied class with a future, and that he therefore had to orient toward a modern bourgeois state. An immediate transition to a parliamentary government with the decisive power vested in the Reichstag, as in the British House of Commons, was neither possible nor even advisable at the moment. Bismarck's dictatorship in parliamentary forms must have seemed to him as being still necessary for the time being, and we do not in the least blame him for allowing it to exist for the time, we only ask to what purpose it was being used. 49. Engels would have raised the same question about any other governmental form, of course. In any case, there was no question here of a despot trampling over the people's right with hobnailed boots, or any other modern vision of dictatorship. It was a question of reflecting the power of classes with improvised governmental forms. D. The case of Palmerston. We have seen that, discussing Bismarckism, Engels made both a comparison and a contrast with the British situation, but neither had much to do with Marx's propensity for calling Lord Palmerston a dictator. The background fact is that Marx objected fervently to Palmerston's foreign policy as Russophile, and even denounced him as a tool of Tsarist intrigue. While the lengths to which Marx's denunciation went have been hard to explain, it is perhaps even harder to discover why he persistently proclaimed in the public prints that Palmerston exercised a dictatorship in England. After all, there was nothing that this long-time parliamentarian did that was outside the forms of British politics in the least degree. Marx began referring in articles to Palmerston's dictatorship in 1855. At first it sounded as if he were merely saying that Palmerston totally dominated his cabinet, whereas before it was a weak Whig ministry it is now the strong dictatorship of a single man. 50 In 1857 and 1858 he repeatedly made the charge in his New York Daily Tribune articles. 51. What did he mean by it? There is something of a clue in a letter to Engels in March 1857. The decomposition of the old parties which had previously been expressed in a coalition cabinet was now expressed in Pam's dictatorship, and was likely to lead to a very intense agitation, perhaps to a revolution. Palmerston, who helped to draft the 6 gagging acts, will not be bothered in the least. Mutatis mutandis Pam's dictatorship has the same relation to a coalition cabinet as the domination of the Royalist coalition in the last French Assembly has to the domination of Bonaparte. Things will finally be pushed in England to an acute point. 52. Marx evidently had an overheated notion of the state of Britain, and erroneously viewed Palmerston's course as directed outside the parliamentary framework. In an article of about the same time, he told readers, Palmerston's administration was not that of an ordinary cabinet. It was a dictatorship. Since the commencement of the war with Russia, Parliament had almost abdicated its constitutional functions, nor had it, after the conclusion of peace, ever dared to reassert them. 53. We know of a succession of prime ministers, presidents, premiers, and other governmental executive heads who have dominated their cabinets and legislatures, or have been taxed with doing so, and in the course have been called dictators and worse. No one was more often so labeled than Franklin D. Roosevelt. The use of war crisis powers by a strong executive has usually intensified the charges, even when all constitutional forms have been rigorously observed. Marx's attacks on Palmerston sometimes sounded like this usage. But he also sounded as if he wanted to make more of it than that. In another article of the same month, he discussed the consequences of a Palmerston victory in the election. Palmerston's dictatorship, till now silently suffered, would be openly proclaimed. The new parliamentary majority would owe their existence to the explicit profession of passive obedience to the minister. A coup d'état might then, in due course of time, follow Palmerston's appeal from the Parliament to the people, as it followed Bonaparte's appeal from the Assemblée Nationale to the nation. That same people might then learn to their damage that Palmerston is the old colleague of the Castlereagh-Sidmouth cabinet, who gagged the press, suppressed public meetings, suspended the Habeas Corpus Act, made it legal for the cabinet to imprison and expulse at pleasure, and lastly butchered the people at Manchester for protesting against the Corn Laws. 54. This certainly sounds more dictatorial. But it is a fantasy about the future, not a justification in the present, and Palmerston, who indeed won a big victory in the election, did not execute a coup d'état or otherwise cooperate. Unquestionably Marx wanted to show that Palmerston was more than a strong executive who ran roughshod over parliamentarians and politicians. In an article the next week, Marx made an extended analogy between Palmerston's course and Bonaparte's in an attempt to prove that the former was on the same road, but there was no substance behind it. In fact, his strongest case was made by lengthily quoting Richard Cobden, who in an oration against Palmerston called him a despot who used the sham appearance of a representative form of government. 55. Marx's denunciations of Palmerston's dictatorship went on into at least 1858-56, but there was no comparable attempt made subsequently to give it verisimilitude. It is easy enough to show the hollowness of Marx's effort to prove that Palmerston was a dictator, but the significant thing for our present purposes is the way he went about it. He argued that Palmerston was headed toward a Bonapartist extra-parliamentary course as his solution for the crisis of government. This was, or rather would be, Palmerston's dictatorship. 5. The dictators of the democracy. We now come to more serious candidates for dictatorship, at any rate, would-be dictators. We have seen that Louis Blanc, not only in the heat of 1848 but in post-revolutionary writings, avowed that he looked to a dictatorship, albeit the dictatorship of the democratic elements. At a time when the authoritative dictionaries gave the dictatorship of the National Convention as the model of the word's meaning. 57. This did not get him expelled from the Democratic Club. In the same decade, by the way, an article by Marx in the New York Daily Tribune also casually referred to a revolutionary, dictatorial assembly like the French National Convention of 1793. 58. Marx was just as willing to apply the term dictatorship to another legislative body with a proviso. Writing to Engels on the morrow of Bonaparte's coup d'état in December 1851, Marx tried to cheer himself up for a moment with the thought that it might be easier to deal with Bonaparte than it would have been with the National Assembly and its generals. He added, and the dictatorship of the National Assembly was standing at the gate. 59. This means, the National Assembly would wield a dictatorship if it succeeded in taking all power to itself and away from Bonaparte. All power to the National Assembly, this equaled the dictatorship of the Assembly, of the representative body of the parliamentary democracy. Again we encounter, in as clear a form as in 1848, the concept of the dictatorship of the democracy. In the circles of constitutional democratic liberals who planned and plotted in exile with an eye to their restoration to power in their respective countries, Blanc and Heinzen and Kossuth and their similars had no inhibitions about avowing the need for a dictatorship, a democratic dictatorship, of course. Kossuth was known all over Europe as the democratic dictator of Hungary, now fallen from power. Garibaldi, a man for whom Marx had much more respect, unabashedly aimed at a democratic dictatorship. When in 1860 articles Marx referred to Garibaldi as the popular dictator, he was not attacking him. 60 Garibaldi's best-known statements on this point came later, in 1871, in a letter that was printed in the Paris Commune's Journal Officiel. The democracy naturally has an aversion to dictatorship, and rightly so, if one thinks of dictators like Caesar and Sulla, but when one is lucky enough to find a Cincinnatus or a Washington, the honest temporary dictatorship is much more preferable to the Byzantinism of the 500. Spain is at a low point because it does not have a man to lead it in its great revolution. France is suffering a misfortune today for the same reason. 61. In November another letter by him avowed that I am still in favor of honest dictatorship, which I consider the only antidote for eradicating the cancers of this corrupt society. 62. Engels started off his revolution and counter-revolution in Germany with a jocular salute to the more or less popular rulers of a day, provisional governors, triumvirs, dictators etc., thrown upon foreign shores, there to form new governments in partibus infidelium, European committees, central committees, national committees. 63. The Central Committee of the European democracy provided a center for the would-be rulers. Marx and his circle referred to these personages quite routinely as the dictators. In a gossipy letter by Marx's close co-worker Schramm, the latter casually referred to Heinzen and Struve as these two dictators. 64. In a letter to Engels about the latest antics of the same personages, in a similar gossipy vein, Marx reported, "But Kossuth, for his part, fancies that he is supported on the one side by the dictator of Germany, Kinkel, on the other side, by the dictator of Italy, Mazzini, and that he has, safely covering the rear, his ally the dictator of France, Ledru-Rollin. The poor devil has sunk low." 65. Of course, this talk partly reflected mockery of these leaders' hypertensions, in part recognition of their real aspiration to become the democratic dictators of their countries. Another of Marx's co-workers, Ecarius, wrote the following in Ernest Jones' Chartist organ in connection with a demonstration of English workers on behalf of Kossuth, held November 3, 1851. They went to admire and worship the leader of a bourgeois revolution, under whose administration sweeping reforms were introduced, who, as dictator of his country, carried on a bloody war against the legitimate king, and finally caused him and his heirs to be deposed forever. 66. Ecarius' article stressed that he did not find fault with Kossuth because he is a middle-class revolutionist. Far from it, still less was he finding fault with the detail that Kossuth was called a dictator. Marx's and Engels' great men of the emigration was their most personal review of the political types that populated the Central Committee of the European democracy, and it fulfills the expectation that the subject's hopes for dictatorship would be suitably mocked. Heinzen, we are told satirically, called for 2 million heads so that he could be a dictator and wade up to the ankles in blood shed by others. The same paladin of the democracy demanded that during the revolutionary transition period there should be a single dictator who should moreover be a Prussian and, to preclude all misunderstandings, he added, no soldier can be appointed dictator. 67. Another German member of the Central Committee, Harro Hering, was co-dictator of Europe in partibus, Goeg, who had been a member of the Provisional Baden government in 1849, admitted that he could do nothing against Brentano the government leader, and in all modesty he assumed the title of dictator. 68. This was small talk, to be sure, but it was in fact the way people talked. In this same period, mainly the 50s, when the democratic emigration was still active, and the early 60s, the appellation of dictator came up regularly. It must not be supposed that it came up for discussion, it came up mainly as a mode of language. There was the Spanish general, Espartero. Writing in 1854, Marx related that in 1840, Espartero assumed the supreme authority within the limits of parliamentary government. He surrounded himself with a sort of camarilla, and affected the airs of a military dictator. During his 3 years' dictatorship, the revolutionary spirit was broken step by step, through endless compromises. Espartero was overthrown by General Narvaez, and Marx referred to the 10 years of reaction Spain had suffered under the brutal dictatorship of Narvaez. 69. There was James Fazy, the Swiss radical leader, whose behavior during the 1848 revolution disabused notions that he was of revolutionary mettle. In his work Herr Voigt, Marx repeatedly referred to him as the dictator of Geneva with virulent hostility. There was no analysis given, except for a remark that the rule of this local Bonaparte was based on a 4-year coalition between the so-called Radical Party and the Ultramontane Party 70. There was the Polish nationalist leader, Kosciuszko. In a sketch of the Polish national struggle, Marx's chronology listed, April 17. General insurrection at Warsaw. Kosciuszko dictator. 71. This was simply a statement of fact. There was Ledru-Rollin, compared with whom Louis Blanc was a revolutionist. As late as 1869, when Ledru-Rollin issued a call to the voters of France, Marx, in a letter to Engels, harked back to 1848 and the period of democratic emigration. What scares me about the French is the cursed confusion in their heads. Ledru-Rollin's epistle is quite that of a pretender. He really seems to take seriously the dictatorship over France conferred on him by Heinzen. Engels agreed that Monsieur Ledru-Rollin is surely counting on nothing else but dictatorship. 72. They were probably giving him too much credit for political daring. Finally, there was the collectivity not infrequently called the Dictators of September 4. This referred to 1870 when, with French armies crumbling under the German attack, the Second Empire toppled into the dust. A parliamentary rump, without any constitutional niceties, set itself up as the provisional government of the republic it proclaimed. The existing legality was ignored, utilizing the swell of the revolutionary tide among the people whom they then hastened to head off. If any one man had taken power then, he would have been the very model of the democratic dictator of the contemporaneous language. This eventuality was avoided by the fact that the government was a collectivity of mediocrities. Hence the plural, the dictators of September 4. We find this expression plentifully in the pages of the Paris Commune's official organ, the Journal Officiel. It was, no doubt, a commonplace of the time. It is not to be wondered at, then, that it was used by the way by Marx in writing one of the drafts of his civil war in France. In fact, he was reporting a news event. A chairman had been named to head the investigating commission into the doings of the dictators of 4 September 73. The preceding list, while incomplete 74 may give more detail than necessary, but detail is needed to convey the linguistic habits of another day. After all, we are living in times when a social democratic spokesman can write in all seriousness that Marx committed a rhetorical sin which history has not forgiven and which many a totalitarian has celebrated. He used the word dictatorship to describe democracy. 75. It was all his fault, you see. In the year 1850, when Marx first used the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat, there were all kinds of dictatorships and dictators around in the public consciousness. But we have left for last a type specially important for our enterprise. 7. Some dictators over the proletariat. If we look for those occasions when Marx or Engels spoke of dictatorship in the socialist or workers' movement, we will be no more successful than before in finding perfect consistency, but the first thing to be noted is that in this context any form of the term, dictator, dictatorship, etc., was pejorative. This was true whether they were speaking of enemies or friends, opponents or colleagues. In the former case, it was a denunciation, in the latter case a criticism. Of course, the situation was clearest in the case of opponents, but I know of no case where they used the term as a mere cuss word, without a certain substance behind it. The second point to be emphasized is that in none of the cases to be reported was the term dictatorship linked in their minds with that other term, dictatorship of the proletariat. These were two separate items of vocabulary. In Marx's view and, I think, quite accurately, the worst case of workers' dictator among his associates and colleagues was Ferdinand Lassalle, among his enemies, Bakunin. 1. Bakunin and the secret dictatorship of anarchy. We have already seen the first stage, 1848, of Bakunin's theory of dictatorship. His later adoption of an anarchist ideology gave this theory additional roots. What many people do not understand about anarchism is that it denounces the most ideally democratic forms of decision-making as authoritarian and evil, for the will of the sovereign individual must not bow before any outside demand. What then do you do when people disagree, in any organized society where individuals have to live in concert? Anarchism has no answer. In words, it rejects both despotism and democracy as authoritarian, and gropes for a third alternative. But none is found, only elocution about freedom. The real choice before real anarchists has been this: the safety of high-minded but impotent and meaningless rhetoric, or else resort to special forms of elitist despotism alleged to be anti-statist in some way. This is Kropotkin vs. Bakunin. Bakunin inaugurated anarchism as a movement on the basis of the second type of solution. The first work that put forward essentially this understanding of Bakuninism was the First International's brochure of 1873, written by Engels and Lafargue, with Marx collaborating on the conclusion, titled The Alliance of the Socialist Democracy and the International Working Men's Association, the first named organization being Bakunin's Front. The evidence contained in this pamphlet, directed to exposing the nature of the Bakunin bore from within operation in the International, was hastily assembled. But in all essentials it was correct. The denigration that has long been directed against it stems in good part from the dishonest treatment by that overrated historian Franz Mehring, in his vastly overrated biography of Marx. But later documentation has verified every important charge in the pamphlet, and much besides. For present purposes, let us look at two documents in which Bakunin set forth his aim of a dictatorship. Both stem from 1870, when he was just putting together his rule or ruin drive in the International. Both were unknown to Marx. The first is the only public document in which he expressed himself candidly. It was sent to Albert Richard of Lyons, then a friend and disciple, as a message, or manifesto, to be read to a mass meeting, in lieu of Bakunin's coming to speak in person. Richard published its text 26 years later. The message called on the audience to proclaim the liquidation of the state and of bourgeois society, anarchy. And in order to save the revolution, to lead it to a successful conclusion in the very midst of this anarchy, there is need of the action of a collective dictatorship of all the revolutionists who are not invested with any official power whatever, and are all the more effective. 1. Bakunin was the enemy of all official dictatorship. He wanted an unofficial dictatorship. In letters to Richard, he explained that the goal was revolutionary anarchy led on all points by an invisible collective power, the only dictatorship that I accept. He stressed repeatedly that he was for this collective dictatorship by his invisible secret band of conspirators who imposed their hidden control over an anarchic revolution, without any open political structure, which would be the hated state. He explained that the partisans of open dictatorship will want to reconstitute the state, but we, having created anarchy as invisible pilots amidst the proletarian tempest, we must direct it, not by an open power but by the collective dictatorship of the Allies' alliance members, a dictatorship without any badges of office, without titles, without official rights, and all the stronger in that it will have none of the appearances of power. That is the only dictatorship that I accept. You must not support official, open dictatorship, he warned, that way lies failure. Bakunin was very repetitious on this idea, and the reader must excuse us for omitting the repeated versions of the secret dictatorship. Suffice to report that he finally assured friend Richard that he had no ambitious hankerings for fame like Garibaldi. His whole ambition, he averred, was simply the desire to help you form that invisible collective force which alone can save and direct the revolution. Nothing grandiose, you see, just the aspiration to be the real power controlling the world while anarchy swirls over all. 2. Bakunin's letter of June 2, 1870 to Sergei Nechayev was discovered and published only in 1966. It revealed far more about the would-be anarchist dictator's politics than his scheme of secret dictatorship, but that is the part we are interested in. In this letter Bakunin repeated the whole plan for secret dictatorship in even greater detail, but it would be very repetitious to quote these passages. However, it is much more explicit than before on the organizational end of the scheme. The invisible force is now described as the collective dictatorship of our organization, the secret organization of the invisible controllers, whom Bakunin had previously called the Invisible Legion or the Invisible Network. Imagine yourself in a successful revolution, Bakunin invited. But imagine, in the midst of this general anarchy, a secret organization which has scattered its members in small groups over the whole territory, firmly united, an organization which acts everywhere according to a common plan. These small groups, unknown by anybody as such, have no officially recognized power, but they are strong in their ideal, strong also in their clearly realized purpose among a mass of people struggling without purpose or plan. In this wet dream of invisible power, Bakunin's key idea was not merely the described organization but monopoly of organization, for the function of anarchy was to destroy everybody else's organization, which was by definition authoritarian. Again and again Bakunin explained that the secret collective dictatorship would hold the real reins of power. He calculated that 50 or 60, at most 70, bravos could control a whole continent through the device of anarchy plus the secret, invisible brotherhood. If you took the conception held by a particularly ignorant village constable of the dictatorship of the party exercised by red subversive Bolsheviki, and stripped it of most rational elements, you would get Bakunin's orgasmic dream of his secret dictatorship. Point 3. This was the dream that Bakunin was trying to realize in the International, in order to throw out the authoritarians and turn it into the organizational base of the Invisible Brotherhood. The fact that a good part of his scheme existed only in his fantasy did not save the International from being smashed up. 2 Marx on Bakunin's dictatorship. As mentioned, Marx and everyone else in the International's leadership were unaware of the documents described above and many others of similar import. There were plentiful suspicions based on experience. In 1869, as Bakunin's operation got underway, Marx remarked in a letter to Engels, "This Russian evidently wants to become dictator of the European working class movement. He had better have a care. Else he will be officially excommunicated." For Marx's mistake was in ignoring this completely correct prevision and, instead, favoring the admission of Bakunin's organization into the International when it pretended to dissolve its parallel structure. Marx was taken in. I will take up the tale of Bakunin's operation in the International in another work. Here we are interested only in one corner of the story, namely, the role played by dictatorship. On the surface, it was a charge flung back and forth. As we have seen, Bakunin had worked out a rationale which permitted him to thunder against dictatorship with freedom-loving ardor, keeping his fingers crossed as he told his acolytes that this rhetoric meant only official dictatorship. On the other side, his opponents gathered only gradually that this paladin of liberty was building an organization, which called itself the Alliance, for short, that aimed to impose its unfettered domination on the movement. Writing to the Belgian international leader César de Pepy at just about the same time that Bakunin was bearing his scheme to Richard, Marx spoke of the efforts of the Swiss Federal Council to emancipate itself from the dictatorship of the Alliance. 5 De Pepy, long a dupe of Bakunin, probably thought this usage was metaphorical. A little later the General Council sent out a circular to the sections about the Bakunin operation. In Geneva its opponents had denied him any dictatorial influence in the movement. Bakunin's aim was to get the seat of the General Council transferred to Geneva, where the International would fall under the dictatorship of B6. In a long programmatic letter to Lafargue, analyzing Bakunin's campaign in the International, Marx 3 times referred to Bakunin's would-be dictatorship over the International Association and to the intrigues of the Alliance and its Muscovite dictator. 7. The Bakuninists, of course, systematically accused the General Council of dictatorship over the organization, on the basic ground that any leading committee that was more than a mailing address was an authoritarian monster by definition, except naturally for the invisible dictators of the Bakuninist organization. There were no charges whose substance repays examination, but a thick miasmic cloud of accusation was industriously spread. One reply appeared in the International's Zurich Organ Tagwacht, and Engels sent it on to Lafargue as an example. It said, for example, a dictatorship always presupposes that the dictator wields material power enabling him to have his dictatorial orders executed. Now, we should be much obliged to all these journalists if they would kindly tell us where the General Council has its arsenal of bayonets and guns. More to the present point, it went on to detail the very limited powers of the General Council, the wide-ranging democracy of its organization, the broad range of opinions inside it, and so on. Point 8 in a circular to sections written by Engels, the members were told that, while the Bakuninists charged the General Council with authoritarian acts without specifying a single one, these very same men, in practice, constitute themselves as a secret society with a hierarchical organization, and under a not merely authoritative, i.e., authoritarian, but absolutely dictatorial leadership. 9. As the last citation shows, by this time in 1872, the International's leaders had gained a working knowledge of the secret organization and hidden plans of the Bakuninist conspiracy, published in 1873 in the aforementioned brochure, The Alliance of the Socialist Democracy and the International Working Men's Association. An article by Engels, who had worked with Lafargue on collecting the dossier, summarized its import. It dealt with the organization of a secret society with the sole aim of subjecting the European workers' movement to the secret dictatorship of a few adventurers who, to this end, especially through Nechayev in Russia, perpetrated infamies. 10. Since those days, the charge that the General Council exercised some sort of dictatorial or authoritarian control over the International has been copied from tome to tome, with the same lack of specificity, even though the practices tolerated by the General Council without turning a hair would bring instant expulsion from any social democratic party in the world. Some of the dirt flung freely about by the invisible network was gratefully accepted by the reactionary press. For example, the French government's unofficial London police sheet, Marx's term, carried an article headed, "The Universal Dictatorship." This referred to the International, whose overflowing money bags, it seems, were financing the current strike wave in France. Marx sent the item on to Engels as a curiosity. 11. 3. Lassalle as workers' dictator. Contrary to the myth that Marx's hostility to Lassalle was personal in origin, the facts show that up to 1865 Marx was the only one of Lassalle's communist associates who liked him personally and trusted him. For example, when in 1850 or 1851 Marx, from London, proposed to the local Dusseldorf branch of the Communist League that Lassalle be admitted to membership, even Marx's prestige and influence could not prevent the branch from rejecting him, unanimously and repeatedly. For several years Marx and Lassalle corresponded as warm friends. The turning point came in 1856, when the Rhenish Communists sent an emissary, Gustave Louis, to London with two assignments, one of which was to open Marx's eyes about Lassalle. For a week Louis talked to Marx about the Rhineland situation and the case of Lassalle. At the end of the week Marx reported to Engels in a letter explaining at some length how deeply shaken he was on the Lassalle side of the visit. There had been several previous attempts by Rhenish comrades to disillusion Marx about Lassalle, by letter, but they had been unsuccessful. Again, we confine ourselves here to one aspect only. 12. Wonderingly, Marx informed Engels what Louis had told him. In Louis's presence Lassalle constantly expressed his hankering to be a dictator. He seems to look upon himself quite differently from how we look on him. He considers himself world-conquering because he was ruthless in a personal intrigue. I.e., in the Hatzfeld case, which made him a rich man. 13. This was the first such report Marx received, but not the last. We now know that Lassalle had been quite candid about his overweening ambitions since early youth. Louis was not retailing gossip. Lassalle had hidden this side of his character in his intercourse with Marx but not in other relations, that is, not in relations with his natural inferiors. In the next years Lassalle's publications were instrumental in convincing Marx that they were poles apart, agreeing on nothing except some far distant ultimate ends, as Marx told him to his face one day. Point 14. Then in 1862, when Lassalle visited London, there was intense personal friction, but since we are still concentrating on one aspect, we mention only the following. Lassalle told Marx and his wife how he advised Garibaldi to go after Naples and there set himself up as dictator, how he acted as the presiding genius over other great events of the day. Lassalle was very furious at me and my wife. Marx related to Engels because we made merry about his plans, chaffed him as an enlightened Bonapartist, etc. Lassalle sneered at Americans as having no ideas. Individual liberty is only a negative idea, etc., and more of this old, decaying speculative rubbish. Point 15. In 1863 Lassalle sent Marx a copy of the pamphlet in which he made his bid for leadership of the German workers' movement, usually tagged the open reply. Marx read it and saw the essential point, telling Engels, "He behaves, altogether as if he were the future workers' dictator. The workers must agitate for universal suffrage and then send people like him armed with the unsheathed sword of science into the Chamber of Deputies." Point 16. In the next few months he received reports from Germany that Lassalle was openly talking about his dictatorial perspective, as was his wont. Wilhelm Liebknecht wrote, "Things are in ferment in the Lassallean Workers' Association. If Lassalle does not give up his dictatorial ways and his flirting with reaction, there will be a scandal." 17. Lassalle had actually openly talked about making an alliance with the monarchy against the liberal bourgeoisie. In point of fact, as early as June 8, 1863, Lassalle had sent a secret letter to Bismarck, crowing over the dictatorial powers he had been given as president of the Lassallean Association, just founded over the constitution of my empire, which perhaps you'd have to envy me. But this miniature picture will plainly convince you how true it is that the working class feels instinctively inclined to dictatorship if it can first be rightfully convinced that it will be exercised in its interests, and how very much it would therefore be inclined, as I recently told you, in spite of all Republican sentiments or perhaps on those very grounds, to see in the crown the natural bearer of the social dictatorship, in contrast to the egoism of bourgeois society, if the crown for its part could ever decide on the, to be sure, very improbable, step of taking a really revolutionary and national direction and transforming itself from a kingdom of the privileged classes into a social and revolutionary people's kingdom. 18. Lassalle was saved from the ditch into which he was steering by two events, Bismarck's rejection of his overtures and Lassalle's death a few months later. It is hard to see why the myth of Marx's personal hatred had to be invented to account for his hostility to a man with such politics. As Marx summed up later about Lassalle's latter-day course, as soon as he had convinced himself, in London, end of 1862, that he could not play his games with me, he decided to come out as the workers' dictator against me and the old party. Point 19. Marx's reiterated label on Lassalle, as the would-be workers' dictator, was not a mere accusation, but a self-accepted description. As far as labels go, more often than not Engels' tag for Lassalle was Bonapartist, but the content was the same. Point 20. Toward the end of his life, Engels carried out his aim of getting the truth about Lassalle's politics written down to educate the ranks of the social democracy about their hero. The job was done under his direction by Edward Bernstein, then still a revolutionary leftist. It was translated into English, by Eleanor Marx, as Ferdinand Lassalle as a social reformer. It was one of the best Marxist studies of a political line ever written. Still concentrating on our own subject, we cite only one aspect of this work. Besides dictatorship and Bonapartism, another common term of the day denoting the same family of politics was Caesarism or social Caesarism. In one of his speeches, Lassalle had come out openly as an advocate of the social monarchy allied with the people against the bourgeoisie monarchy, he said, leaning upon the hilt of the sword. There was no mistaking this language. This, said the Bernstein/Engels book, is the language of Caesarism. It enlarged on the subject of dictatorship. The action of the masses does not, by a long way, mean personal dictatorship. Indeed, where the masses abdicate their will, they are already on the road to become, from a revolutionary factor, a reactionary one. In the struggles of modern society, personal dictatorship has invariably been the sheet anchor of the reactionary classes, seeing their existence imperiled. The classes that feel themselves incapable of self-government do that which Lassalle is here imputing to the workers, they abdicate their own will in favor of a single person, and condemn every attempt to oppose any private interests of this person as restless, malcontent individualism. The example of Bonapartism is given. The French bourgeoisie attacked its own malcontents in this spirit. Until Napoleon Louis Bonaparte was strong enough to proclaim himself dictator against the bourgeoisie, instead of contenting himself with the role of mere maintainer of law and order or the bourgeoisie. He Lassalle needed the dictatorship in order to be sure of the workers whenever he should require them for his actual ends, and he needed the endorsement of his dictatorship to appear to those in higher circles as a power to be treated with. Those who would not follow this line were purged from the organization by Lassalle. It is doubly a pronunciamento of Caesarism within the ranks of the party, and Caesarism in the politics of the party. 21. A policy looking to the imposition of a dictatorship over the proletariat in society required the imposition of a dictatorship within the party. For the apprentice dictators, Bakunin and Lassalle, as anarchist and state socialist respectively, were superficially opposites, in the sense that you can reach the antipodes by going east or west. Both trained a movement that learned from their example how to run an organization into the ground. Bakunin's lieutenant in the international smashing operation had been the Swiss schoolmaster James Guillaume, who on the outbreak of the World War was going to publish some of the most violent social chauvinist and anti-Semitic fulminations in the literature, example Karl Marx, pan-Germanist. But when Bakunin died in 1876, Guillaume succeeded him as organizational chief in the Anarchist International for a couple of years, before abandoning leftist activity in 1878 and moving from Switzerland to Paris. Marx and Engels knew his modus operandi very well. In 1877 Engels suggested to his friend that they should keep an eye on the world government in Neuchâtel, where Guillaume resided. We have to know, after all, what anathemas the universal dictator and administrator of the Holy See promulgates. 22. Of course, both dictator and, by implication, Pope referred to aspirations, not realities. Less visible to socialist history has been another phenomenon, that of the apprentices who continued the organizational MO after the politics had eroded out. The present-day analog would be the Stalinists who continued their organizational habits long after shifting allegiance from Moscow to Washington. One of the most prominent examples of this unappreciated type was the Bakuninist who became the leader of the reformist, possibilist, wing of French socialism, Paul Brousse. Engels pinned him up for socialist history with the following vignette. Brousse is just about the most helpless muddlehead I have ever seen. From anarchism he has dropped the anarchy, i.e., the fight against political activity and elections, but on the other hand he has maintained all other phrases and in particular the tactics of anarchism. Thus he is now fantasizing in Le Proletaire in tedious articles aimed at Geste, without naming him, on the insoluble question of how to establish an organization that excludes the possibility of a dictatorship, Gestes. 23. If I may be allowed a personal remark, which could be made by anyone who has spent time in the socialist movement, the type here described is notoriously eternal and ubiquitous. I have known more than one Brousse, including an obnoxiously bureaucratic type whose main interest was in working out party statutes to end bureaucratism for all time by complex procedures that would create a bureaucrat's paradise. Engels added another brushstroke to Brousse's portrait. Egalite will appear one of these days. Brousse, as heretofore, will slander on the quiet, attack in Le Proletaire, without naming names, and the others the Gestists will be impatient enough to fall into the trap, first attacking with naming of names, and then be yelled at as disturbers of the peace, sectarians, splitters, and incipient dictators. 24. Types like this were ink drops in a teacup when the movement was small and struggling, but became ink drops in an ocean when a class movement succeeded the period of sects. Lassalle, too, had his epigones, who inherited the dictatorial powers of president of the Lassaline party, but only one of them proved capable of establishing himself as the new party dictator in his own right. This was J.B. von Schweitzer, a Jesuit-educated lawyer, who edited the movement's organ for a number of years, and became president in 1867. His Bismarckian orientation à la Lassalle made it necessary for Marx and Engels to make a public break with the Royal Prussian government socialism of the Lassalleans. 25 In addition, his top-down dictatorial regime in the party generated a series of faction fights and splits. A super-rad problem, especially important in Marx's eyes, was the fact that the Lassalleans also believed in, and implemented, the dictatorship of their party over their trade unions. In fact, the only place they saw for trade unions at all was as tools of the party, a view embodied in their own statutes. 26. Marx kept in touch with dissidents and trade unionists who tried to fight the Schweitzer steamroller. In September 1868 the Lassaline Congress met in Berlin to plan the founding of party trade unions under the presidential control of Schweitzer, statutory dictator. Sending Engels a report received from a participant, Marx commented, "In place of his dictatorship over the GGWA, his party organization Schweitzer thinks he can put a dictatorship over the German working class in a much simpler fashion. This is being very naive." 27. Engels replied that he had read in Schweitzer's paper that he wanted to carry over the tight organization of the party into the trades unions, but did not think it would be possible. Trades union business is money business, and here dictatorship comes to an end of itself. This aphorism, to be sure, referred to an outside party dictatorship for aims alien to trade union interests. And he suggested to Marx that he should write directly to the Lassaline boss, to point out a few things to Schweitzer about his claim to dictatorship. 28 And in fact Marx did so. This was a very important statement on sectism in the political movement and bureaucratism in the trade union movement, but, as before, we cannot follow these leads here. Suffice it to say that Marx's direct reference to Schweitzer's dictatorship echoed Engels' suggestion: the trade union movement revolves largely around money questions, and you will soon discover that here all dictatorship comes to an end. 29. The following year, the anti-dictatorial opposition in the organization was stronger, as the General German Workers' Association held a congress in March. Some of the president's dictatorial executive powers were cut. Engels thought this was an enormous defeat for Schweitzer. In this connection, he used another locution for dictatorship, Schweitzer's campaign for the kingship of the tailors, referring to the regime of John of Leyden in the Anabaptist community of Minister, an analogy we have already met. 30 He added sententiously, "En est pas dictateur qui veut, wanting to be a dictator doesn't make you one." Schweitzer was thrown out of office and out of the movement by 1872. 3 years later, the Lassalleans merged with the Babel forces, Eisenachers, in the new Social Democratic Party. Schweitzerism became a historical incident. Marx and Engels recalled it for a moment in 1879 when they prepared a blast against a new and different menace, a move to turn the new party into a middle-class reform group. Drafting their statement, they wrote that while Schweitzer had emphasized the revolutionary class struggle, he may thereby also have concocted a pretext for himself to cast suspicion on persons dangerous to his dictatorship. 31 Then they struck this passage out of the document, no doubt as irrelevant to the matter at hand. Schweitzer remained in their minds as the very model of the INTR party dictator. Over a decade later, Engels was discussing the bad attitudes of the German party leadership toward minority dissent. The largest party in the Reich, he warned, meaning the Social Democrats, cannot exist without all shades within it being articulated to the full, and even the appearance of a dictatorship à la Schweitzer must be avoided. 32. Not accidentally, the appearance came up the following year, in still another quarter. The occasion this time was the uproar that greeted Engels' 1891 publication in the Neue Zeit of Marx's suppressed critique of the Gotha program of 1875, an uproar led by Liebknecht and swelled by the entire right wing of the party. Proposals came from the Reichstag, parliamentary, fraction that the Neue Zeit should be placed under censorship. Engels wrote in a letter, Shocked. This sort of talk by the Reichstag fraction had a history. During the period of illegality under the anti-socialist law of 1878 to 1890, only the Reichstag deputies were permitted to function for the party, and so the fraction became the de facto leading committee inside Germany. Engels made a bitter comparison with the proposal to censor the Neue Zeit. Is this the ghost of the fraction's dictatorship during the anti-socialist law, which was certainly necessary and excellently carried out, or is it a reminiscence of Schweitzer's erstwhile tight organization? It's a brilliant idea indeed to put German socialist science, after its liberation from Bismarck's socialist law, under a new socialist law to be devised and carried out by the Social Democratic Party authorities themselves. 33. During the period of the anti-socialist law, accusations of dictatorship had been traded on all sides. In 1882, when the tug-of-war between the rightward-leaning fraction majority and the illegally published organ Social-Democrat was at a peak, Bebel rebuked the fraction for wanting to play dictator in the party. Bernstein, the editor, attacked the censorship by the fraction, same thing. On the other hand, Wilhelm Hassenclever, under attack by Bebel for wanting a deal with the conservatives, charged Bebel with again playing party dictator. Liebknecht, then supporting the fraction in his muddle-headed fashion, had to deny that I strive for dictatorship. But in 1896 he was denounced by his editorial associates on Vorwärts for his dictatorial conduct. The following year Liebknecht accused Bebel of trying to establish a dictatorship within the party by allegedly moving to ignore a Congress decision. 34. I mention these incidents only for their illustrative value. They were a sort of obbligato accompaniment to the strains and tensions of party life. The problem of inter-party democracy had a long history, in which the term dictatorship figured as only one element. 5. A clutch of dictators. In connection with whom else did Marx or Engels speak of dictatorship? Let us review some miscellaneous cases. There was the movement founded by Auguste Comte, which called itself positivist. It was not a working-class movement, certainly, but it sought a working-class membership or clientele, for example, during the period of the International's activity. In fact, a positivist workers' club had sought affiliation in France, and had been accepted on condition that it not use its sect appellation. English Comtists were friendly to the International. Professor Beazley had chaired the founding meeting in 1864, but the French variety was much more alien to the workers' movement. In his first draft for the address on the Paris Commune, The Civil War in France, Marx included a passage designed to separate the International from Comte. Comte is known to the Parisian workman as the prophet in politics of imperialism, of personal dictatorship, of capitalist rule in political economy, of hierarchy in all spheres of human action, even in the sphere of science, and as author of a new catechism with a new pope and new saints in place of the old ones. 35. But this was left out of the final version, no doubt in the interests of good relations with the English Comtists. The word imperialism meant the regime of Bonaparte's Second Empire. It should be taken as a synonym for Bonapartism. In England, Engels had a Schweitzer model party dictator right at hand in the person of H.M. Hindman, leader of the Social Democratic Federation, which claimed to be a Marxist group. Hindman's dictatorial conduct of the organization was notorious, and was a major reason for the split, December 1884, that produced the Socialist League under William Morris. A few months before this, Engels had informed Kosky that Hindman had alienated his friends and associates by his character as a leader, in particular by his impatience to play the dictator. 36. Although Engels greeted the formation of the Independent Labour Party, and apparently even took out membership in it, he was not an admirer of Keir Hardie, the Scottish Labour leader who was instrumental in bringing it into existence. Engels seems to have suspected Hardie of dictatorial ambitions. Some believe that he was prejudiced against the Scotsman by Aveling. For example, soon after the party was founded at its Bradford conference, Engels wrote Bebel as follows. From Aveling's oral accounts, a suspicion I had earlier has been strengthened, namely, that K. Hardie cherishes the unspoken wish to lead the new party in a dictatorial way, as Parnell led the Irish, and that besides his sympathies tend more toward the conservative than toward the liberal opposition party. 37. To understand the last point in the indictment, one must keep the Lassalle pattern in mind. Marx's criticism did not imply sympathy with the liberals. For a socialist to have more sympathy for the reactionary wing of politics than for the bourgeois liberal wing raised the specter of social monarchy politics in German terms and of Tory socialism in British terms. This species of socialist was historically inclined toward dictatorial solutions in order to dragoon the working class into an ungenial course. None of this gainsays the view that Engels' suspicions of Hardy were unjust. The man whose drift toward dictatorship most saddened Marx was his friend Ernest Jones, who outlasted Hardy as a left-wing leader of the Chartist movement. Jones was accused of dictatorial aspirations in the movement as early as 1852, and in particular by none other than Hardy. At the end of 1851 Jones had been elected to the executive of the National Charter Association at the head of the poll, but he resigned immediately on the ground that he could not sit on an executive so constituted. This paralyzed the executive, and resulted in a number of accusations of dictatorial methods and desires. Hardy published a bitter attack in his Friend of the People, April 24, 1852, likewise repeating the charge that Jones was a would-be dictator. By 1855 Jones was becoming increasingly impatient of internal criticism. In a call to action in the People's paper early the next year, he proposed that power in the organization be concentrated in the hands of his associate James Finlan and himself. If you so confide the movement to our hands, you must expect no explanations, and no long-worded programs from us. If we say organize, you must organize, assemble, you must assemble, obeying implicitly. Distrust all those that declaim against leadership. 1,000 times sooner give me the worst dictatorship, than the blabbing squabbles of contending factions in our ranks. 39. These were words of despair and disorientation, not hope and militancy. Another difference was that, whereas in 1852 Jones' fight was against the politics of coalition with middle-class politicians, now he had come to favor an alliance with the reformers. He wanted a dictatorship to put through a policy opposite to that which had once gained him the confidence of Chartist militants. He was given his dictatorship at the Chartist Conference of February 1858, the majority voted for a one-man executive, and he was named the one-man. 40. On both counts, Jones moved to the right and his demand for a dictatorship. Marx repudiated Jones' new views. After the call to action, he wrote Engels, "You probably know that Jones, with Finlan as his shadow, has proclaimed himself dictator of Chartism and has set up a new organization which indeed is in process of growing, but on the other hand has also provoked a big storm of indignation against him." 41. In various letters to Engels, as he watched the development with disgust, he lashed at Jones' stupidity. Jones was an ass for getting himself into a situation where on the one hand he advocated collaboration with the bourgeois reformers and lost the respect of the left, while on the other hand he himself did not enjoy the confidence of the reformers. He was being knocked on both sides of the head. That old ass John Frost, whom Jones had made president, was now knifing him, who authorized him Jones to designate Frost president and to play the dictator himself, etc. 42. Jones' dictatorship solution was simply the specific form in which the movement cut its own throat. But it was an ignoble way to die. There is a sad epilogue to this sad story. Hardy, who in 1852 was storming against Jones' aspirations for a dictatorship to control the movement from within, had the misfortune to grow old and eviscerated. By the latter 1880s he was again corresponding with Engels as an old friend, but the life had gone out of him. In one letter he wrote, "What Ireland needs, and England, too, is a Cromwell, who should begin by hanging Parnell and his gang, and Gladstone and Morley along with them, and then having executed justice on these ragamuffins, set about doing justice to not only the farmers but the laborers, and others." 43. Wanted, he wrote later, a dictator with the heart and conscience of Ruskin and the hand and brain of Cromwell. 44. It was perfectly clear that this pathetic faith in dictatorship was the positive side of something that had rotted away, I have not the least confidence or belief, he wrote, in the class toward whose political and social emancipation I gave the best years of my life. But the rot was not merely in his view of the working class. Speaking of the 1848 revolution, he said that he then believed what, alas, to my bitterest sorrow, I cannot believe now believed in the sovereign people 45, but he could now believe in the sovereign dictator. Surely it is one of the great tragedies in the history of thought when a good man spits on his own past in order to revile everything that made him worth our acquaintance in the first place. We now have to return to a very different man, Karl Marx, who has been accused of aspirations for dictatorship more often than anyone else. He once commented on this fact, as he described to Engels the gloomy picture of his financial problems and intolerable living conditions. You will admit that all this shit is not very pleasant, and that I am stuck in petty bourgeois crap up to the ears. And besides, they have me exploiting the workers. And striving for a dictatorship. Quel horror. 47. In part 3 we will see quel horror what dictatorship it was Marx was striving for. 3 Preliminaries, the Marx-Blanquist myth. 8 Introduction to the investigation. Before we take up Marx's use of the term dictatorship of the proletariat itself, there are a few preliminaries to be set forth. 1. Periodization. Marx first used the winged words dictatorship of the proletariat in 1850. Why? Under what circumstances? It has been plentifully pointed out, quite justly, that this phrase appeared only infrequently in the writings of Marx and Engels, though we will find that the number of appearances is rather greater than is often claimed. Still, there is no doubt that it was used only at times. Well, at what times? Marx's customary term for the same idea, we have explained, was rule of the proletariat, or the like. Yet dictatorship of the proletariat did keep cropping up, as a reformulation, even in Marx's mature years, and also in Engels' last years. Was there a pattern? It will help to orient our thinking on this question if we anticipate one important result of the investigation that follows. Marx's and Engels' use of the term dictatorship of the proletariat clustered in 3 periods, and the term was notably absent in between. These 3 periods were the following. Period I, 1850 to 1852, that is, the post-revolutionary period after the Great Upheaval of 1848 to 1849. Period 2, 1871 to 1875, that is, the post-revolutionary period after the Paris Commune. Period 3, 1890 to 1891. This period, of course, involved Engels only. We will see that it was a sort of echo from 1875. This periodization, we will find, is also a major clue to the aforementioned pattern. 2. The rule of the proletariat. Marx's customary term, rule of the proletariat, represented the view he had come to, probably by 1844, that to achieve communism the proletariat had to conquer political power. The conquest of political, or state, power, rule of the proletariat, this was not only Marx's usual terminology, it was the terminology common in the movement. One of Marx's first statements of the idea was written into the German Ideology, 1845 to 1846, but the term is often obscured by English translations in a typical fashion. Herrschaft, variously translated as rule, domination, mastery, sway, ascendancy, etc., was Marx's usual term, but here, for example, is how one version of the passage comes out. Every class which is struggling for mastery Herrschaft, even when its domination Herrschaft, as is the case with the proletariat, postulates the abolition of the old form of society in its entirety and of mastery Herrschaft itself, must first conquer for itself political power in order to represent its interest in turn as the general interest. 1. This sort of translation makes for literary variety, but it blurs the fact that Marx used a fairly standard term for a very definite idea, rule of the proletariat. Looking back very much later, after Marx's death, Engels was going to write. Infinity, we have always held, that in order to arrive at this disappearance of the state and the other, far more important ends of the social revolution of the future, the proletarian class will first have to possess itself of the organized political force of the state and with this aid stamp out the resistance of the capitalist class and reorganize society. This is stated already in the Communist Manifesto of 1847 Sic, end of chapter 2.2. As we have seen, this view went back earlier than the manifesto. In the year before publication of the manifesto, Engels explained in a newspaper article that communists wanted to act, as democrats, together with the democrats in all practical affairs. In all civilized countries the necessary consequence of democracy is the political rule of the proletariat, and the political rule of the proletariat is the first presupposition of all communist measures. Point 3. The establishment of the rule of the proletariat was incorporated into the rules of the Communist League, as the aim of the League, that same year. Point 4. The very earliest communists, Babeuf's comrades, had been alive to the importance of the revolutionary provisional government, or transitional regime, that was to follow the Revolutionary Act. By the 1840s this concern was virtually automatic. Everyone had to have an answer to the question. In his draft for the manifesto, called Principles of Communism, Engels described the course of the revolution in a way we have already seen, as the rule of the democracy. Point 5. First of all, it will establish a democratic constitution and thereby, directly or indirectly, the political rule of the proletariat directly in England, where the proletarians are already a majority of the people. Indirectly in France and Germany, where the majority of the people consists not of proletarians alone but also of small peasants and petty bourgeois who are in the process of falling into the proletariat. Perhaps this will cost a second struggle, but the outcome can only be the victory of the proletariat. Point 6. The rule of the democracy, then, would be the prelude to the rule of the proletariat. The manifesto, whose final draft was without doubt due to Marx's pen alone, had nothing to say about the democratic stage, but reiterated the aim of the rule of the proletariat for a number of reasons, including Marx's own later link-up with the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is important to set out what the manifesto had to say about Rule 7. All previous movements were movements of minorities or in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is the independent movement of the immense majority in the interest of the immense majority. The proletariat, the lowest stratum of present-day society, cannot raise itself up, cannot stand erect, without bursting asunder the whole superstructure of strata that make up official society. This does not say that the proletariat is the majority of society by itself, it is the movement led by the proletariat that represents the immense majority. The perspective of proletarian rule was tied to a vanguard view of the class's role. The immediate aim of the communists is the same as that of all the other proletarian parties: constitution of the proletariat into a class, overthrow of bourgeois rule, conquest of political power by the proletariat. It is vital to note that this view was explicitly presented as not distinctive of the communists, but common to all the other proletarian parties. When the manifesto took up a direct discussion of the transitional regime and its program, it repeated that the first step in the workers' revolution is the elevation of the proletariat to the ruling class, the winning of democracy. The next paragraph stated that the proletariat will use its political rule to carry through a transitional program which, by means of despotic encroachments on the right of property, will gradually put production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as ruling class. It then went on to say, when in the course of development class distinctions have disappeared and all production is concentrated in the hands of associated individuals, the public power loses its political character. Political power in its proper sense is the organized power of one class for the oppression of another. When in the struggle against the bourgeoisie the proletariat necessarily unifies itself as a class, makes itself the ruling class through a revolution, and as ruling class forcibly abolishes the old relations of production, then along with these relations of production it abolishes the preconditions of existence of class antagonism and of classes in general, and therewith its own rule as a class. We are going to see that Marx himself believed that these passages of the manifesto already said what there was to say about the dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 8 When the manifesto stated that all the other proletarian parties stood for the rule of the proletariat, it undoubtedly had the Chartists in mind high up the list. Ernest Jones wrote, "If we make our power tell, we can dictate our own terms, and force every other class to the recognition of our sovereign rights." He put forward the slogan, "Political power, the sovereignty of the people." George Julian Harney proclaimed, "For the working classes there is but one way of righting their wrongs, that of obtaining mastery of the state." 9. The labor historian Max Beer commented that the Chartist movement grasped its immediate aim, the conquest of political power, with unmistakable distinctness and energy. So did its enemies. In 1842 the liberal historian and parliamentarian Macaulay, speaking on the presentation of the Charter, told the House that universal suffrage was incompatible with government, with the existence of an aristocracy, and with civilization itself. Therefore, we can never, without absolute danger, entrust the supreme government of the country to any class which would make inroads on property. The Charter petitioners, if successful, will become the sovereign body of the state because they will have a majority of the people's representatives. The petitioners ask for supreme power, capital and property is to be placed absolutely at the foot of labor. Macaulay had no doubt that military despotism would be the result. Point 10. This fear was not simply of the dictatorship of the democracy. Theoreticians of liberalism like Macaulay were certain that universal suffrage and the rule of the majority of the people would mean a dictatorship, certainly a dictatorship of the democracy, but even more specifically a dictatorship of the PR. No, the words were not spoken. 3. The concept of class rule. Macaulay understood a question that baffled a modern Marxologist, Bertram D. Wolfe, in his Marxism, 100 Years etc. Raised the question of the very possibility of the dictatorship of an entire class, or for that matter, how and to what extent an entire class can ever rule in a complex government. Has the political history of modern times ever known a party which embraces a whole class? Can this be said even of the British Labour Party with its trade union affiliation and its local clubs, a party which comes nearer to being that of a class than any other? Does the entire proletariat, more or less, enter the party, pay dues, select officers etc.? How does an entire class dictate, rule, exercise its hair shaft? 12. Wolfe implied here that the concept of class rule of the proletariat raises unanswerable questions. He at least offered no answers. But Macaulay inter alia, we saw, had no doubt about the answer, which was simple enough. The class rule of the proletariat would be expressed through control of the sovereign body of the state by a majority of the people's representatives under universal suffrage. Or, to generalize, proletarian class rule would be expressed through the democratic institutions of a government which is set up to maximize control from below. In contrast, bourgeois democracy is set up, through the forms of universal suffrage and parliamentarism, to keep control from below to a minimum. Macaulay, it turns out, was in complete agreement with what Engels wrote in his draftle for the Communist Manifesto. A democratic constitution meant directly or indirectly the political rule of the proletariat, directly in England because there the proletariat formed a majority of the people. Point 13. The class rule of the proletariat, then, is defined by the institutions of democracy in a workers' state. Wolfe devoted a passage to explaining that no answer to his stumper is to be found in Marx, because poor Marx was not very sophisticated politically. The sophisticated Marxologist, in other words, was ignorant of the fact that his question had been asked in the 1870s and answered by Marx. In an 1873 book Bakunin had directed precisely this question to Marx: what does it mean the proletariat organized as ruling class? Will perhaps the whole proletariat stand at the head of the government? The Germans number about 40 million. Will all 40 million, for example, be members of the government? Marx's answers to these Wolffian conundrums were, of course, conditioned by the fact that for Bakunin they were supposed to be arguments for anarchism. Marx's jottings assumed the existence of a democratic proletarian state, a commune, as he puts it here, but he understood that for Bakunin a democratic state was even worse than a despotism. At first he scribbled this, for example. For example, in a trade union does the whole union form its executive committee? And in the Bakuninist structure from below to above, will everyone be above? Then there is no below. Will all the members of the commune likewise administer the common interests of the region? In this case, no difference between commune and region. We see that, against Bakunin, he had to argue the basic idea of representative democracy. Replying to the stumper about the 40 million Germans, he stated the point in an unexpected way. Degree certainly, degree since the thing begins with the self-government of the commune. Point 14. The 40 million will be members of the government in a new sense which the self-government of the commune makes possible for the first time, so plainly went Marx's train of thought. The entire class, indeed, the entire people, will be involved in ruling themselves. And at this point the sophisticated Marxologists will treat Marx's illusions with the usual scorn reserved for the belief that democratic control from below is possible. But at any rate the question has now changed. It is no longer the alleged impossibility of defining class rule, it is the far more basic question of the alleged impossibility of real democracy which, to be sure, is another subject. For Marx, the class rule of the proletariat was equivalent to the complete and thoroughgoing democratization of society, yet it also meant the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is what we are investigating. For the word in 1850, Kabet again. We saw in part I that dictatorship was plentifully used by the 1850s in the writings of reactionaries, conservatives, liberals, radicals, revolutionaries, anarchists, and statists. Not yet mentioned is a case that is of special interest to introduce Marx's first use of dictatorship of the proletariat in 1850. Kabet, as we saw in Chapter 3, had advocated an Icarian dictatorship in his description of his utopia, but by the 1840s had grown milder and more circumspect. Having fled to America on the eve of the 1848 revolution, he witnessed the upheaval from afar, but one effect it all had on him was evidently to reinvigorate his views on dictatorship. At just about the same time that Marx was writing his class struggles in France, Kabet was drafting an article in which he gave his prescription for new revolutionary tactics in France looking to a new outbreak. It was published under the title France What Must Be Done After a New Revolution. That it appeared in Kabet's name is interesting, but even more interesting is the fact that it was published in the left Chartist organ put out by George Julian Harney, the Democratic Review, which at this time also carried articles by Engels and other members of Marx's circle, as well as supporters of Louis Blanc and other social democrats. Kabet was well acquainted with the English left, for he had lived in exile in England from 1834 to 1839. In the 1840s his ideas had some success among the members of the League of the Just, the group that in 1847 amalgamated with Marx and Engels to form the Communist League. But in 1847 Kabet's proposal to go off to America to found his Icaria met with great resistance from his followers everywhere. In London the Communist League people held a week-long discussion on the issue and condemned Kabet's plan. At a banquet on September 20 held jointly with the Société Démocratique Française, which was the French analogue of the German refugee worker group, Karl Schapper gave the League's reasons. The case against Kabet was further written up in an article published in the Communist League organ that came out the same month, Kommunistische Zeitschrift, titled Citizen Kabet's Emigration Plan. Harney was present at the banquet, among other English leftists like Ernest Jones. 15 This episode of 1847 was followed by the general dissolution of the Kabetist tendency in Europe, and so in 1850 Kabet had little influence among the readers of the Democratic Review. Still, they knew his name. Kabet's article on France, undated, was datelined from Nauvoo, Illinois, the site of the Icarian colony. It was published in the September 1850 issue of the magazine. His prescription for France was unequivocal: establish the next post-revolutionary government as a dictatorship. Cabet was quite clear that this was not to be a dictatorship of the people. For example, he argued that one reason it was needed was so that the people be brought to be moderate, patient, etc., to order and discipline them. How the dictator or dictators got selected was left in darkness. They were certainly not the product of elections, for after saving the nation, the dictatorship will call upon the people to elect a national representation. It must be temporarily a dictatorship, in the hands of one or a very few individuals, but Cabet did not reveal their provenance. What was certain was that only a dictatorship could prevent disorder and anarchy. It must be revolutionary, energetic, resolute, democratic, popular, devoted, active, rapid in execution. It should begin by dismissing all office holders, and replace them by devoted citizens, reorganize the National Guard to include all the people, who should elect their own officers. It should not favor any system of social organization, that is, it should not take any anti-capitalist steps, but leave this future open to decision later. Point 18. No doubt Cabet's willingness to advocate a dictatorship again had been influenced by Louis Blanc's example, not merely what Blanc had said in 1848 but what he repeated in the post-revolutionary period. Cabet had no doubt that he would have gone for dictatorship. A few years later Cabet related that, when he had returned to France to face the lawsuits, he explained his political position to the court. He reminded the judge that his proclamation of February 25, 1848 had urged moderation and generosity on the people, but he added that if he had wished to enter into the provisional government, he would have done so, and that, in all later events, in March, April, May, his name would always have been written, unknown to him, among the members of a new government or as a dictator. Point 19. Cabet, of course, meant to be a Karl himself, a one-man dictator. Louis Blanc, on the other hand, had talked of the dictatorship of a collective ministry. There was, and had been, rampant talk about the dictatorship of a representative assembly. All Marx did was add another variant to this list, the conception of the dictatorship of a class. ******. The preliminary investigation to be made next is due to the insistent effort by a century of Marxologists to link Marx's use of dictatorship of the proletariat with his alleged adoption of Blanquist views. The next two chapters are devoted to this question. 9. Marx and Blanqui. We have to undertake the following survey, as a necessary preliminary to Locus 1, especially LC, and Locus 2, because of the sheer quantity of Marxological claims linking the dictatorship of the proletariat with Blanqui. In Chapter 2 we covered the claim that Blanqui had originated the term, but although this assertion is false, we are going to see that there is a connection between Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat and his relations with the Blanquist tendency. To be sure, this relationship is, if anything, the reverse of the one commonly alleged. The key periods for Marx's relations with Blanquists are considered in separate chapters, chapters 11 to 12, 1850, and chapters 17 to 18, 1870s. In addition, Special Note B examines published argumentation for the myth that in the 1840 to 50s Marx held Blanquist views or was a Blanquist. In this and the next chapter we cover the groundwork, particularly the question of Marx's relations with Blanqui himself. Since Blanquism issued from the Bobovist tradition, and since the Marx-Blanquist fable is accompanied by the Marx-Bobovist fabulation, we have to begin with Babeuf and Buonarroti. One must warn that the results of this investigation are not exciting, being largely negative. 1. Marx and Bobovism. Since Babeuf's name stands historically at the beginning of the socialist or communist movement, anyone who refers back to the origin and development of socialism is bound to run into his name constantly. And this is how the name is met in the early writings of Marx and Engels, though not constantly. Their very first references to him were hardly admiring, though they sought to give him due credit for pioneering. In a pre-Marxist article for the English Owenites, 1843, Engels explained that the Babovist conspiracy of the equals failed because the then communism itself was of a very rough and superficial kind, and because, on the other hand, the public mind was not yet far enough advanced one in the Holy Family. In a section tracing the history not of communism but of materialism, Marx opined that the Babovists were crude, uncivilized, uncultivated materialists, and on another page pointed out that Babeuf was not a partisan of freedom but of equality. Point 2 in this work, 2, is a passage of great importance for showing Marx's capsulized view of the main political currents of the French Revolution. The revolutionary movement, which in 1789 began in the Cercle Social, which in the middle of its course had Leclerc and Roux as its chief representatives, and which in the end succumbed for a short time with Babeuf's conspiracy, had given rise to the communist idea, which Babeuf's friend Buonarroti again introduced in France after the Revolution of 1830.3. The surprising thing about this thumbnail sketch of the origins of the movement, based on Marx's period of intensive reading and study on the French Revolution, is that it completely left out the entire Jacobin spectrum, not only Robespierre and Saint-Just, but Hébert and Marat, in favor of two tendencies then little known, the social Girondins around the Cercle Social and Abbé Fauchet, and the revolutionary left wing of the upheaval, slandered by establishment history as the enrages, who rejected Jacobinism and its dictatorship from the left and from the standpoint of the then working classes, Leclerc, Jacques Roux. This is especially interesting because Babeuf and Buonarroti thought of themselves as Jacobin Robespierrists, but in Marx's eyes their communism was a graft upon Jacobin ideas. This, indeed, is the sense with which I use the term Jacobin communism to describe the Babovist Blanquist tradition. In the German ideology, outside of some passing unsubstantive mentions of Babeuf's name, there is only one passage where Marx's attitude shows. When Max Stirner refers to Babeuf's views, Marx writes scornfully, "The idea of regarding him Babeuf as the theoretical representative of communism could only occur to a Berlin schoolmaster, for this hardly sounds as if Marx regarded himself as a disciple of Babovism, except in the broad sense, which should certainly never be forgotten, in which all socialists are descendants of the first socialist/communist movement in history." In this period, the view of the Jacobin wing of the French Revolution that was taken by Engels was much more conventional than Marx's. In an article written at the end of 1845, Engels viewed Babeuf's conspiracy for equality as revealing the final consequences of the democracy of 1793. Hence, democracy nowadays is communism, and the iron characters that came to his mind were Marat and Danton, Saint-Just, and Babeuf. Indeed, his article offered a long speech by Harney in which the Chartist leader praised Robespierre and his friends, in particular Saint-Just and Marat, as well as Babeuf and Buonarroti. 5. This view was the orthodoxy of the European left, including the socialist Chartists. It was not a shockingly Jacobin effusion. It was Marx that was out of step. After all, Buonarroti's book, which functioned for a couple of decades literally as the textbook of Jacobin communism, was translated into English by the leading Chartist Brantera O'Brien, and published in 1836 by another prominent Chartist, Henry Hetherington, editor of the Poor Man's Guardian. Yet these estimable Chartists were not known as revolutionary fire-eaters, and have not been transmogrified into the Babovist Blanquist wing of Chartism by enterprising historians. On the other hand, if a letter were found in which Marx one day urged the reading of Buonarroti's book, a reasonable suggestion since it is interesting and important, I predict the publication of 15 journal articles, 2 books, and 8 dissertations using this incontrovertible evidence to prove conclusively that Marx was a Babovist Blanquist Jacobin. As a matter of fact, around this time, spring 1845, Marx and Engels did plan to publish writings by Babeuf and Buonarroti, but only as part of a very ambitious project for an extensive library of the best foreign non-German socialist writers, which in turn was momentarily thought of in connection with a history of socialism and communism in France and England from the 18th century on. Hess was supposed to translate Buonarroti, but nothing came of it. The incident confirms, of course, what scarcely needs to be proved, that Marx and Engels were well acquainted with these writings. There is other evidence that Buonarrota's book was a part of Marx's personal library 7, as it would be in the case of anyone interested in social questions. By 1847 Marx's and Engels' writings show no references to the Bobovists with a significant content, the nearest approach being a purely historical observation on how the social question and the first communists emerged out of the bourgeois revolution and republicanism. 8 How this merges into the treatment of Bobovism in the Communist Manifesto is discussed elsewhere. 9. Overwhelmingly, then, in their formative years Marx's and Engels' references to Babeuf and Buonarrota were simply historical, quite critical and distanced, that is, they reflected no close rapport with these forerunners. And afterwards? Mention of Babeuf disappeared from Marx's writings, and as for Engels, aside from a rock-bottom minimum mention in the historical part of anti-Dühring, hence socialism, utopian and scientific as well, there was only a comment in the preparatory notes for anti-Dühring which was the most hostile of all. A certain strategy, he wrote, would be politically as mad as Babeuf's attempt to make a leap from the Directory directly into communism. 10. As for their correspondence over all the years from the 40s to the 90s, the situation is even more extreme. In all of Marx's correspondence, there is one mention, and that a mere quip. In Engels, 2 mentions, one a brief historical mention, and another a reply to an inquiry from the man who was destined to invent the Marx-Blanquist myth, Bernstein. 11. There is, then, very utile material available for the purpose of manufacturing a myth. It would have been nice if the young Marx had met old Buonarrota one day, or even been spotted in the same city with him, but Marx was going to the University of Berlin when the old revolutionist died. An Italian authority on Buonarrota, Galanti Garone, has tried to discover some overlap between circles frequented by the two, with only tenuous and scanty results. It would be necessary to screw this procedure up one notch, that is, ferret out circles common to the common circles frequented by those who did the overlapping, a methodology that would prove anyone's influence on anyone else, just as we are all related in Adam. Another authority found that Buonarrota was active in Brussels at one time, and that one of the young Belgians who knew him, Jotrand, was in 1847 the president of the Democratic Association of which Marx was vice president. 12 It's a small world. One of the authorities whose contribution on this score has beclouded the scene was Harold J. Lasky, who, in his socialist tradition in the French Revolution, stated magisterially of Babeuf and Marx that the line of affiliation, indeed, is a direct one, for Buonarrota was the master of that generation whose words and acts were the basis of Marxian strategy. He then listed half of the socialist doctrines that most of the movement held for a half-century, to show the line of affiliation, but the only stab at a direct affiliation came at the end, and it is worth remembering the part that the League of the Just played as an instrument of early Marxism. 13 Lasky forgot that, far from being an instrument of early Marxism, the League of the Just had to be scuttled before Marx and Engels agreed to form a new organization, the Communist League, with its leaders. But Lasky had a real fact to work with. He was thinking of the essay on the history of the Communist League published by Engels in 1885, in particular a passage that will also serve us as an introduction to the next section. Engels explained the Bobovist Blanquist past of the German workingmen who were moving to Marxism in 1847, or to as much of it as they had grasped by that time. Originally it was a German offshoot of the French worker communism linked to Bobovist reminiscences, which took shape in Paris at about the same time. Community of goods was demanded as a necessary consequence of equality. The aims were those of the contemporaneous Paris secret societies, half propaganda group, half conspiracy, with Paris however always figuring as the center point of revolutionary action, though the preparation of occasional putsches in Germany was by no means excluded. But since Paris remained the decisive battleground, the League was at that time actually not much more than the German branch of the French secret societies, particularly the Société de Saisons led by Blanqui and Barbes, with which it maintained a close connection. The French struck on May 12, 1839, the sections of the League marched with them and thus were involved in the common defeat. 14. This is the past that these German workingmen had to overcome in order to arrive at a merger with Marx and Engels. Somehow this passage gets cited as if it proves that Marx and Engels were tainted with Bobovism for, you see, they associated with ex-Bobovists, or ex-semi-hemi-demi-Bobovists, at least. Lucky for Marx it was not he who glorified Babeuf as his master, founder not only of the socialist doctrine but above all of socialist politics. It was that master of reformism, Jean-Georges. 15, we will return to the just in the next chapter. We see that this survey is not very rewarding in itself. The reader's consolation is that, while I have taken some pages to summarize the facts, whole forests have been cut down to provide the paper on which Marxologists have claimed that Marx and Engels were originally Bobovists in some meaningful sense. When we get to Blanquism, the plot thickens. 2. The Blanquist tendency. Revolutionary secret societies, with ideologies ranging from left republicanism with thoroughly bourgeois views to primitive communist ideas, proliferated after the Revolution of 1830 in France. Buonarrota's Bible of Bobovism, which had been published in 1828, played an important role in persuading the left wing of this movement that it was communist and in explaining what it meant by communism, and Buonarrota himself was active in creating and training groups here and there. But, without begrudging deserved admiration for the dedication and energy of this first professional revolutionist, it must not be thought that the movement was an emanation of Buonarrota or of Bobovism. It was a movement of elemental rebellion that cast about for an ideology. Instead of ideas, it found a leader. Buonarrota may possibly have known young Auguste Blanqui. 16. It makes little difference, except to underline that Blanqui did not create the Blanquist movement. Blanqui's aphorism was, on ne crée pas un mouvement, on le derive. 17, he rose through its ranks to recognized leadership by virtue of his admirable personal qualities, which few even of his enemies failed to respect. These qualities did not include much competence in the theoretical analysis of social and political problems. Blanqui was typical of his movement in being primarily an activist, the generalissimo of activists. He was militantly opposed to wasting time on general problems of social analysis and revolutionary policy, theory. Along with his troops he accepted what seemed obvious, since the mass of people were hopelessly corrupted by the social order, they had to be saved despite themselves saved by the good guys, who would make a revolution by the time-honored method of a coup de main, putsch, engineered by a gang of honest revolutionists, led by a virtuous chief acting in the interests of the people. The good guys, in sociological slang, the revolutionary elite, would then institute a new revolutionary regime, which would train the masses up to the point when, someday, they could govern democratically. This, as we have seen, was the educational dictatorship. What was needed for such a seizure of power was the skillful and well-organized use of force, as blueprinted, for example, in Blanqui's famous instructions pour un prise d'armes, which gave the exact dimensions for building a proper barricade. To the world at large and to the people of the left in particular, the Blanquist movement seemed to have two outstanding characteristics, yet both of these have to be heavily qualified. In the first place, the Blanquist tendency seemed to be thoroughly revolutionary. All good Blanquists trumpeted this quality, in all sincerity. And who could have any doubt about it after comparing Blanqui with, say, Louis Blanc's parliamentary state socialism or Victor Considerant's pink modulation of Fourierism? Only time was going to show how easily Blanquism, so revolutionary under despotic regimes, turned into errant social reformism as it began to operate under a democratic republic, and how wildly national chauvinist it became in the challenge of wartime. But this demonstration was reserved for the future. 18. The Blanquists also seemed to be, and were usually described as, a proletarian movement. Along with everyone else, Marx accepted this standard view that Blanquism, with all its defects, represented what there was of French proletarian, revolutionary, communism. Even if he had wanted to, he could not have done research on the Blanquist social composition. Modern investigations of this question, while useful for the history of socialism, are not very relevant to evaluating Marx's relation with the Blanquists. In any case, the question is still clouded even after a century of research, but some points may be of interest here. Part of the trouble is terminological. If proletarian is taken to refer to the modern proletariat of factory wage workers, there is no doubt that there were few proletarians in Blanquist ranks or among the Proudhonists, or in the Communist League, or anywhere else. It is well known that Blanqui used proletarian in the usual sense of his day, describing all those who earned a living primarily by their own labor, artisanal craftsmen, even workshop masters, shopkeepers, naturally peasants, etc. In Marxian terminology, these constituted the various working classes, then overwhelmingly petty bourgeois in composition in France or Germany. Marx himself, in journalistic and other popular contexts, not infrequently used proletarian in the same un-Marxist way as everyone else. Instead of proletarians, we should read working POP in the most general sense. Once this emendation is made, the composition of the Blanquist tendency can be stated with some confidence, at least approximately. Spitzer's summary, I think, is accurate, after conceding the well-known fact that the leaders were primarily, although not exclusively, recruited from the middle class. He says, it is, however, probably incorrect to observe with Mason and others that the Blanquist party itself was composed principally of members of the bourgeoisie, radical students of the schools of Paris, young advocates, and journalists. Although evidence of this nature cannot be absolutely validated, contemporary descriptions of the Blanquists during the three periods, 1836–39, 1848, and the 1860s, when they actually constituted a formal organization, seem to indicate that Blanqui's following contained more proletarians than any group but the Proudhonists, and that the majority of his organization was drawn from the working class. 19. One of the best sources of hard data on the rank and file comes, via Da Costa, from the Paris police files. On November 7, 1866, a Paris membership meeting was held in the Café de la Renaissance under circumstances that assured very full attendance. It was raided by the police, with only a handful evading the net. The police list, giving the occupation of each one arrested, was reproduced by Da Costa and was clearly taken to be reliable. Of the 41 arrested, the largest single-class block consisted of 16 artisanal workers, one listed as a master joiner. Of these 16, the woodworkers, joiners, cabinet makers, etc., were easily the largest trade category, 6. In addition to the 16 artisans, there were 6 workers in commercial occupations. 1, listed as a marchand mercier, was probably a shop owner, the rest were employees, that is, workingmen. These two categories, 16 plus 6, constituted a bare majority. The next block comprised 13 students, including 6 medical and 4 law students. Then there were 5 professionals, 1 lawyer, 1 man of letters, the others journalists, and 1 rentier. As a result of the mass trial that ensued, Da Costa says, the workers' contingent grew considerably. 20. Many questions remain open, for example, the composition at different periods and in different cities, but it is the Paris picture that would be Marx's ruling consideration, especially for the next 2 years when Blanquist membership in Paris grew to over 2,000. The other side of the dubieties is the certainty. Those Marxologists who unqualifiedly assert the middle-class composition of the Blanquist movement are basing themselves on their polemical needs, not hard facts. The conspiratorial putschism characteristic of the Blanquist-type tendencies, whether associated with Blanqui or not, should not be thought of as some bizarre or irrational vagary of wild men, as tends to be the view of Philistine historians bemused by respectability. Blanquism was a simple version of primitive revolutionism, so simple that any child could understand it. If you and your friends didn't like the status quo, why, you set out to overthrow it, by the same means that it probably came into being, by force of arms. Any complicating notions were just theory. How easy and commonsensical this notion is. It is constantly being rediscovered, and proclaimed as a new theory to replace outlived Marxism, right up to our own day. It represents the infantile malady of the revolutionary movement, one of the reasons why, in much of the world, socialism is still a giant in diapers. 3. Marx and Blanqui, the revolutionary. There are 4 points to be made about Marx's attitude to Blanqui before we take up his political views on Blanquism. The first has already been suggested. Whatever Marx's disagreements with Blanquism, he viewed it as the proletarian, revolutionary, communist current of the French movement. He could not have failed to be aware of how amorphous the Blanquists' kind of communism was, as Engels wrote much later about the Blanquists of the Paris Commune. The great majority of the Blanquists were at that time socialists only by revolutionary, proletarian instinct. 21. But this would be reason to stay in contact with them, not grounds on which to dismiss them. This consideration will become clearer in connection with the 4th point, section 6. The character of the Blanquists as the revolutionary wing of the London emigration in the 1850s can be seen from another angle. Their role as the existing alternative on the left to the official leadership of the emigration, the social democratic tendency led by Louis Blanc as the French head of the European democracy. This role of the Blanquists, and the extent to which Marx valued it, was acted out in 1851 in what was known as the affair of Blanqui's toast. Marx's connection can be understood only if 2 scandals, not 1, are related. On February 24, 1851, the anniversary of the February Revolution of 1848 was celebrated in London by a banquet of the equals. This very Bobovist appellation covered the very non-Blanquist Social Democrat, Louis Blanc, and a number of London Blanquist refugees plus the Willich Schapper group, Marx's bitterest enemies. The last 2 categories had just been affronted by Marx when he dropped SUCR down the drain, as recounted below in Chapter 12. 2 of Marx's friends, Scram and Piper, attended, egged on by Willy Chit's shouting spy. A large part of the crowd attacked Marx's friends and beat them up badly, while the representatives of peace and democracy, with Willich presiding, looked on mouthing their fraternal phrases, commented Marx with understandable bitterness. Marx and Engels decided not to involve the law, and in fact found themselves with no recourse. 22. 3 days after this scandalous affair, the French right-wing press broke a different public scandal, and chortled with glee. The banquet of the equals had had Blanqui's name blazoned on the wall with others. Toasts were offered to Marat, Robespierre, and Blanqui, yet Louis Blanc had not turned a hair. It was now disclosed that the organizing committee had asked Blanqui to send a toast along with the others. From his cell in Belle Isle, Blanqui had obliged, and his toast, Avis au peuple, warning to the people, curled Louis Blanc's hair. It was a sweeping political denunciation, by name, of the Social Democrats and Republicans who had ruined the revolution, especially Blanc, warned against giving them power again, and called for the arming of the workers as the only guarantee of socialism. The banquet committee Blanc and Willich Schapper included voted to suppress the toast when the Avis was printed in the press. They lied like gentlemen, claiming they had never seen it, let alone suppressed it, till a couple of the Blanquist committee members broke down and confessed. 23. Here was an opportunity for Marx to strike back at the left hooligans who had countenanced the beating up of Scram and Piper, strike back not in kind, or by calling the cops, but politically. Marx and Engels wrote a short prefatory note for Blanqui's Avis and had it printed up in 30,000 copies of a flyer for distribution in German, with a certain success in Germany, and in English, with no success in getting into the English press. 24. Marx told the story in an obscure polemic against Willich and in the unpublished Great Men of the Emigration. 25. It is rather amazing that nowhere in the Marxological annals of the Marx-Blanquist myth is anything made of the indubitable fact that here we have Marx publishing and distributing an indubitable writing by Blanqui, putting forward an indubitable brand of Blanquism. One reason may be the date. According to the usual myth, this was getting toward the time when Marx was supposed to be giving up his Blanquist aberration. This episode doesn't fit. For another thing, Marx did not express approval of Blanqui's sentiments, nor was his name attached. He was making available a suppressed document of definite interest which incidentally also dished his enemies. In the prefatory note to the flyer, Blanqui was referred to by his chief mark of distinction, the noble martyr of revolutionary communism. 26. We should add that Blanqui's statement was not unalloyed Blanquism. This raises an aspect of Blanqui that is important but cannot be taken up here. On its positive side it called for two steps, comes the revolution, 1. The general disarming of the bourgeois guards, 2. The arming and military organization of all the workers. Italics added. True, there was a typically Blanquist glorification of arms and organization as sufficient and decisive, but Marx was not voting for it as a Congress resolution. When Blanqui concluded, France bristling with workers in arms, that is the coming of socialism, Marx could recognize common ground. Anyway, its emphasis pointed in the right direction with revolutionary spirit and pointed against the right people. It is certainly beyond question that Marx regarded Blanqui as the head and the heart of the proletarian party in France, as he wrote in 1861.27. True, he wrote this in a letter to a close friend and supporter of Blanqui, Dr. Louis Watteau, but he had expressed the same opinion quite publicly since 1850. In his class struggles in France, this was stated not in the noted passage referring to the revolutionary socialism or communism for which the bourgeoisie itself has invented the name of Blanqui, but on the next page, quite casually, when he referred to Deflot, i.e., Paul Deflot, a friend of Blanqui, as the representative of the revolutionary proletariat in the elections. 28 In another article of the same year, the same book review, in which, we will see, he dissected Blanqui/SM with a sharp knife, he likewise took it for granted that his readers would accept his characterization of the proletarian revolutionaries such as Blanqui. 29. The affair of Blanqui's toast took place in 1851. In 1852 Marx's 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte referred to Blanqui and his comrades, that is, the real leaders of the proletarian party, the revolutionary communists, and in its last section recalled that Blanqui had made the disbanding of the bourgeois guards the first demand on the revolution. 30 Perhaps a direct echo of Blanqui's Avis au people. Early that year, Engels wrote to Marx that he was optimistic about Bonaparte's imminent downfall. One can do no better than this, asked Bonaparte to prepare the way for a Blanqui government. 31 In 1854 Marx inserted a note in a New York Daily Tribune article pointing out that Bonaparte's release of Barbes, but not Blanqui, from prison settled the long-standing feud between the two revolutionaries and their supporters. It decides the question as to who is the man of the revolution and who not. Up to now, wrote Marx, Barbes and Blanqui have long shared the real supremacy of revolutionary France. 32 In 1856. In his speech at the anniversary of the People's Paper, Marx remarked that modern technological advances were revolutionists of a rather more dangerous character than even citizens Barbes, Raspail, and Blanqui. 33 Here the three names simply functioned as paradigmatic synonyms for revolutionist, and Blanqui's name did not head the list. In 1861 Marx was deeply involved in the defense of Blanqui against prison maltreatment, detailed in the next section, and, in the course, he repeatedly expressed his view of Blanqui as a revolutionary ally. In a letter to Engels, he remarked that I consider it very good that we again have direct connections with the firmly entschieden, decisively revolutionary party in France. 35 A few months later, he wrote the letter to Dr. Watteau quoted above. In 1863, in a letter to Engels, Marx was again hopeful about the situation in France. He remarked, apparently reflecting the report made by his wife after a visit to Paris, in Paris party spirit and cohesion are still dominant in the Parti Socialiste, i.e., socialist movement. Even fellows like Carnot and Gauchos bourgeois Republicans declare that Blanqui has to be put in the forefront in the next movement. 36. The next movement came in 1870. Early that year, before it came, Engels had told Marx about a newspaper piece by Hess which said that Flourens and other new forces were displacing old Blanqui in the leadership. Engels scouted the report as laughable, quite rightly. The Marx family knew Flourens well, this hot-blooded young scientist and revolutionary, who was destined to die in the defense of the Paris Commune, was a loyal follower of Blanqui. First came the collapse of the Bonaparte Empire. A couple of weeks before, Engels wrote, in a letter, that everything might come unglued in a week or two. The worst thing is who is to take the lead in case of a really revolutionary movement in Paris? Blanqui seems forgotten. 37 But Blanqui was not forgotten, yet he could not give leadership to the Paris Commune, for he was arrested exactly one day before the revolt startled friends and foes. In his civil war in France, Marx noted that the Versailles government had rejected the Commune's efforts to obtain Blanqui's release in exchange for an archbishop, for Thiers knew that with Blanqui he would give to the Commune a head. 38. The Marx-Blanquist myth had started before this address was published, indeed before the Paris Commune was more than a few days old. Paris and London papers published the revelation that the revolt had been masterminded in London by Marx and Blanqui in secret conclave with AASC and others. Marx's denial was printed on April 4, 39, but the flood of lies merely swelled. To most of these defenders of morality and civilization, it was irrelevant that Marx's communist views were entirely different from Blanqui's, for they were on the same side of the barricades. This continued to be the Marx-Blanquist crime. For Marx and Blanqui, the defense movement. The second element in Marx's view of Blanqui concerned the defense of the revolutionist against government persecution. Marx's personal view of Blanqui was that of a devoted and honest revolutionist of great moral integrity, called purity or virtue in the Blanquists' own jargon. This view of Blanqui was, of course, very common and not limited to supporters, for this was a man of principle, incorruptible and faithful to his convictions. Instead of spending over 33 years in prison, 40 he could have enjoyed lucrative posts by yielding to the men of power, and so he was a fanatic to those who did. More than merely a martyr, he was a model of revolutionary morality. Marx admired Blanqui in this personal sense. He undoubtedly agreed with Engels' distinction between Blanqui the individual and the Blanquists as a political tendency. Engels wrote in 1874, "One wants above all to play the role of Blanqui, man of action. But here little is to be accomplished simply by goodwill. Not everyone happens to have Blanqui's revolutionary instinct or his swift decisiveness, and however much Hamlet may talk about energetic action, he still remains Hamlet." 41. We have already mentioned that in the feud between Barbes and Blanqui, Marx favored the latter. 42 But this was not a question of ideology. Barbes had pressed charges impugning Blanqui's revolutionary integrity, and Marx believed Blanqui's defenders. Also, in 1852, a shady ex-Blanquist or quasi-Blanquist named Emmanuel Barthélemy, one of the paladins who had suppressed Blanqui's toast and broken with the revolutionist over it, circulated an alleged compromising letter by Blanqui. Marx reacted with the opinion that it was all a lie by Barthélemy. 43 Some years later, Marx's Comtist friend E.S. Beazley asked him naively if Blanqui was a dishonorable man of the Brad-Laff type. Marx laughed to himself at this typical John Bullish estimation of a revolutionary character, so he told the Lafargues in a letter, and sent Beazley a portrait of Blanqui to cure him of his prejudices against the revolutionist. 44. Defending Blanqui against slander within the movement was one thing, defending him against the constant persecution of the Bonapartist despotism was a foregone conclusion. Writing to Engels in 1859, Marx reported that in Paris, at any rate, the workers are furious over the vileness of Blanqui's deportation to Cayenne. 45 Blanqui's 10-year sentence handed down in 1849 had expired in April, but instead of freeing him, the government planned to deport him to the transatlantic penal colony and in any case kept him interned. Then in 1861, when Blanqui was shut up in the Mazas prison in Paris, reports started coming out about his physical maltreatment by the prison administration, allegedly on orders from above. Besides, Blanqui's trial and conviction had been a judicial farce. Marx threw himself wholeheartedly into the Blanqui defense movement launched by the prisoner's friends, particularly Dr. Louis Watteau, pseudonym de Nonville. This physician had done time in Belle Isle as an enemy of Bonaparte, and now lived in Brussels. Marx kept in touch with him, and set about raising money for a Blanqui defense fund to publish a brochure about the case and publicize the issues in general. For this purpose he turned to La Sala and the Countess Sophie von Hatzfeldt, who differed from most of Marx's friends in having a good deal of the needful. On May 8 Marx informed La Salle about Blanqui's prison conditions and about defense activities. His letter shows how thoroughly he was involved. Blanqui is still in the prison of Mazas, Paris, where he is physically maltreated by gendarmes, etc. on orders from the Juge d'instruction. He had traveled from here London to Paris without any conspiratorial plans as a businessman's agent, making use of the general amnesty. The dirty press in England as in the rest of Europe tries to burke the whole affair. I have agreed on a get-together for next Saturday with Simon Bernard, who knows the details on the affair, and at that time we will discuss the subject at length. We intend, perhaps together with Ernest Jones, to hold a public meeting on this monstrous business. As soon as I have talked with Bernard and have better information, I will render a report to Madame the Countess Hatzfeldt. But right now I beg you to get notices about this quid appens felonious attack into Brussels papers through any channels whatever. 46. He also wrote to Hatzfeldt with information on Bonaparte's infamous conduct in respect to Blanqui, made proposals for articles to get into the press, and asked for her financial support for the brochure on the Blanqui trial. 47 Hatzfeldt did get pieces into the press, and responded positively on June 14. A few days later Marx sent Engels a letter we have already quoted in part. It is a question first of all of money to print a pamphlet by d'Enonville on the infamous Blanqui trial, arguments etc. and analysis thereof. Blanqui himself, through d'Enonville, has very warmly sent thanks to me and the German Proletarian Party, in partibus, for our sympathy. I consider it very good that we again have direct connections with the firmly revolutionary party in France. 48. Marx was apparently citing a letter from Watteau, d'Enonville, of June 4, which said that Blanqui was deeply moved by the concern shown by the German proletariat for his fate. 49. On July 22, after learning that Blanqui's 4-year sentence had been upheld, Marx wrote La Salle, "You have seen that the sentence against Blanqui, one of the most shameful ever, has been confirmed on appeal. I am now curious to see what his Brussels friend will write me." 50. The Brussels friend, Dr. Watteau, did write to him, but this letter is one of a number of letters in the Marx-Watteau correspondence that are not extant. Marx's letter to Watteau of November 10 is extant, and we have already partly quoted it. Be assured that no one could be more interested than myself in the fate of a man whom I have always considered to be the head and the heart of the Proletarian Party of France. 51. Through all this, to what extent was Blanqui aware of the activity on his behalf by Marx and his friends? We really don't know, though it is customary to quote Watteau's statements as if they settled the matter. It will be observed that Blanqui's thankful and appreciative sentiments came not from Blanqui but from the organizer of his defense fund, writing to a valued contributor, and without faulting Watteau at all, we should not be naive about these formalities. Other questions of this sort becloud our next section too. Luckily, from a reasonable standpoint, none of this has much to do with the question of Marx's political attitude toward Blanquism. 5. Marx and Blanqui, personal relations. For the third moment in Marx-Blanqui relations, we must summarize the facts about personal links. Great efforts have been expended on the task of finding some points of personal contact between Marx and Blanqui, or at least Blanquists. The first fact to be noted about Marx-Blanqui personal relations is similar to Sherlock Holmes' famous observation on the dog's barking: there wasn't any. The two men never met, despite opportunities to do so. This seems to have been due chiefly to Blanqui's disinclination. However, the story shows a great amount of coolness on both sides. When Marx first came to live in Paris in October 1843, Blanqui was a prisoner in Mont St. Michel. He had been in one prison or another continuously for 4 years and was going to remain a prisoner until the February Revolution of 1848 released him. There was no possibility of a meeting. But did Marx meet Blanquists in the Paris workers' circles he began to frequent and about which he wrote so enthusiastically? Quite probably, but he never mentioned it, at the time or later. In the course of 1844 to 1845 Marx wrote 3 times about the workers' clubs he was getting acquainted with, each time with great admiration and respect. 52 But not a word in these 3 passages reflected any contact with Blanquists. Much later he related, "During my first stay in Paris, I maintained personal relations with the leaders of the League of the Just there, as well as with the leaders of most of the French secret workers' societies, without however joining any of these societies." 53 These secret societies were, of course, rife with Jacobin communist types, who can be called Blanquists with equanimity. Among them were undoubtedly conscious followers of Blanqui himself. The real question is not whether Marx met Blanquists but whether he met them as Blanquists in any meaningful sense. Paris was a melting pot of leftist ideologies and currents, and no doubt the newcomer from the German hinterland was eager to meet all kinds, and did. The most definite link we know of is not with any French group but with the League of the Just, for this group of German émigré workers, mainly artisanal workers, cooperated with the Society of the Seasons and other groups modeled on classic conspiratorial lines. We have already quoted what Engels wrote about the Justs' participation in the Blanquist Putsch of May 1839.54 Other Germans among the tens of thousands of émigré artisans in Paris were associated with other secret societies, and it is reported that there were Blanquist groups with special German sections. 55 In these circles, some sort of Jacobin communism was the leading orthodoxy. Not only did Marx not join any of these groups but we will see evidence that he rejected their characteristic politics from the start. 56. During his Brussels sojourn, 1845 to early 1848, Marx was far from any Blanquist group, even geographically. But Domangit, doggedly pursuing his ambition of merging Marx and Blanqui in morganatic marriage, comes up with the information that the eminent Polish historian Joachim Leliwel, in exile in Belgium, was an old acquaintance of Blanqui's. 57 Marx was a friend and admirer of Leliwel and his historical work. Leliwel was a friend and admirer of Blanqui. I hesitate to mention that Marx did not become a Leliwelite, Leliwel did not become a Marxist. Not every acquaintance of Blanqui's was a Blanquist, and I wish we could drop this sort of thing. But not yet. Just as we have heard of Jotran's link to Bonarata 58, so too Nikolaevsky has made a Blanquist out of Joachim Bird, one of Marx's colleagues in the leadership of the Brussels Democratic Association. Domangit says this information is incorrect. 59 But more important is the fact that it is irrelevant. The first time that Marx and Blanqui were simultaneously in the same city was in early 1848. Marx, expelled from Belgium, came to Paris in the first week of March, and remained until about April 6. Blanqui had been released on February 24 and managed to stay out of jail until May 15. He founded the Central Republican Club as his organizational center. Marx, leading the Communist League in Paris, helped to found a German workers' club as the Communist League front. Scores of other clubs were formed in the big French cities. According to the Marx-Blanquist myth, Marx should have rushed to join Blanqui's club, which was one of the major political centers. But in fact if he participated in any of the French clubs, it was the Society of the Rights of Man. At any rate, a Marx was recorded speaking at its meetings, though it was probably not the Marx we are interested in. Even Domangit concedes that in this period Marx's orientation and activity were as far as possible from that of the Blanquists. 61 Besides mentioning Marx's membership in the non-Blanquist club, which he accepts as a fact, Domangit rightly points to 2 considerations. 1. Marx's vigorous opposition to the German Legion project organized by the German émigré Democrats in Paris, Herweg, Bornstedt, et.al. An adventuristic bit of revolutionism that was quite in line with Blanqui's coeval enthusiasm for revolutionary war by the new French Republic, but alien to Marx's perspective, and, 2, Marx's and Engels' cordial relations with and beneficent attitude toward the left wing of the provisional government, Ledru-Rollin and Flocon more than Louis Blanc. 62. In any case there is no question about the fact that Marx and Blanqui did not meet and had no personal contact whatever. Marx was next in Paris in 1849, after the defeat of the revolution in Germany. He stayed there from the first week of June until August 24. Expelled by the French government, he arrived in London a couple of days later. During this period Blanqui was in prison in Doullens. Soon after his arrival in Paris, Marx informed Engels, "I consort with the whole of the Revolutionary Party, and in a few days' time I shall have all the revolutionary journals at my disposal." 63. This optimistic note was not followed, in Marx's letters of this period, by any further references to contacts with the French movement. One must surmise that such contact was minimal, especially when the government started cracking down on him with a view to his expulsion from the country. As for all the revolutionary journals, Marx could scarcely have been referring to Blanquist organs, since there was none at this point. Les Valeurs du Peuple was not published until November. There is no evidence that the Revolutionary Party meant Blanquists specifically, any more than revolutionary journals meant Blanquist ones. Everything we know of Marx suggests that the label had a much wider significance for him. But we really don't know what he was referring to. The London Blanquists of 1850 and the SUCR episode are reserved for chapters of their own. Where was Blanqui himself in the decade of the 1850s? In prison until the 1859 amnesty, at Doullens until October 1850, then from November of that year until November of 1857 at Belle Isle. During this long stint at Belle Isle he was completely blocked from getting books, and so could not have become acquainted with Marx's publications even if he had wanted to. Freed by the amnesty of 1859, he lived abroad until the beginning of 1861, when he returned to Paris, to be arrested in March and sentenced in June to 4 years. At least in January 1860 and for an unknown period of time, Blanqui sojourned in London. This, then, was the second time that he was in the same city as Marx. In 1924 Domangit exercised his ingenuity to suggest that there may have been a meeting at that time. In 1929 Ryazanov did the same, but the speculations came to nothing, and Domangit later admitted that a meeting could not have taken place. 64. In connection with the defense movement we have seen the mutual expressions of appreciation in the 1861 period. There were echoes of this feeling near the end of that decade. As we will see in Chapter 18, the Blanquists did not participate constructively in the International before the Paris Commune, and there is nothing to report for most of the 1860s, and little after that. In December 1868, writing to his friend Kugelmann about the antics of the so-called French branch and its leading pseudo-revolutionist Félix Piat, Marx mentioned that he was gratified to see that Blanqui through one of his friends had an article published ridiculing Piat's pretensions. 65. Actually the article had been published by Tridon in a weekly sympathetic to Piat, but I have seen no reason to explain why Marx thought that Blanqui had brought it off from prison. I suppose London Blanquist acquaintances told him that, and he was certainly content to believe it. A few months later, Paul Lafargue, who had married Laura Marx in 1868, began to play the role that Domangit later played literarily, that is, as marriage broker between Marx and Blanqui. Lafargue, who besides everything else had the proper temperament for the Blanquist tendency, was an admirer of Lévieux, for understandable reasons. He had returned to France in order to get a French medical degree, besides his British MD, by taking examinations, but his father was worried lest he get carried away by political activity and fail to get the degree, hence be unable to set up shop as a physician. Old Lafargue in turn put pressure on Marx to keep Paul's attention on the exams, and in any case Marx was concerned about his daughter's future. About February 1869 Lafargue started writing Marx about a political weekly that was being founded by a group of Blanquists and Republicans. Its name was to be La Renaissance, and Paul was involved as a collaborator. He sent Marx the prospectus, along with a piece of news about his book The Poverty of Philosophy, guaranteed to scratch Marx's back. Blanqui, wrote Paul, has a copy of it and lends it to all his friends. Thus Tridon has read it and was happy to see in what fashion Il Moro Marx trounced Proudhon. Blanqui has the greatest esteem for you. 66 This news about Blanky's distribution of literature may have been hung on a ribbon of truth, or so one hopes. No such report ever came from any other source. We will come back to the periodical project. In March, writing to Engels in connection with an inconsequential news note, Marx mentioned that Blanky is now in Paris, underlined, and that Lafargue is apparently in touch with him. However, Marx's letter made no comment on this information, except to report a wisecrack by Blanky about a crackpot named Moylan. In the same letter Marx remarked apprehensively that Lafargue might be getting too deeply absorbed in politics to take his exams successfully. This, he added, can become bothersome, for his friends of the Renaissance Project are nothing but Blanquists. I will warn him. He should take his exams first. 67 Marx was obviously none too happy about Lafargue's coterie, as he called it, but, as explained, there were two clashing motives at work. Whatever Marx may have written to Lafargue as the warning, all we have is a letter of June 2 in which Marx merely stated disagreement with Blanky, as reported by Lafargue, on a minor point. 68 In a letter of the same day to his daughter Jenny, who, remember, was married to a left Republican admirer of Blanky, Longuet, who had used to visit Blanky at the Hospital Necker when the old man was jailed there in 1864 to 1865, Marx explained why he was reluctant to accept the invitation to collaborate with La Renaissance. Infinity as to Lafargue's paper, I feel rather uneasy. On the one hand, I should like to oblige Blanky. On the other hand, my other occupations will not allow me to do much for them, but, above all things, I fear lest old Lafargue should suspect me to push his son to premature political action and make him neglect his professional duties. 69. In July Marx went to Paris, apparently at the request of old Lafargue, to ensure Paul's medical career. Writing from Paris, he informed Engels that Blanky had left the capital and just as well. Blanky has left Paris, and gone to Brussels, and under the circumstances his absence was by no means unwelcome to me. Also, the paper La Renaissance has been postponed for the same reason. 70. Marx meant, I suppose, that if he had actually met Blanky, it would have been harder to extricate Paul from involvement with the periodical. Thus, when Marx was almost in the same city at the same time as Blanky, the situation was entirely beclouded by the extraneous problem around Lafargue's medical future. In March 1870 the following query occurred in a letter sent by Marx to the Lafargues: what does one hear of Blanky? Is he in Paris? 71 And that was all. The last mention of Blanky's name in Marx's and Engels' correspondence can be viewed as symbolic. In Marx's case the last epistolary reference was in connection with the Assy plot already mentioned. Marx sent a letter to Assy's lawyer affirming that he had had no connection with Assy nor with the imaginary Blanky conspiracy in London. 72 Engels' last mention of Blanky in a letter was in response to Liebknecht's request for a Blanky photograph. No, he had no photo. 73 No connection, wrote Marx. No photo, wrote Engels, and then for the remaining near quarter century there was no mention of the old revolutionist in any letter by either one. 74. But there was an epilogue, carried out by the Shat Chan, that is, Lafargue. The wise Jewish Shat Chan, literature tells us, engineers a marriage by telling each party how mightily in love the other is, besides extolling each one's virtues. We have seen at least one case in which Lafargue had told Marx of Blanky's admiration and interest. In 1879 we get a glimpse of the other side of that operation. 2 days after Blanky was released from prison in June 1879, Lafargue sent him a letter. The founding of an independent workers' party in France was on the agenda, and Lafargue proposed to Blanky that he carry its banner. The letter was rather extravagantly full of compliments, but every Shat-Chan knows how easily any bride or groom will believe the attribution of beauty to an otherwise unassuming countenance. At the end Lafargue suggested that Blanky might want to come to London to rest up, and his last words were, "Marx, who has followed your whole political career with so much interest, would be happy to make your acquaintance." 75. I have no doubt that Paul asked his father-in-law, Didn't I hear you say once that you'd like to make the acquaintance of old Blanky? Mais certainement, says the father-in-law. And so the writer adds this thoroughly veracious statement to his own letter. There is no difficulty about that. What gets sticky are the conclusions drawn by historians and biographers. There is no record of a response to Lafargue's letter by Blanky. Even if we assume that he sent a thanks for your best wishes reply, this lack of responsiveness to Marx's interest was consistently true of Blanky in every case not mediated by someone else, like Watteau. Chief among the people who would have been astonished to learn that Marx was a Blanquist was Blanky. Nowhere in his published material, correspondence, or personal papers did Blanky ever mention the Communist Manifesto. There is no indication that Blanky ever read Capital or was acquainted with it, though Damanget says he saw the French edition of that work in 1872. Although Blanky's name figures in the Civil War in France, which scandalized the respectable world in 1871, there is no mention of this document by Blanky, who, to be sure, was in prison when it came out. 77. There is every reason, then, to believe a report made by Gabriel Deville, one of the leaders of the Gauche d'Ist, so-called Marxist, party in France for many years. In 1879 Deville was a young man newly recruited to Marxist views. During the harsh winter bringing that year to a close, Blanky, who had been released from prison the preceding June, frequented Deville's lodgings every Monday morning. In the course of their conversations, the young man did not fail to bring up his Marxist ideas. He had the impression of being at loggerheads with the old man, and, in a statement written down later, declared that Blanky did not like Marx and did not seek to get acquainted with Marx's work. 78. It boils down to this: Marx was just Blanquist enough to be as sincerely interested in meeting the old revolutionist as you would be, dear reader, and Blanky was not even interested in saying hello. The rest is fiction, falsification. 6. Marx and Blanky, the United Front. The fourth element in Marx-Blanky or Marx-Blanquist relations concerns the United Front problem. The term United Front, of course, came in after Marx's time, but I use it here because its modern history sets one feature in sharp relief: the United Front problem arises because two or more political tendencies disagree. The question is, to what extent and within what limits can they collaborate despite the fact that they are different or even hostile? Only the term is modern, the idea is not, because the problem is old. The same notion was adumbrated in sections 2 and 4 of the Communist Manifesto. As previously mentioned, the manifesto stated that in France the Communists ally themselves with the Social Democrats, 79, and for Germany it spoke of fighting with the bourgeoisie under suitable conditions. 80. Whether we call it an alliance, coalition, joint struggle, or whatever, we are talking about the United Front problem in one form or another. It is seldom realized that Marx was a pioneer in working out the conception of the United Front in practice. In his case it was not linked with doctrinal vagueness, as is sometimes the case, but rather with his antipathy to sects and sectism. Against the sect Marx counterposed the concept of a broad class party, a movement embracing a wide variety of working class elements, its cement being participation in the class struggle rather than ideological uniformity. This was Marx's concept of the International, which was, as it were, a united front in the form of an all-in organization. 81. In contrast, the problems raised in the Manifesto's Section 4 involved united fronts, or alliances, linking existing organizations that held antagonistic or competitive political programs. Traditional sectists believe that anyone who rejects their particular brand of socialism is an enemy, and it follows that they can work only with people they agree with, viz., with themselves. Uncannily, we will find that this is also the standpoint of the Marxologists, who prove that Marx was a Blanquist merely by the fact that he entered into a united front that included Blanquists among others. The projected united front called SUCR will be the subject of Chapter 12. The very first organizational structure devised by Marx, the Communist Correspondence Committee he established in Brussels, was a format designed to provide an umbrella over different ideological tendencies within the framework of what he simultaneously called a movement of democratic communists. 82 The manifesto that Marx finished in early 1848 was not called the Manifesto of the Communist League, an organization, but the Manifesto of the Communist Tendency as a whole, party, which did not exist in fixed organizational form. From the beginning, Marx's outreach was toward an organizational format that allowed for the coexistence of different, hence potentially antagonistic, programmatic policies within the framework of what was roughly considered communism, or, even more broadly, within the framework of proletarian or proletarian revolutionary politics. Moreover, the very first organizational forms that Marx tried to work out were essentially international in scope. The Brussels CCC was, of course, intended to cover Europe at least. Though the Communist League was largely German in membership, the big limitation was set by the language used in meetings. It too was universal in principle, and in fact included a scattering of Scandinavian and other non-German affiliates. Perhaps the earliest organization of the socialist communist left that was specifically international was the Fraternal Democrats, founded in September 1845 in London by the left Chartist G.J. Harney. Marx and his Brussels CCC were close supporters, as was the League of the Just in London. The Fraternal Democrats, which still had over 20 chapters in England as late as 1850, had members from several European nationalities. Most of the Frenchmen who lined up with it were no doubt Blanquist, yet no confused historian has turned up claiming that Harney thereby became a Blanquist. To understand the United Front of 1850, whose consideration lies ahead, we should try to get an insight into Marx's thinking on the subject of united fronts. It happens that Marx put his views into a letter in connection with a little-known problem which has to be explained before we can see what Marx was saying. David Urquhart, whose experience in the British diplomatic service in Turkey had made him Britain's leading Russophobe and Turkophile, had developed the view that Lord Palmerston was really an agent of Russian interests. He organized a movement of Urquhartite groups, called Foreign Affairs Committees, with influence in all English circles from the Tories to the Chartists. Marx recognized one point of agreement with Urquhart's opposition to Palmerston's foreign policy as pro-Russian, otherwise he regarded Urquhart as a crazy, crackpot, medievalizing, pro-Turk idealizer of Islam. Marx met him only once, and reported to Engels that he was a complete monomaniac, thought revolutionists were all Russian agents, and had fits when contradicted. Marx, moreover, made his opinion of Urquhart's general politics quite public, in the New York Daily Tribune's columns. Nor was Urquhart himself under any illusion. He knows, since I have told him so, Marx wrote to Engels, that I agree with him in nothing save the matter of Palmerston 84. So Marx published a number of pieces on foreign policy in the Urquhartite press. This was the extent of the United Front. The question came up sharply when Lassalle wrote Marx about a German Urquhartite named Fischel. This lawyer's domestic politics were bad. Why did Marx associate himself with such people in England? This elicited Marx's thoughts about limited political alliances. His reply explained the extent of his collaboration with the Urquhartites, which he called a cartel relationship. He emphasized that he had never exchanged a word on domestic politics with Urquhart ever since I told him once for all that I am a revolutionist, and he told me just as openly that all revolutionists are agents or dupes of the Petersburg cabinet. Marx's argumentation went as follows. True, Urquhart is a reactionary in ideology, metaphysically speaking. But in foreign policy his movement is objectively revolutionary. His motivations are a matter of indifference, just as they would be if, in a progressive war, the man next to you was shooting at the same enemy out of patriotic or revolutionary motives. Urquhart is a power, feared by Russia. He is the sole official person in England who has the courage and honesty to stand up against public opinion. We are carrying on a war, Marx says, together with the Urquhartites, against Russia, Palmerston, and Bonaparte, one in which persons of various political views take part, including Fischel. He indicates that the alliance with the Urquhartites is viable only so long as there is no revolutionary situation. If we in Germany entered a revolutionary epoch, then all this diplomacy with the Urquhartites would naturally come to an end, naturally because of the Urquhartites' anti-revolutionary position. No revolutionary party presently exists in Germany, however. In this connection Marx states another basic proviso. In this diplomacy, he stresses, neither side gives up anything to the slightest extent nor makes any pretenses. He goes on to dot the I's on this principle of freedom of mutual criticism. We revolutionaries have to make use of them, the Urquhartites, as long as they are needed. This does not prevent us from hitting them squarely over the head when they become an obstacle in domestic politics. The Urquhartites never took it amiss that I used my own name to write simultaneously in the Chartist paper which they hate like poison, Ernest Jones's People's Paper, as long as it existed. E. Jones laughed at Urquhart's crotchets, made fun of them in his paper, and yet in the same paper publicly acknowledged his extraordinary value in the field of foreign policy. 85. This, then, was an essential aspect of a united front, temporary and limited alliance, in Marx's eyes, reciprocal freedom of all participants to publicly express their political views without any pretenses, everything in the open and above board. Incidentally, Engels later used the term cartel to describe their pre-1848 collaboration with the democratic movement in Brussels and the Reform Group in France, alliances which likewise assumed the mutual right of criticism without question. 86. Now, it would take some doing to make an Urquhartite out of Marx on the basis of these facts. Yet Marx's cartel with Urquhart was different from his united front with the Blanquists in this respect. Marx had no hope whatever of affecting Urquhart's own views through the association. He knew that this monomaniac was personally immovable, and winning over the Urquhartite rank and file was not a practicable goal. The target of the cartel was public opinion. With the Blanquists the situation was altogether different. Figure to yourself, here in the London French emigration was a loose political tendency made up largely of young, inexperienced people, without a single leading figure on the spot who possessed any force or prestige, their real leader, the imprisoned Blanqui, only a name and a legend to many or most of them, without an organization of their own, hardly possessing a developed political ideology of their own. Why, this was a tendency that was almost up for grabs. Yet the annals of Marxology are full of the astonishing notion that whenever Marx, who had just gone through a revolution under extreme pressure, had something to do with these émigrés, he, Marx, became a Blanquist. That is, he accepted their blurry ideas. To be sure, this fable was fabricated by Edward Bernstein, as detailed in Special Note B, but it became a fixture of much Marxological mythology. The myth-makers have not claimed to present facts about the awesome power of these London Blanquists to impose their views on everyone within range of their vibes. The Marxological story simply relies on osmosis. Put anyone next to a live Blanquist and the victim starts making putschs. This is a close analogue of another famous theory about arcane influences, the traditional FBI view that anyone who has a communist relative, or who has osmotically rubbed shoulders in an organization with communists, real or alleged, is thereby tainted for life. Or perhaps the real parallel is the Dracula myth. Once embraced by the pointy-toothed vampire prince, the victim himself becomes bloodthirsty. The sane alternative is the view that Marx, looking on the Blanquists as revolutionists with whom he had serious disagreements, was open to the policy of making united fronts with them while at the same time seeking to win them away from their false ideas. This, we will find, was indeed the overall pattern of Marx's relations with the London Blanquists. It is hardly surprising to find that Marx strove to convert temporary Blanquist allies away from their infantile putschist notions. Far from having to swallow the bizarre theory that Marx was convinced by mere contact with relatively idealess Blanquists, we know on the contrary that the relationship moved in the opposite direction. 10. Marx versus Blankism. We have sufficiently emphasized that Marx never struck the sectist attitude that said, we, the pure, can have nothing to do with Blanquists because we disagree with their views. The other side of this picture is that Marx did vigorously reject Blanquist, Jacobin communist, putschism and conspiratorialism. He did so, moreover, from his earliest known political writings to his last, with unusual consistency. On this score as on others, the Marx-Blanquist myth is peculiarly unlucky. The most important dissection of Blanquism, for our purposes, was published by Engels in 1874, and we will come back to it in Locus 8, the program of the Blanquist refugees of the Commune. Blanqui, Engels explained, believed that a small well-organized minority, attempting a revolutionary coup de main at the right moment, can carry the mass of people with them by a couple of initial successes and thus make a victorious revolution. The instrument was a conspiratorial group. Its principles were that in general revolutions do not make themselves but are made, that they are made by a relatively small minority and in accordance with a plan worked out in advance, and finally, that at any moment it will come off soon won. But that was written after some decades of experience. What about young Marx? One early years. A full 30 years before, Marx had attacked the putschist revolutionism of the Jacobin left just as vigorously. He had been in Paris for less than a year, a new-fledged socialist or communist. Reacting to one of the earliest violent outbreaks of the workers' class struggle in Germany, the revolt of the Silesian weavers, he had no doubt that socialism cannot be realized without revolution, as he wrote in an article published August 1844.2, but he did not omit to put forward his criticism of mere violence-mongering. His language was not yet fully Marxist, of course, but the viewpoint was clear. The more developed and universal the political understanding of a people, this being counterposed to social understanding, the more does the proletariat, at any rate at the beginning of the movement, squander its forces in senseless, useless revolts, which are drowned in blood. Because it thinks in the framework of politics alone, the proletariat sees the cause of all evils in the will, and all means of remedy in violence and in the overthrow of a particular form of state. The proof, the first uprisings of the French proletariat. Point 3. We note that this first statement already associated the propensity for putschist revolts with what philosophical jargon calls voluntarism, the exaltation of the will, the belief that a revolution can be pulled off at any time regardless of socio-economic and political conditions. The same article contained another passage attacking the politics of voluntarism, which we cite elsewhere in connection with Robespierre. Point 4. By this time, as we have seen, Marx was already acquainted with the League of the Just Elements in Paris, who had been under Blanquist influence, and with the London branch of the Just formed by Karl Schapper and his associates after they fled from France in the aftermath of the May 1839 putsch. Engels later related how he and Marx contributed to the re-education of the Just without joining their organization. We not only kept up our continuous correspondence with the Londoners but remained on still closer terms with the leader of the Paris branches. Without concerning ourselves with the League's internal affairs, we learned nevertheless of everything significant that went on. On the other hand, we influenced the theoretical views of the most important League members by word of mouth, by letters, and through the press. For this we also made use of various lithographed circulars which we sent to our friends and correspondents around the world on special occasions involving internal affairs of the Communist Party movement that was being formed. In these the League itself was sometimes involved. Engels then referred to the circular against Krieg 6. We know the outcome. As against the myth that Marx was somehow tainted with Blanquism through associating with these Blanquist-tainted characters, it was the Just, Schapper and his comrades, who changed. To see what part of their evolution was ascribable to Marx and Engels, let us see what happened. Our information is based on the minutes of discussions held in 1845 in London between the leading people of the League, especially Schapper, and the duo constituted by Wilhelm Weitling and his disciple Hermann Krieg. Weitling voiced the politics of the autonomous will as starkly as anyone ever expressed it, while Schapper argued that society was not yet ripe for communism and that a whole period of education and propaganda was first necessary. Weitling responded, If the opinion expressed by Schapper et al. Meets with general support, all our work is for naught. It means eternally postponing things from today to tomorrow, from tomorrow to the day after. In my opinion, everybody is ripe for communism, even the criminals. They have their genesis precisely in the present social system and would no longer exist under community of goods, i.e., communism. Humanity is necessarily always ripe or never will be. 7. Nobody could put it more flatfootedly than that. Kriege backed up Weitling with the intimidating argument that only police officers and Philistines ever said that society was not ripe for communism. Fander supported Schapper. Kriege wants to force people to adopt his views. He tells them, recognize this or I hit you over the head. At this point Schapper became autobiographical. Kriege's talk is a mirror for me. That is just how I talked 10 or 8 years ago, yes, even 6 years ago. But now, when so many bitter experiences have cooled me down, now I must entirely agree with what the reactionaries say, people are not yet ripe. A truth is never knocked into heads with rifle butts. 8. Schapper made this statement in June 1835, the reference to 6 years ago meant he had gone through a big political swing soon after the debacle of May 1839. This indicates that he had begun changing his views before getting acquainted with Marx and Engels. It was not only Blanquist putschism that Schapper turned against. In these 1845 discussions with Weitling he repudiated revolution as such. The truth, he said, needs no physical force, it is strong enough in itself. No revolution. We have to warn against revolutions always and everywhere. It is our most sacred duty everywhere to restrain the youth. In Germany we can advance on legal paths. 9. This peaceful perspective meant to him that generations would pass before the time would be ripe. It was Weitling who argued that enlightenment by peaceful roads is an illusion, what we strive for is achieved only in struggle. To be sure, Weitling utilized the discussions also to urge his theory of communist dictatorship. If we bring about communism through revolutionary means, then we must have a dictator who holds sway over all 10. In this period, then, through 1845 at least, Schapper was throwing the baby out with the bathwater, abandoning Blanquist revolutionism. He dumped the revolution along with Blanquism. Yet by 1847, when the League merged with Marx and Engels to form the Communist League, not a word was heard of this variety of peaceful reform. It had been abandoned in turn, but without going back to the Blanquist style of revolution. It is this rectification which, I think, has to be ascribed to the influence of Marx and Engels. In whole or in part what Schapper learned from Marx was how to be a revolutionary of a different sort from Blanqui or Weitling. This conclusion is admittedly based on circumstantial evidence, but the evidence is strong. In any case, how different the actuality is from the Bernsteinian fable of a Marx who is converted to Blanquism by mere contact with Schapper and his friends. 2 Lessons of the Brussels period. There are only a few historical flashes of illumination on what happened the ensuing year. Weitling, more and more isolated in London, went to Brussels for a while, and there completed the process of self-discreditment that he had begun in London. There in Brussels, in March 1846, took place the noted confrontation between Marx and Weitling, which I have discussed elsewhere. 11. A useful light is thrown on this meeting in Brussels when we see it as a continuation of the debates in London during 1845, it was not a quarrel out of the blue, as often represented. It is very likely that some of the issues discussed in the London talks were covered during this evening, but the account of the discussion given, a third of a century later, by a Russian tourist named P.V. Anenkov said little about the actual political content, which may well have been over Anenkov's head. On hearing about the blow-up at this meeting, the London people commiserated with Marx. Weitling's behavior, they told him, was to have been expected. Weitling can get along with no one except those who blindly obey his orders, just the way it went with you, so too here, and they added a long paragraph on Weitling's pattern of intolerance. 12. None of this, of course, was known to or understood by Anenkov as part of the prehistory of the confrontation. Weitling's disciple Kriege had been operating in America since 1845, carrying on an agitation that was discrediting to the German communism he claimed to represent. Point 13 in their circular against Kriege, Marx and Engels commented on the Weitlingian talk of overthrowing Mammon from his throne through supernal love. This idle Mammon is overthrown how we do not learn. The revolutionary movement of the proletariat of all countries shrinks down to an uprising. 14. The reduction of revolution to an uprising was precisely the view of revolution that separated Marx from Blanquism. The we who accomplish the overthrow, Marx went on to say, then want to teach the proletarians what to do, in the manner of prophets. 15. In the manner, indeed, of the Blanquist educational dictatorship. A year after Schapper had insisted no revolution, in the London discussions, the League's leading committee wrote to Marx in Brussels in connection with the ongoing efforts to achieve collaboration. In this letter, signed by 9 people though probably drafted by Schapper, it was clear that the anti-revolutionary position had been overcome. As for conspiratorial plans, we have long been done with such stupidities. Up to now conspiracy has been no good for anyone but our enemies, and we have seen with pleasure that you hold the same opinion. To be sure, we are convinced that it will not and cannot work out without a good dictatorial revolution, but wanting to carry out such a revolution by conspiracies and stupid proclamations a la Weitling is ridiculous. Point 16. Exactly a year later, in June 1847, the Communist League was founded at a congress in London. Engels' draft for a communist programmatic credo was submitted to this congress. It contained a substantial passage, question 16, on the use of peaceful methods, with the main emphasis on revolutionary action, but it included a warning against revolution making. The communists know only too well that revolutions are not made deliberately and arbitrarily, but that everywhere and at all times they have been the necessary outcome of circumstances entirely independent of the will and the leadership of particular parties and entire classes. Point 17. In September the first number of a League organ was published. The programmatic leading article, probably written by Schapper, took pains to repudiate both the peaceful perspective and conspiratorialism in the same paragraph. We are not communists who preach everlasting peace now while our opponents everywhere gird themselves for battle. We know very well that nowhere with the possible exception of England and the North American Free States will we be able to enter the better world unless we have first won our political rights by force. Now if there are people who condemn us for this and denounce us as revolutionaries, that is of little consequence to us. We are not conspirators who want to start a revolution on a predetermined day or assassinate princes, but neither are we patient sheep who bear their cross without grumbling. Point 18. The formulation about revolutionary force was quite moderate, much more so than the Communist Manifesto was going to be. In November 1847 Engels introduced a new element into the analysis of Putschism, one with great importance for the future. His article on France in the Chartist press raised the question of revolutionary self-restraint. We have seen that Schapper in 1845 had counseled restraint in the usual context, that is, as part of an anti-revolutionary policy, but how does restraint figure in the opposite sort of perspective? The French government, Engels explained, is afraid of the working people. They are afraid, he said, because the people have entirely given up all attempts at insurrection and rioting. A paradox, a most ingenious paradox. But the idea was really very simple. The government desire a riot, they provoke it by every means. The police make the most brutal attacks upon the people, in order to provoke them to riot and violence. Tens of thousands were on the very brink of repelling force by force, but they held out and no pretext for more gagging laws are to be forced from them. And think, what a tacit understanding, what a common feeling of what was to be done, at the moment, must have prevailed, what an effort it must have cost to the people of Paris, to submit to such infamous treatment rather than try a hopeless insurrection. What an enormous progress this forbearance proves in those very same working men of Paris. This does not mean that the revolutionary ardor of the people is decreasing, the necessity for a thoroughgoing revolution is more widely felt than ever, but the people realize they need a thought-out social program, not mere fighting. Revolution is taken for granted, by general agreement, they are waiting only for the right moment. And when the moment will have arrived, at which a collision between the people and the government will be inevitable, down they will be in the streets and squares at a moment's notice, tearing up the pavement, barricading every alley, etc. 19. This advanced analysis showed that a putsch was not merely ineffective but a positive danger to the real possibility of revolution. As 1847 drew to a close, the political atmosphere was heating up. What had previously been closet discussions among revolutionists was now being acted out on the continental scale. 3. The question of allies in the manifesto. The Communist Manifesto, off the press as the revolution was getting underway, had nothing directly to say about putschism or about any other problems of revolutionary tactics. Even the references to forceful revolution were incidental. Still, there were 3 passages relevant to the subject. The preamble repudiated conspiratorial organization, for one thing. Near the end of section I, there was the well-known statement that the proletarian movement is the independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority. And section 3 assumed that the proletarian goal could not be attained in an undeveloped state of the proletariat, in the absence of the material conditions for its emancipation, which are indeed only the product of the bourgeois epoch. 20. These passages, to be sure, bore upon the theory of Blanquism, but more important was the policy set forth in section 4, which said nothing about putschism and yet excluded it totally. The question taken up was, which political tendencies do we look to as allies in the coming revolution? The manifesto, as we have seen 21, had said very emphatically that all the proletarian parties, read, proletarian political tendencies, stood for the same immediate aim as the communists, including the overthrow of bourgeois rule and the conquest of political power by the proletariat. So Marx thought on the eve of the revolution. Section 4 of the manifesto made clear that the working class party in England was the Chartists, by which Marx really meant the left wing. And who constituted the working class party in France? In France, said the manifesto, the communists ally themselves with the Social Democrats, that is, with the political current represented by La Réforme, comprising Ledru Rollin on its parliamentary right wing and Louis Blanc on its socialistic left. 22 The Marx-Blanquist mythologists have never explained why, in the manifesto, Marx turned an entirely cold shoulder to the Blanquist tendency in France. Not only did the manifesto not extend a politico-organizational hand to the Blanquists, it embraced their enemies among the rival socialistic tendencies. While Marx was writing this as he drafted the manifesto in Brussels, Engels was in Paris. He had moved there in August 1846, at first with the aim of forming a branch of the Communist Correspondence Committee, Marx's political base in Brussels. Later he sought to establish the new Communist League. From his arrival in Paris to the outbreak of the 1848 revolution, we have 17 letters or reports which he sent to Brussels, describing his political activities. Of course, most of his attention was devoted to the German émigré groups he was trying to win over. Aside from this, which French political tendencies did he contact? With what sectors of the French left did he aim at a rapprochement? The first one, right off in August 1846, was the chief of the Icarian communists, Cabet, whom he wanted to involve in correspondence with the Brussels Communist Correspondence Committee, without success. 23 His early letters also referred to Pierre Leroux and Butches Atelier, Christian socialist, but there was little rapport there. Later there was passing mention of Desimy's communist group. And over a period of a year and a half, there was not so much as a bare mention of Blanqui or any Blanquist tendency whatever. The Engels vs Marx myth will not operate here. Engels was not acting on his own but as Marx's direct agent. In fact, while Engels was back in Brussels from July to October 1847, he evidently came to a decision with Marx to make overtures to the Social Democratic group around La Réforme for a political alliance. In his first report back to Marx, he began, "It was only today that I managed to see little Louis Blanc." 24. Engels enthusiastically described his efforts to win over Blanc and Flocon, mentioned plans or tentative relations with Cabet and the Atelier people, shortly afterwards, observed that collaboration with Le National, the right-wing Republican current, was probably not obtainable. By January, recorded disillusionment with Louis Blanc but happier relations with Flocon. 25. And in the course of all this, there was not a single word reflecting even the existence of Blanqui and the Blanquists. Then, when Marx was expelled from Belgium after the outbreak of the revolution, he came to Paris and immediately wrote for La Réforme and became friendly with Flocon. In short, right up to his return to Cologne to launch the Neue Renunkszeitung, Marx, with Engels at first as his agent, acted out the manifesto's view that the Communists' ally in France was the social democracy. For the 3 to 4 years during which this line was implemented, until the defeat of the revolution, there are two facts to be set down for the benefit of all who have read the mass of Marxological assertions that Marx was a Blanquist from at least 1847 to 1851 to 1852. In all of Marx's and Engels' correspondence from the year 1 up to 1850, there is not a single reference to Blanqui or the Blanquist tendency or to Blanquists as such. In all of Marx's and Engels' complete writings up to 1850 published, written, or scribbled, comprising well over 5,000 pages, there is not a single reference to the same point. 26. This, remember, includes the entire period of the revolution and a vast quantity of writings by Marx and Engels in their Cologne paper. It is rather an extreme case, for if Marx had happened to refer to Blanqui once in some stray article or letter, this would hardly convince us he was a Blanquist. What bad luck for this whole phalanx of Marxologists to have picked, as their nominee for Marx's mentor, precisely the one party leader for whom not a single mention can be found during the revolutionary years. The consolation is that the historical truth of the matter becomes all the more obvious. The course of the revolution had completely disillusioned Marx about the revolutionary bona fides of the Social Democrats. It is from this post-revolutionary period that the term social democracy became a dirty word in his vocabulary. 27. To whom now could Marx look as he gazed across the channel to descry a revolutionary proletarian party to work with? What political tendency was left in France in both senses of the word? The whole socialistic wing of the provisional government was discredited. The Cabetists, Icarian communists, had sailed off to their now never land and virtually vanished from the French scene. There was no Proudhonist movement in existence even to oppose, let alone ally with. And in the London microcosm of the French left, where the refugees of revolution still carried on internecine struggle, there was now only one revolutionary current, the Blanquists, or what was left of them. What a difference from 1847, when Engels was groping his way through the thickets of the French left, trying to find out what currents the German communists could collaborate with. The revolution had cleared all the underbrush away with its blast. From Marx's standpoint, there was now no choice whatever, only the Blanquists remained as a possible French contingent in the coming European revolution. The Marxologists who fabricate reasons for a Marxist-Blanquist alliance not only have the wrong answer, they do not know what the question was. The question before Marx was not do we agree or disagree with Blanquism. It was, is the Blanquist group among those revolutionary currents we can work with despite differences? Marx's answer to this question was yes. For revolution and restraint. The test of revolutionary policy is revolution. In revolution one finds out not only whether one's policies are effective but what those policies really are. In the course of the revolution of 1848 to 49 Marx established many firsts, and among them was one that Karl stated a little one-sidedly in writing the following. Marx was the first revolutionary in history who consistently sought to restrain his followers. Again and again he preached the supreme folly of rash and premature adventures. 28. What Marx did was restrain his followers from making a putsch instead of a revolution, from resorting to the final arbitrament of armed force under conditions that would have meant ruinous defeat. We have called this revolutionary restraint. The key is revolutionary generalship, a general who always and unconditionally urged his troops to attack under any circumstances would be a disaster. The very concept of generalship in revolution implies a revolutionary strategy that in practice excludes putschism. It is true that Blanqui himself had a notion about the need for thought-out tactics in insurrection, but strategic generalship goes beyond this. It is also true that Blanqui on occasion wanted to restrain his band on strategic grounds, being an intelligent man, but it was precisely here that putschism showed its nature. He failed to do so because of the outlook instilled into his followers, who led the leader into battle against his better judgment. Engels noted this relationship in his 1874 analysis of Blanquism. What happened was what usually happens with conspiracies: the people involved, tired of being continually put off with empty promises that the thing will come off soon, finally lost all patience and became rebellious, and so there remained only the alternatives of letting the conspiracy fall apart or of striking without any externally visible occasion. Point 29. The first problem of generalship in 1848 came up during the Paris prelude to participation in the German Revolution, already mentioned in Chapter 9. Point 30. Expelled from Belgium, Marx reorganized the Communist League branches in Paris. In the course, he confronted a typical proposal of adventuristic revolutionism, a scheme to form a German legion with the help of the French government and thus import the revolution into the home country on foreign-financed muskets. The sponsors in this case were not wild leftists but the liberal émigrés of the German Democratic Association in Paris, led by the poet George Herwegh and the journalist Bornstedt. We opposed this playing with revolution in the most decisive fashion, recounted Engels later. To carry out such an invasion into the midst of the ferment then going on in Germany meant to undermine the revolution in Germany itself. 31. It negated the conception that Germany had to make her revolution herself. 32. And these activities have already aroused in a part of the German nation the old national and reactionary prejudices against the French people. 33. We may remark here that the same issue of importing the revolution on foreign bayonets came to Marx's attention in 1870, in the midst of the Franco-Prussian War, when he learned that Arnold Huge was counting on the Prussian army to proclaim the French Republic in Paris. He informed Engels of this with a great guffaw and a blast of ridicule against Rüge. 34. It has since turned out, historically, to be a more widespread conception than Marx apparently thought. The French Blanquists would have been enthusiastically in favor of the German Legion enterprise, and of the other national legions, like the Polish, being prepared in Paris, for the Blanquists reflected the old Jacobin ardor for launching a revolutionary war across the French borders. Nikolaevsky has made this point, probably with justice. Instead of the glory road theatricals of the German Legion, which turned out to be both a farce and a small disaster, as predicted by Marx, Marx's associates moved back into Germany individually and in small batches, while conducting a 2-month organizational campaign to found a chain of workers' associations in the main centers. 36. The largest concentration, as already discussed in Chapter 437, was in Cologne with Marx and Engels themselves and their organ, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. In Cologne, here only, Marx led the left wing of the revolutionary movement, and thus confronted the problems of revolutionary generalship in a day-to-day sense. The Cologne movement, under the leadership of Marx's NRZ group, was the boldest wing of the revolution in Germany, with its tax refusal campaign, peasant organizing drives, frequent mass meetings, and a series of challenges to the state authority in what was, after all, the fortress center of Rhenish Prussia. This fact also defined the danger of getting too far ahead of the rest of the revolutionary scene and thus making it possible for the government to cut it down. The reader's picture of the events may be distorted if we detail only the policy of restraint, not the audacity of the challenge. Most of the NRZ's warnings to the Cologne movement were written by Engels. The first warning came during the first 2 weeks of the paper's existence. The government was feverishly arming the Cologne forts, in such a manner, as Engels showed technically, that the measures were pointed against the city itself. The reaction is preparing a big coup, without the least provocation by the calm population. The rumor was spread that an uprising would take place on a given day. They will try to provoke a small row so as to call the troops out immediately. We warn the workers of Cologne not to fall into this trap set for them by the reactionaries. We urgently plead with them not to give the old Prussian party the slightest pretext for placing Cologne under the despotism of martial law. But if the reaction really dares to unloose its assault, then the people of Cologne will not hesitate to defend the revolution with their blood and lives. So ended the article. 39 In this situation, a published warning of this sort was itself part of the obligations of generalship, especially in circumstances where one couldn't really know what the government's intentions were. In July, 2 local leaders of the Workers' Association were arrested. A NRZ editorial warned again, the workers will be smart enough not to let themselves be drawn into a brawl by any provocation. 40. There was a near blow-off in the so-called September crisis. With the fate of the revolution coming to a critical stage in Berlin, the Cologne movement stepped up revolutionary agitation. We read in the historian Oscar Hamann, whose accurate presentation of the facts is all the more impressive since he plainly understands little of Marx's politics. The communists were evident everywhere. They appeared to be in command, almost like a party, or at least an overwhelming presence. Newspapers commented on the fact that the editorial staff of the New Rheinischen occupied the public platform, gave many speeches, and initiated motions. The NRZ group organized demonstrative mass meetings through the Democratic Association and the Workers' Association. A popular paper for workers, peasants, and soldiers was started in Cologne to supplement the NRZ. The Red Company of the militia, staffed by friends of the NRZ, became more active. A committee of public safety was established at a mass meeting, as the first step toward a dual power. A gigantic meeting was held in nearby Wuringen, involving the regional peasantry. At the same time, the soldiers of the army garrison, mainly recruited from backward areas of East Prussia, multiplied clashes and brawls with civilians. Then, outside Cologne, the revolution came to a boil with a revolt in Frankfurt, September 17 to 20, a serious uprising against the government that was put down by troops with some difficulty. The revolutionary situation passed its zenith. In Cologne, the government made plans to suppress the explosion it saw coming, by arresting the Cologne leaders, including Schapper and Engels. On September 25, when the Second Congress of the Rhenish Democratic Associations was scheduled, a number of arrests were made. That afternoon, Marx had to assess the situation. The movement in Berlin and Frankfurt had been suppressed for now. Cologne had its collective neck stuck out, with the government planning to cut it off. Speaking at a workers' association meeting, Marx warned against police provocations and explained that this was not the moment for an armed uprising by an isolated Cologne. In this exposed salient of the battle line, the movement had to pull back. Nevertheless, barricades began arising around the city. The NRZ group worked indefatigably to restrain action. During the night the barricades were abandoned, while the Prussian commander waited for daylight to start the assault. Although the reaction was triumphing all over Prussia, the Cologne movement was at least preserved. Even though the NRZ was banned for a short while, Engels and others had to flee arrest, and other consequences weakened its activity. 42. In short, Marx's problem of revolutionary generalship was how to keep the movement in Cologne ready for a national revolutionary outburst and contributory as a vanguard without forging so far ahead of the national movement as to precipitate an all-or-nothing armed struggle which could only drown the Cologne movement in blood. In this situation the Blanquist mentality would have been a mortal danger. Revolutionary restraint had to be called on again more than once before the period ended. But there were other strategies too. In November 1848 the NRZ turned to the pseudo-legal campaign of no more taxes. The National Assembly, whose decisions on tax refusal had given this demand its juridical cover, had called for passive resistance only. At this point Marx's editorial agitation in the NRZ suggested that more was needed. Officials who rejected the Assembly's tax refusal position should be replaced by committees of public safety. Where counter-revolutionary authorities have a mind to obstruct the formation and official activity of these committees of public safety, force must be counterposed to any kind of force. Passive resistance must have active resistance as its foundation. Otherwise it is like the struggles of a calf against its slaughterer. 43. But here again the national movement was determining, the tax refusal campaign was stifled outside of Cologne, therefore could not be screwed to a revolutionary pitch inside Cologne. By 1849 the revolutionary temperature of the whole country was declining. Marx was concerned lest desperation and frustration lead to an adventuristic disaster, which indeed the government desired. By May the end was near. On May 1 Engels published an article exposing the government's plan to provoke the Berlin people into street fighting and then follow the bloody pattern set by Kavanagh the preceding June. But, the calm behavior of the people despite all provocation upset the calculations of the counter-revolutionaries. 44 On May 4 another article by Engels made an educational presentation that could well go into a textbook on revolutionary strategy. The government is trying at all costs to provoke a conflict. By their calm behavior, by unshakable stolidity in the face of the soldiers' provocations, the Cologne workers can deprive the government of any excuse for acts of violence. Decisive events are at hand. Vienna, Bohemia, South Germany, Berlin are in ferment and await the right moment. Cologne can play its part, play a very powerful part, but it cannot begin any decisive blow. The government provocations aim only at causing an outburst of such a kind as will occur at a moment unfavorable for us but favorable for the government. Only by great events can revolutions be carried through, but if one accepts the provocations of the government, the most that can result is a riot. 45. Engels repeated the warning a couple of days later, in an article entitled Hankering for a State of Siege. 46 Then came the end of the line, and the NRZ printed its last issue on May 19 in red ink. Marx's final words to the workers of Cologne gave the last warning of revolutionary restraint. We warn you, in conclusion, against any putsch in Cologne. In Cologne's military situation, you would be irretrievably lost. A state of siege in Cologne would demoralize the whole Rhine province, and a state of siege would be the necessary consequence of any uprising on your part at this moment. 48. The Cologne period was over, but before the year ended, Marx and Engels participated, politically and militarily respectively, in the armed insurrection that had broken out in Baden and the Palatinate. It was a revolution, though a badly conducted one. 5. Retrospection in the 50s. Since this section surveys the views expressed by Marx in the 1850s on putschism and related Blanquist notions, we have to inform the reader that it is precisely the year 1850, sometimes 1850 to 52, which, according to the Marx-Blanquist myth, is the zenith of Marx's alleged Blanquist aberration. The wraith-like evidence that has been adduced to give this popular story a semblance of verisimilitude is considered in special note B, and will not concern us here. Marx's article series on the failed revolution in France, later published under the title The Class Struggles in France, is the main subject of the next chapter, because it inaugurates the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat. We will see what it says about dictatorship in general, and we will throw some light on its notable reference to Blanqui. At this point we only ask what if anything it said about putschism and allied subjects. The short answer is, not much, for, contrary to the myth, Marx was not particularly interested in that issue, nor was the issue itself demanding to be discussed at length. Unfortunately, Marx himself did not know that he was going to be charged with Blanquism. But there were passing references. In section, or article, 3, about a page after the famous passage on permanent revolution and dictatorship of the proletariat, locus LC, Marx mentioned the royalists' challenge to the left to betake themselves to the streets, and his declaration that the government was ready to receive them. His comment was that the proletariat did not allow itself to be provoked into a riot, since it was looking to make a revolution. 49. We have seen him make this point more than once before, nothing has changed in his thinking on this score. In section 2, a passage, incidental, to be sure, offered an interesting treatment of the attempt by the liberal monarchist Barrett to close the assembly. Marx makes a parallel in which this move is equated, or at any rate paired, with Blanquy's putsch of May 15 against the same assembly. On May 15 Blanquy, Barbes, Raspail, etc. had attempted to break up the Constituent Assembly by forcing an entrance into its hall of session at the head of the Paris proletariat. Barré prepared a moral May 15 for the same assembly when he wanted to dictate its self-dissolution and close the hall. Barré's anti-democratic attempt was the moral equivalent of the attentat against the same assembly in the name of the proletariat, and, says Marx, Barré appeared before the assembly as a royalist. Blanquy 50. On the next page it is Barré who is quoted by Marx as saying, "Legality is killing us." The prime evidence adduced by Marxologists for Marx's alleged Blanquist aberration is the address to the Communist League of March 1850, a circular letter to members. Like most of the class struggles in France, it was until while Marx still considered the European Revolution to be on the boil, waiting only for a new blow-off. In late summer he decided that, the economic depression having ended, the revolutionary situation in Europe was over for the nonce. It is this conclusion, by the way, that is used by the Marx-Blanquist mythologists to claim that Marx revised all his basic ideas of revolution. In point of fact, Marx changed nothing whatever about his views, only how those views were to be immediately implemented. But, as we said, the March address was written while Marx still thought there was an ongoing revolutionary situation in Europe. Even so, however, in this circular Marx specifically rejected the notion that a communist revolution could be carried out in an outburst. The revolutionary crisis to which he looked would mean that the Democrats will come to power with the next movement, and then there would start the process of opposition to this government, a process that would eventually bring the proletarian revolutionary wing to power at the head of a leftward-moving coalition. The very notion of a democratic revolution as the first stage was quite alien to Blanquism, as has been explained elsewhere. Point 52. The period of revolutionary opposition to the new government of the democracy is the period par excellence of permanent revolution, as put forward in the address. How long this period might be is, of course, the sort of question that Marx refused to answer, but the address itself spoke of it as a lengthy one in Germany. The penultimate paragraph of the address struck exactly the same note as would be sounded by Marx during the September 1850 split, in a speech, which we will come to, that the mythologists claim to be the very opposite of the address. In the March circular, it was put this way. If the German workers are not able to attain power and achieve their own class interests without completely going through a lengthy revolutionary development, they at least know for a certainty this time that the first act of this approaching revolutionary drama will coincide with the direct victory of their own class in France and will be very much accelerated by it. Point 53. As for France, it should go without saying that what Marx expected was an overwhelming rising of the workers as in the massive insurrection of June 1848, not a wretched putsch. 6. Marx's 1850 attack on Blanquism. The SUCR episode, which is taken up in Chapter 12, will show us that Marx and Engels were involved in the spring of 1850 with a projected alliance of communists of different countries, an alliance in which the French contingent was the Blanquist émigré group in London. This fact, their association with genuine Blanquists, is the hardcore of the Marx-Blanquist myth. The SUCR agreement was signed in mid-April. Just before this date or at the same time, Marx and Engels wrote an article on the secret societies of France, and Marx published it in his London magazine, which we call the NRZ Review for short. This article was a devastating critique of the world of the secret societies characteristic of the Blanquist movement. The article was in the form of a book review of two recent publications, the longest book review in the run of the magazine. Point 54. The books under review were Les Conspirateurs by Echenu, a police agent who operated in the pre-1848 secret societies and in the police administration of the provisional government in 1848, and La Naissance de la République by El de la Hade, who, through a different route, also pursued the career of a professional secret society conspirator while acting as a police spy. Let it be said at once that nowhere did Marx's review mention Blanquism and Blanquists as such. We have to keep in mind that it was only afterwards that historians began using these labels for the Jacobin communist style of the conspiratorial secret societies in general. The book review dealt with what is called Blanquism today, not then. Secondly, at a couple of points the review left an out for the Blanquist allies of 1850, it discussed the professional conspirators as virtually an excrescence on the Revolutionary Party. But when the Revolutionary Communist Party was mentioned specifically, it turned out to specify the Kabadist, Icarian Communist, movement. 55 At one point the review hastened to exempt Alexander Martin, from the general strictures on personal grounds, thus keeping the indictment all the more impersonal. 56 The article was not written as an attack on sincere conspirators, Blanquists, themselves, including the allies in SUCR, but as a demolition job on the ideology and organization of what is now called Blanquism. All through Marx's review the emphasis is on the basic distinction between a revolution on the one hand and a putsch, coup de main, émeute, on the other. Chenou's book, it says, demonstrates that a real revolution is just the opposite of the notions held by the mouchered police spy, who, in agreement with the men of action, sees in every revolution the work of a small coterie. But all movements provoked more or less arbitrarily by coteries remained mere émeutes, riotous outbreaks. 57 Tracing the growing predominance of working-class elements in the conspiratorial societies after 1830, Marx wrote, these conspiracies naturally never embraced the great mass of the Paris proletariat. They were limited to a relatively small and continually fluctuating number of members, consisting partly of old, unchanging conspirators regularly handed down by every secret society to its successor, partly of newly recruited workers. 58. In a striking passage Marx describes the class or stratum of professional conspirators as a part of the lumpen bohème of society. The sinister conspirator is shown as a pub-crawling boozer. I have cited this passage elsewhere. 59, he is daring, yes. The desperate recklessness that shows up in every Paris insurrection is injected precisely by these old professional conspirators, the hommes de coups de main, the coup de main men, putschists. It is they who set up the first barricades and command them, who organize the resistance, take the lead in plundering weapon shops and seizing arms and ammunitions from houses, and in the midst of the uprising carry out those daring coups de main that so often throw the government side into confusion. In short, they are the officers of the insurrection. 60. This leads into the best-known passage of the article, on the political nature of these conspirators as a stratum. Their business consists precisely in forestalling the process of revolutionary development, pushing it artificially to crisis, making a revolution impromptu, without the preconditions for a revolution. The sole precondition of revolution, for them, is the adequate organization of their conspiracy. They are the alchemists of the revolution, and they entirely share the earlier alchemists' disorder of ideas and narrow-mindedness in fixed conceptions. The alchemist analogy, the most frequently quoted phrase of this article, deserves its popularity, for the alchemists had a limited positive role to play for a while. Marx develops the analogy a bit. They leap at inventions that are said to perform revolutionary miracles, incendiary bombs, demolition devices with magical action, émeutes that are supposed to have astounding miracle-working effects. All the more the less they have a rational basis. Preoccupied with such scheming, they have no aim other than the immediate one of overthrowing the existing government, and they look with the profoundest contempt on the more theoretical enlightenment of the workers on their class interests. Hence their irritation, not proletarian but plebeian, at the habits noirs frock coats, the more or less educated people who represent this side of the movement, people, however, from whom, as the official representatives of the party, they can never make themselves entirely independent. 61. Finally, there is the symbiotic relationship with the police. The conspirators battle the police, and the police have a use for the conspiracies. They tolerate them as centers easy to keep an eye on, where the most violent revolutionary elements of the society get together, as foundries of émeutes, which in France have become a government instrument just as necessary as the police themselves, and finally as a recruiting place for their own political mouchards. 62 cops and conspirators, like cops and crooks, exchange places, suspicion is endemic, double roles blur reality. The conspiracies encountered serious competition from the proletarian secret societies, which had as goal not an immediate insurrection but the organized development of the proletariat. In the pre-1848 period, some of the conspirators were impelled into the proletarian movement proper. The development proved that only the proletariat as a whole can carry out the revolution. 63 QED. The conclusion came around, like much of Marx's writing, the basic principle of the self-emancipation of the proletariat. Blanquism was the left way to reject this self-emancipation. The two men who published this annihilatory dissection of Blanquist conspiratorialism are the same men who are portrayed as Blanquists in the Marxological myth. This is so embarrassing that phantasmagorical explanations have been devised, including a remarkable claim that the article shows Marx did not take the Blanquists seriously. 64. 7. The rest of 1850. Let us continue our account of Marx's attitude toward Blanquism through 1850, the crucial year. We are interested here only in the expression of views on the issues involved, not in the questions about Marx-Blanqui relations set forth in Chapter 9. As mentioned before, these issues cropped up only infrequently, and can be listed handily. 1. In 1850 the left-wing Chartist Harney was collaborating closely with Marx, and his magazine Democratic Review was open to contributions by Marx's friends. During the year, from January to August, the magazine carried a series of 8 articles under the rubric Letter from France. It is probable that these articles were written by some member of Marx's circle, not Engels. 65. True, this does not necessarily mean they were even read by Marx before publication, but they have a certain interest in reflecting views held by Marx's associates. For what it is worth, then, we can record that the July letter from France written and published in the midst of the SUCR episode took a far from flattering view of Blanqui. It said that the French people, so often deceived, have a deep distrust towards all men who ever have acted as their leaders, not excepting even Barbes or Blanqui. 66. On the other hand, Ernst Dranke, one of Marx's associates, had written to Engels from the continent that Blanqui's standing with the French workers was rising. 2. Engels' Peasant War in Germany, written in the summer of 1850, was not produced simply as an exercise in history. It was bracketed fore and aft by passages tying it to the lessons of the revolution just ended. Its 6th chapter began with one of these lessons, on the plight of the leader of an extreme party who is compelled to assume power prematurely. The premature seizure of power regardless of social conditions may appear to be connected with Blanquist strategies, but here we see it has another side. To prevent action, Munzer was compelled to act as a moderator on the revolutionary impatience of his supporters, but his disciple, Pfeiffer, who held the reins of the movement there in Mulhausen, had committed himself so greatly that he could not hold back the outbreak, and as early as March 17, 1525, before the general uprising in South Germany, Mulhausen made its revolution. 68. Engels links this, not to Blanquist-type putsches, but to a quite different issue that had appeared in 1848, the position in the last French provisional government of the representatives of the proletariat such as Louis Blanc, that is, the policy of socialist participation in bourgeois-dominated coalition governments. 69. Coalitionism, what a half-century later was going to be tagged Millerandism, would appear to be the opposite of Blanquism, the former a reformist deviation, the latter ultra-leftist in repute. But we have here another way of seeing the reformist side of Blanquism itself. 70. Symbol, the later leader of the Blanquist tendency, Valiant, was going to wind up his career in 1915 as a member of a coalition government engaged in an imperialist war, sitting alongside his fellow Social Democrats. 3. Until late summer 1850 Marx held the opinion that the revolutionary situation was continuing in Europe, but of course this did not mean to him that communism could be introduced by a coup any day. If more evidence is needed, It is provided by the testimony of Peter Roser, one of the leaders of the Communist League in Cologne, who remained in that city after the collapse of the revolution. According to the account given by Roser, about the end of July 1850 he received a letter from Marx, via courier, a letter which will also concern us later in connection with Willich. The letter referred to the period of the winter of 1849 to 1850, and so we take it up at this point. Roser related that Marx's letter gave vent to his anger at Willich and company and said it was a great pity that Schapper should have attached himself to this bunch of frauds. He said that during the winter of 1849-50 he had lectured to the London Workers' Society GWEA on the manifesto and had explained that communism could only be introduced after a number of years, that it would have to go through several phases and that generally its introduction could only be effected by a process of education and gradual development, but that Willich had violently opposed him with his rubbish as Marx called it, saying that it would be introduced in the next revolution, if only by the might of the guillotine, that the hostility between them was already great and he Marx feared it would lead to a split in the League, General Willich having got it firmly into his head that, come the next revolution, he and his brave men from the Palatinate would introduce communism on their own and against the will of everyone in Germany. 71. For the period here described, on no evidence at all, the Marx-Blanquist mythologists portray Marx as a fire-eating Blanquist, who changed over to a well-behaved Social Democrat all of a sudden in September 1850 when the split actually took place. This tale is simply falsification. The process of education and gradual development was not an alternative to revolution but represented the period in which the proletariat was to become capable of revolution. 4. When Marx came to the conclusion, in the late summer of 1850, that the European revolutionary situation was over, and that the period lying ahead had to be given over to preparatory propaganda and education of a working-class movement not yet ready for power, the differences in outlook inside the Communist League came to a head. 72 Schapper and Willich wanted the League to act as if the revolution was on the order of the day. True, neither Schapper nor Willich was a Blanquist, but Willich in particular was a military martinet type turned communist relatively recently, whose understanding of the issues was primitive. It was Schapper, not Marx, who was going through a period of Jacobin aberration, as he himself came to see a few years later. At a meeting of the CL Central Committee held on September 15, 1850, the question of policy was debated, leading to a split forced by the Willich-Schapper group. Marx formulated the issue in a speech that is frequently quoted. In place of the critical outlook, the minority substitutes a dogmatic one, in place of the materialist, an idealist one. Instead of the actual conditions, pure will becomes the drive wheel of the revolution for them. Whereas we tell the workers, you have 15, 20, 50 years of civil wars and people's struggles to go through, not only to change the conditions but in order to change yourselves and make yourselves fit for political rule, you say on the contrary, we must come to power right away, or else we might as well go to sleep. 73. This attack on the politics of voluntarism was a position that we have seen Marx take more than once. It was no new departure. The claim that it somehow represented a repudiation of the March address to the Communist League rests on sheer assertion repeated so assiduously that no evidence has been considered necessary. The continuity of Marx's thought is shown by the fact that, in the September 15 session itself, it was he that defended, indeed flaunted, the March address as his own programmatic position against the Willich-Schapper group. 74. 5. The account by Peter Roser, cited above in point 3, included some recollections about the September split, or rather about the reports on it that came to the Cologne branch of the Communist League. These recollections are therefore second or third hand, but essentially they reflect Marx's viewpoint in good part, if not his formulations. Thus, a CL member named Haupt reported to Cologne that the split had taken place because the Willich-Schapper group maintained that Marx and Engels did not believe it would be possible to introduce communism already in the next revolution. Schapper-Willich said Roser's deposition proposed to introduce communism on the basis of the present state of education, if necessary in the next revolution and by force of arms. Marx considers it to be feasible only by a process of education and gradual development and, in a letter to us, cites 4 phases through which it must pass before it is introduced. 75. Leaving aside details of formulation, like the division into 4 phases, the difference between Marx and the Willi-Chitz is fairly clear. Marx's own summary of the Willich-Schapper tendency can be read in Chapter 6 of his Revelations concerning the Communist trial in Cologne. 76. 6. Shortly after the September split, Marx wrote a long article reviewing the period from May to October, for the last issue of the NRZ Review, published November 29. This review devoted space to a depreciation of the political émigré center called the European Central Committee, Matzine, Ledrerollen, Ruga for Germany, etc. The liberal democratic camp. These people were far from Blanquist, naturally, but we see again the pattern noted in point 2 above. Marx gave considerable attention to criticizing these Democrats' view of the revolution they preached, a shallow view of revolution as a quick grab for power, rather than a serious social struggle. In fact, the conceptions of the gentlemen of the European Central Committee, if not their actions, constituted a sort of reformist version of Blanquist Putschism. Their conceptions about social organizations are expressed very strikingly: a crowd gathered in the street, a brawl, a hand clasp, and all's over and done. For them the revolution consists on the whole simply in the overthrow of the existing government. When this goal is attained, the victory has been won. Movement, development, struggle, these then come to an end, and under the aegis of the European Central Committee then in power there begins the golden age of the European Republic and of the sleepyheads declared in permanence. The last phrase is a satirical version of the revolution in permanence. Marx went on to say that these people detested theory. In their view the people should empty their minds of all ideas. When the day of decision dawns, it will be electrified by mere contact, and the riddle of the future will be solved by a miracle. 77. The electrification metaphor had a great future before it in the 20th century. I repeat, Marx was not writing this about Blanquists but rather about democratic reformists who were setting themselves up as revolutionaries against the existing despotic regimes. A leftist did not have to be a Blanquist to possess these notions in a crude form. They were the common property of primitive radicals, doing and saying what came natural. The Marxologists' theory that voluntaristic Jacobinism was the very definition of Blanquism is at variance with an elementary knowledge of the history of the movement. 78. 8 through the 50s. For the rest of the 1850s, the story can be briefly summarized as, more of the same. 1. October 1851, a couple of months before Bonaparte's coup d'état, the question of universal suffrage was being used as a political ploy. Marx wrote to Engels, "In any case the revolution in the sense of a mere outburst has been conjured away. With universal suffrage it's not to be thought of." 79. Outburst here is Losgen, a breaking loose. The contrast is with the real revolution. It is a contrast, or counterposition, alien to Blanquist thinking. 2. In 1852 there was an indication that Marx had no high opinion of the London Blanquist émigrés, or some of them. In a letter to Engels, mentioning a February Revolution anniversary held by the French émigré community in London, he remarked, "Only the lowest dregs of the emigration were there, most of whom style themselves Blanquists." 80. True, this was a passing sideswipe that does not work vice versa, that is, it did not mean that the real Blanquists were the lowest dregs, but it reminds us that there was a sharp distinction made between Marx's view of Blanqui himself and of the people, who at any given time were calling themselves, or being called, Blanquists. 3. In a follow-up article to the series on revolution and counter-revolution in Germany in the New York Daily Tribune drafted by Engels but published by Marx under his own name, there was a careful line drawn between Marx's views and Blanquism. The names were not used, of course. The counterposition was between the advanced Communist Party in Germany, meaning the Marxist tendency, and the communists of the secret societies and conspiracies. Not for the first time, Engels explained the distinction between conspiratorialism and mere secrecy as a legal necessity. If there is no legal alternative, he is a coward that under certain circumstances would not conspire, that is, carry on secret work, just as he is a fool who, under other circumstances, would do so. There were numerous secret societies which have, ever since 1849, one after another been discovered by the police and prosecuted as conspiracies, but on the other hand there were other societies formed with a wider and more elevated purpose, which knew that the upsetting of an existing government was but a passing stage in the great impending struggle, and which prepared for the final combat against capital. The latter, the advanced Communist Party, never imagined itself capable of producing, at any time and at its pleasure, that revolution which was to carry its ideas into practice. These advanced communists looked ahead to overthrowing, not the present governments, but rather those that would succeed them in the next revolution. Since the reference was not to the Blanquist movement itself but to the Willich-Schapper group, the article referred to the split in the Communist League, obliquely and inaccurately. So well was this foundation of the Society League understood by the majority of its members, that when the place-hunting ambition of some tried to turn it into a conspiracy for making an extempore revolution, they were speedily turned out. 81. 4. Every now and then the issues involved in the difference between Marxism and Blanquism came up in Marx's journalistic work. Marx was always ready to admire and even celebrate struggles for freedom however hopeless, but it does not follow that he had to view them as models. In 1853 a Mazzanist outbreak in Milan was crushed by General Joseph Radetzky's Austrian troops. Marx pointed out to the discredit of the Austrian authorities that they mulcted fines from the people even while admitting that the bulk of the population took no part whatever. To New York Daily Tribune readers, this served also to reveal that the affair was not a revolution but a putsch, but in the NYDT's columns Marx did not want to simply condemn the whole thing. First he stated the positive side. The Milan insurrection is significant as a symptom of the approaching revolutionary crisis on the whole European continent. As the heroic act of some few proletarians who, armed only with knives, marched to attack the citadel of a garrison and surrounding army of 40,000 of the finest troops in Europe, it is admirable. That much said, he stated what was wrong with it. But as the finale of Mazzini's eternal conspiracy, of his bombastic proclamations and his arrogant capucinades against the French people, it is a very poor result. Let us hope that henceforth there will be an end of revolutions improvises, as the French call them. Has anyone ever heard of great improvisators being also great poets? They are the same in politics as in poetry. Revolutions are never made to order. After the terrible experience of 46 and 49, it needs something more than paper summonses from distant leaders to evoke national revolutions. 82. Still, he went back to the positive side, that the revolution is victorious even in its failures, one may see from the terrors the Milan échauffourée affray has thrown in the very heart of continental potentates. 83. In a follow-up article Marx took note of Mazzini's explanation that the Milan insurrection was forced on his followers by circumstances beyond their control. On this Marx made the same comment as he had done on the Bianquists. But, on one side, it belongs to the very nature of conspiracies to be driven to a premature outbreak, either by treason or by accidents. On the other side, if you cry, during 3 years, action, 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 if your entire revolutionary vocabulary be exhausted by the one word insurrection, you cannot expect to hold sufficient authority for dictating, at any given moment, there shall be no insurrection. 84. The modern reader, especially the modern Marxologist, should take note of the fact that, in this period, conspiratorialism was epidemic not on the adventurous left, tagged Bianquism, but on the desperate right. Mazzini, for example, was as bourgeois and anti-communist as the authorities he wanted to overthrow. When the Willich-Schapper group, having split with Marx, adopted the perspective characteristics of the Blanquist, they actually moved to an alliance with the Reform Democratic Putschists. The immediate practical reason for the split, wrote Marx in 1860, was Willick's efforts to involve the League in the playing at revolution by the German democratic emigration 85. This was also the crux of Marx's political analysis of the Willich-Schapper group in his revelations concerning the communist trial in Cologne. Granting that the Communist League had to be a secret society in Germany because of the repressive laws of that land, Marx made a basic distinction: it was no conspiratorial society, but a society which secretly strove to create an organized proletarian party. Such a society can only be said to conspire against the status quo in the sense that steam and electricity conspire against it. The League aims at forming not the government party of the future but the opposition party of the future, and therefore has little attraction for people who wish to satisfy their narrow-minded ambition on the day of the next revolution, to snatch their share of the proceeds of demagogy and to find a welcome among the quacks and charlatans of democracy. The individuals who strutted about in the theatrical cloak of the conspirator, who demanded, if not real conspiracies, at any rate the appearance of conspiracies, longed for quick results in terms of state power, and accordingly called for a direct alliance with the democratic heroes of the hour. Therefore it was typical of the Willich-Schapper group that Willich was, together with Kinkel, one of the entrepreneurs in the business of the German-American Revolutionary Loan Fund. 86. This was the bridge that linked superficial ultraleftism with practical opportunism. This, not Blanquist conspiratorialism, was Marx's chief concern of the 50s. A remark to the same effect can be found also in the unpublished manuscript of Great Men of the Emigration that Marx and Engels wrote in the spring of 1852. They waxed sarcastic about the fear that the democratic conspirators thought they were inspiring in the breasts of the tyrants while their followers retired from the putschist swindles. Putschschwindel 87. While they were working on this manuscript, their correspondence reflected the same thinking. Marx informed his friend that the Kossuth-Mazzini forces were planning a new putsch. If these gentlemen don't suffer defeats and get a beating twice every year, they feel uncomfortable. That world history unfolds without their help, without their intervention, indeed without official intervention. This they cannot concede. 88. Engels replied in the same vein. This Carbonari style, self-important, pseudo-activist, order of the day-ish approach betrays how much these gentlemen delude themselves again about their alleged organized forces. To aim at a putsch now is a stupid thing and a mean trick. But of course something has to happen, something has to be got going. It makes you wish that the leaders who are supposed to direct the thing all get themselves caught and shot, but naturally the great men will take care of themselves. 89. The Carbonari, to whom Engels referred, represented a common source of conspiratorialism on both the right and the left. Blanqui had roots in this movement, like Mazzini. The two flowering stems that rose from this root, twining left and right, also did some intertwining. The next sentence in Engels' letter was about Willich's connection with the democratic putschists, through Gottfried Kinkel. The modern Marxologist's obsessive belief that putschism was spelled Blanquism is, as mentioned, a matter of ignorance. All through the 50s, Marx's consistent opposition to putschism and conspiratorial adventurism was pointed not simply against the left, or ultra-left, but against the reformist Democrats in a frenzy. These preliminaries understood, we can now see what, and under what circumstances, Marx wrote about the dictatorship of the proletariat. Our account of Marx's views on Blanquist politics will be continued in Chapter 17. 4. Dictatorship of the proletariat in Marx and Engels. 11. Marx's class struggles in France. Marx's first use of the term dictatorship of the proletariat came in 1850, in a series of articles later republished in book form with the title The Class Struggles in France 1848–1850. In London in 1850, Marx began publishing a theoretical journal that took its name from the newspaper he had put out in Cologne during the Revolution. The new title was Neue Rheinische Politische-Ökonomische Review, for short, NRZ Review. Marx's article series comprised 3 articles, each containing a reference in some form to the dictatorship of the proletariat. The 4th chapter of this work in book form was added by Engels from the review, May to October, which appeared in the last issue of the magazine. 1. Dictatorship times 5. Since Marx used dictatorship of the proletariat in this work for the first time, let us examine his use of the word dictatorship by itself in other parts of this article series. The survey is rewarding, for we find that, at one point or another, it was applied in passing to 4 different periods or regimes. Then there was a 5th that was discussed in his 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1852. 1. The Cavaignac dictatorship. As explained in Chapter 3, the conferral of a dictatorship on Louis Eugene Cavaignac to suppress the June uprising was a turning point. Marx called it a bourgeois dictatorship recognized officially, strict accuracy would say semi-officially. Marx also wrote of the military dictatorship and the state of siege, in reference to Cavaignac. He made an important distinction. But Cavaignac was not the dictatorship of the saber over bourgeois society, he was the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the saber. 1. First of all, we have here the dictatorship of a class, a dictatorship moreover nominally instituted under a democratic government. This usage is not a great leap from previous references to the dictatorship of a democratic collectivity, but it is suggestive it was suggestive. Secondly, we have the first differentiation of a dictatorship over a class from a dictatorship of a class. This is a distinction not always carefully represented by the little word of which has to be watched like a malefactor. Alongside Cavaignac's commissioned dictatorship, Rossiter's term, there was the parliamentary republic and its sovereign national assembly, based on universal suffrage at least in form. In reality, Marx wrote, the bourgeoisie held power only by the suspension of all formulas, by force sans phrase, by the state of siege too. The bourgeois dictatorship, Marx later wrote in his 18th Brumaire, was set aside on December 10 by the election of Bonaparte as president. In this work, the former regime was called both the dictatorship of Cavaignac and the dictatorship of the pure bourgeois republicans. 3. We see that Marx did not use the term dictatorship to differentiate between the Cavaignac operation and the regime that had created it. He used it for the class reality behind both, regardless of the state form. 2. The dictatorship of the party of order. The election of Bonaparte as president of the Republic led to the legislative dictatorship of the United Royalists, that is, of the so-called party of order, exercised through a joint majority of the 2 royalist factions in the assembly. In the next paragraph this was also called its parliamentary despotism. 4. In his 18th Brumaire Marx called it the parliamentary dictatorship of the party of order and the parliamentary dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. 5. In the class struggles in France this regime was also called a bourgeois dictatorship. Marx commented on its eventual scrapping of universal suffrage. By repudiating universal suffrage with which it had hitherto draped itself and from which it sucked its omnipotence, the bourgeoisie openly confesses, our dictatorship has hitherto existed by the will of the people, it must now be consolidated against the will of the people. 6. It is hard to see how this passage has so thoroughly escaped comment by Marxological expositors. It clearly referred to a class dictatorship based on universal suffrage reflecting the will of the people, even if one adds the necessary qualifications that Marx would have added to how it reflected the will of the people. And Marx wrote this without any evident consciousness of innovation. 3. Bonaparte's imperial regime. Marx wrote the class struggles before Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état. His 18th Brumaire, dealing with this event, did not usually apply the label dictatorship to the regime of the Second Empire, there were several terms currently common. But he did use dictatorship in one summary passage in his 18th Brumaire, in which he referred to the downfall of the bourgeoisie's own rule, the dictatorship of Bonaparte. 7. For other cases in which Marx or Engels called Bonaparte's regime a dictatorship, see chapter 6.8. Thus the word dictatorship was applied, sporadically, to each of the 3 periods that France went through from the June days of 1848 to 1852. 4. Dictatorship of tin social democracy. In the class struggles in France Marx also referred to a regime that did not come to life, a possible government of the petty bourgeois left, the forces that in February 1849 united the Social and the Democrat Party, the party of the workers and that of the petty bourgeoisie, to form the Social Democratic Party, i.e., the Red Party. The redness of this contemporaneous terminology is misleading for modern readers. The Reds were then the timid Democrats of the Mountain plus the pink socialist doctrinaires, Louis Blanc, Ledru-Rollin, and their friends, a tendency that represented a mass hovering between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, a mass whose material interests demanded democratic institutions, a tendency combining the half-conservative, half-revolutionary, and wholly utopian reformers of this order 9 before. The revolution Marx or Engels would have usually called this tendency the democracy. It was discredited now, but had a redder label, the social democracy. In a passage discussing the plight of the peasantry, Marx described how things looked to that class. Only the fall of capital can raise the peasant, only an anti-capitalist, a proletarian government can break his economic misery, his social degradation. The constitutional republic is the dictatorship of his united explorers, the social democratic, the Red Republic, is the dictatorship of his allies. Point 10. The government of the social democracy would, then, also be a dictatorship. Indeed, remember, Louis Blanc had been even more specific about the dictatorship he wanted. For this social democrat, the notion of a dictatorship had been associated with the postponement of the election, with the rule of a government not elected by the people. There was no such connection made in Marx's class struggles in France with regard to any of the dictatorships discussed. 5. Finally, this social democratic dictatorship was clearly distinguished in Marx's work from what he was going to call the dictatorship of the proletariat in the same work. We will quote this passage more fully below, as locus 1b, suffice to note now that in it Marx said that the proletariat, not yet enabled through the development of the remaining classes to seize the revolutionary dictatorship, had to throw itself into the arms of the doctrinaires of its emancipation, the founders of socialist sects. 11. In other words, the proletariat itself could not rule, because it had not yet gained the support of the remaining classes, meaning the other working classes in this case, and so it supported the social democracy. Here, then, were the 5 dictatorships that appeared in Marx's survey of the revolution of 1848 to 1849, of which the dictatorship of the proletariat was only one. The word dictatorship, from a historical term about a Roman institution, had now become a political term flung around the popular newspapers. 2 Locus 1, 3 passages. Heavy emphasis on class dictatorship is characteristic of the first locus. The first article of Marx's series was written in January, and was published in the first number of the journal, which was dated January 1850 but came out in early March. The French proletariat, said Marx, went into the June 1848 uprising with the illusion that they could gain immediate demands within the bourgeois system, but locus law. Only its defeat convinced it of the truth that the slightest improvement in its position remains a utopia within the bourgeois republic, a utopia that becomes a crime as soon as it wants to become a reality. In place of its demands, exuberant in form, but petty and even bourgeois still in content, the concession of which it wanted to wring from the February Republic, there appeared the bold slogan of revolutionary struggle, overthrow of the bourgeoisie. Dictatorship of the working class. 12. There is an obvious problem posed here. Marx wrote that the bold slogan appeared, overthrow of the bourgeoisie. No doubt it appeared. But this slogan was immediately followed, in Marx's article, with the slogan of the dictatorship of the working class. Was Marx saying that this slogan also appeared among the revolutionary workers? There is no record whatsoever that it did appear. Marx himself had not been in France at the time and could not be writing from personal knowledge. Perhaps Louis Blanc's remarks about dictatorship filtered down. After all, we have already seen that Lawrence von Stein reported, at about the same time, that social dictatorship became the slogan of the proletariat, and it is likely he was thinking of Louis Blanc. Point 13. But there is a much likelier possibility. It is reasonable to believe that Marx was not literally claiming that this hitherto unknown slogan appeared, but rather that he was explaining, in apposition, the meaning of this bold slogan, which is in the singular, not plural, in the first place, its meaning to him, Marx. In other words, he was really proposing the slogan himself, putting words to the inchoate working class aspiration expressed in the revolution. In my opinion, this is how the passage should be read. In April, George Julian Harney's magazine Democratic Review began a series of articles, 2 Years of a Revolution, which presented Marx's class struggles in France in summaries, paraphrases, and quotations. The third installment, in June, reached Locus. No other installments were published. For the first time, English-speaking readers read of the daring, revolutionary battle cry, "Down with the bourgeoisie! Dictatorship of the working class." 14. It is unlikely that these article paraphrases were written by Engels, to whom they have been erroneously attributed. Incidentally, both in Marx's magazine, the original, and in Harney's, the paraphrase, the paragraph comprising locus law was followed by a paragraph that freely used bourgeois terrorism and bourgeois dictatorship interchangeably with bourgeois rule as a description of the bourgeois republic established by the revolution. For the meaning of terrorism, see Special Note C. The second article of the series, which Marx finished writing on March 4, was published in the second number of the magazine, dated February 1850, about March 20. We have already mentioned its relevant passage, which did not actually use the term dictatorship of the proletariat. It spoke of the proletariat seizing the revolutionary dictatorship. Locus LB. The Montaigne, the parliamentary champion of the democratic petty bourgeoisie, was forced to unite with the socialist doctrinaires of the proletariat, forced by the terrible material defeat of June to raise itself up again through intellectual victories and not yet enabled through the development of the remaining classes to seize the revolutionary dictatorship, had to throw itself into the arms of the doctrinaires of its emancipation, the founders of socialist sects. 18. In explaining that the proletariat could not establish its own revolutionary dictatorship as long as it lacked the support of the other working classes, Marx was excluding the idea of establishing it through a band of Blanquist-style conspirators. He was excluding the dictatorship even by the proletariat as long as it did not have the support of the majority of the people. This thought had already been expressed in the first article of the series, as follows. The French workers could not take a step forward, could not touch a hair of the bourgeois order, until the course of the revolution had aroused the mass of the nation, peasants and petty bourgeois, standing between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, against this order, against the rule of capital, and had forced them to attach themselves to the proletarians as their protagonists. The workers could buy this victory only through the tremendous defeat in June. 19. The possibility of the dictatorship of the proletariat was here firmly linked to majority support, whether or not this was registered in an election. The third use of the term in this work is the most interesting in many respects. It appeared in the third article, which was written March 5 to 15, and was published in issue number 3 of the magazine, dated March 1850 but issued in mid-April. This passage discussed, as had the Communist Manifesto, the trends of bourgeois socialism and petty bourgeois socialism in the country. The latter, the socialism of Louis Blanc, was dissected at greatest length as doctrinaire socialism. As against these currents, wrote Marx. Locus 1c. The proletariat increasingly organizes itself around revolutionary socialism, around communism, for which the bourgeoisie itself has invented the name of Blanqui. This socialism is the declaration of the permanence of the revolution, the class dictatorship of the proletariat as the necessary transit point to the abolition of class distinctions generally, to the abolition of all the relations of production on which they rest, to the abolition of all the social relations that correspond to these relations of production, to the revolutionizing of all the ideas that result from these social relations. The scope of this exposition does not permit of developing the subject further. 20. It is rarely observed that, with all the typographical emphasis that goes on in this passage, it is not the dictatorship of the proletariat that is underlined as a term, it is class dictatorship. Here at last we have a connection between Blanky and the term dictatorship of the proletariat and the permanent revolution to boot, but it has not usually been used in the long campaign to ascribe dictatorship of the proletariat to Blanky. With good reason, for, of course, Marx was not saying that it was Blanky's slogan. The bourgeoisie itself had attached Blanky's name to revolutionary ideas, had invented Blanky's name for them. We know this is true, for, as mentioned, Blanquism was invented as a generic term for a whole current of the socialist and communist movement. Marx had no desire to repudiate Blanky in this passage, but he was saying quite clearly that Blanky's name had been fastened onto revolutionary socialism by its enemies. Just about a half-century later, this ploy became Edward Bernstein's main device for discrediting Marx's revolutionary views. This interpretation is powerfully corroborated when we know that Marx's words applied specifically to an important episode in 1848, when the figure of Blanky was brandished by the bourgeoisie as a bogeyman. The following account is based on Louis Blank's narrative published 10 years later. 3. Blanky as bogey. On March 17, 1848, an immense and majestic workers' demonstration threw a major fright into the class-conscious bourgeois majority of the provisional government, led by Lamartine, Marist, and Marie. Lamartine, like the Girondins before him, started trying to mobilize armed forces from outside Paris to overawe the workers of the capital. Then another workers' demonstration was announced for April 16, to prod the government on reform measures. The right wing resolved to frustrate its intended effect. This, Blanc believed, was the starting point of the active bourgeois counter-revolution, recovering its balance after the February upheaval. The surest way to achieve this, wrote Blanc, was to make the bourgeoisie believe that the intended procession of the operatives' workers was connected with a communist conspiracy, and more especially with M. Blanky, to whom the kind of mystery with which it was his study to envelop himself imparted the proportions of an enormous scarecrow. Marist busily circulated the story that the demonstration intended to overthrow the government in favor of communism, led by Cabet and Blanky. Louis Blanc then triumphantly proved that Cabet's position was just the opposite. So much for the communist conspiracy. As to the part so cleverly assigned to M. Blanky, the better to frighten the bourgeoisie, it is necessary to know that there never was anything in common between the delegates of the Luxembourg Blanc's political center and M. Blanky. It was at this time, also, that an attempt was made to smear and discredit Blanky through the famous Taschereau letter. On the eve of the April 16 demonstration, Ledru-Rollin, as Minister of the Interior, was persuaded to issue a call for the mobilization of the National Guard against the alleged communist plot. This was accomplished by a number of persons, by dint of talking to him about the supposed projects of M. Blanky, making use of that person's name as a sort of bugbear, and also by frightening him at the increased ascendancy of the Luxembourg, and so on April 16 the peaceful, if vast, workers' demonstration was surrounded by armed men harassing and intimidating. The rumor was circulated that a committee of public safety was being prepared and Blanky had been named. Besides the armed National Guard, there was a paid corps of anonymous men who circulated through the crowd crying "Death to the Communists." 21. Louis Blanc's account, which we have been following, agrees in essentials with Marx's short reference, in the class struggles in France, to the April 16 demonstration. It was an engineered misunderstanding, says Marx, engineered by the provisional government and the bourgeoisie. Suddenly throughout Paris, from one end to the other, a rumor spread as quick as lightning, to the effect that the workers had met armed in the field of Mars, under the leadership of Louis Blanc, Blanky, Cabet, and Raspail, in order to march thence on the Hôtel de Ville, overthrow the provisional government and proclaim a communist government. Armed men occupied all points. The cry "Down with the communists! Down with Louis Blanc, with Blanky, with Raspail, with Cabet," thunders throughout Paris. This sham battle furnished the excuse for recalling the army to Paris. Louis Blanc's history put more emphasis on Blanky than Marx did, not less. In the sequence of events, the Social Democratic wing of the provisional government was undermined, and the drive to counter-revolution accelerated. The invention of the blanky bogey was a great success. When Marx referred to it with a few words, it was still freshly bitter recent history. In all of this, Blanky himself played the part of an uncomprehending dupe. When the chief plotter, Lamartine, invited him to come to the government offices for a talk, very prominently, he came, and talked, and smiled, and shook hands, and clearly did not know what was going on. Blanky himself was an irrelevancy, it was his bogey that the plotters needed. It was still the bogey that was operative when Bernstein made a Blanquist out of Marx. 12. The SUCR episode. About the same time that the third issue of the NRZ Review appeared, containing locus LC, the term dictatorship of the proletariat, or a near equivalent, was written into another document, the second to bear this distinction. Mid-April is the date usually assigned to it. The document in question was a sheet of paper, headed Société Universelle de Communistes Révolutionnaires, offering the règlement, statutes or bylaws, of this projected society, in 6 articles. Since, like locus LC, this discovery involved the Blanquists, at least the London Blanquist émigré group, it quickly became the chief exhibit of the mythologists of the Marx Blanquist school, and indeed we have already had occasion to mention it in this role. Let us examine all the facts about the society whose name thus came to light. This is not hard to do since the above-mentioned reglement is the only document that mentions SUGR by name, and there are only a couple of others that refer to it in any way. Given such a paucity of facts, the inevitable result has been a plethora of free-form fantasizing. 1. Locus 2, the SUCR statutes and the signers. The document was found in 7 copies, all on the same thin, smooth paper. They are evidently fair copies written down in the same hand, which is thought to be Willica's. Slight differences among the 7 copies do not go beyond normal slips. Signatures were all written by the signers themselves. 1. The heading is the society's name alone, the term statutes, règlement, which may be found as the title is actually derived from the text itself. The text is in French, no English version was found. Here it is. Locus 2. International Society of Revolutionary Communists. Art. 1. The aim of the association is the downfall of all the privileged classes, to subject these classes to the dictatorship of the proletarians, maintaining the revolution in permanence until the realization of communism, which is or has to be the last form for constituting the human family. Art. 2. To contribute to the realization of this aim, the association will form ties of solidarity among all sections of the Revolutionary Communist Party, bringing about the disappearance of nationality divisions in accordance with the principle of Republican fraternity. Art. 3. The founding committee of the association is constituted as the central committee. Wherever there is a need for the accomplishment of the work, it will establish committees which will correspond with the central committee. Art. 4. The number of members of the association is unlimited, but no member can be admitted unless he has gotten a unanimous vote. In no case can the election take place by secret ballot. Art. 5. All the members of the association are bound by oath to keep the first article of the present statutes absolutely in the same terms. A modification that can have the consequence of weakening the intentions expressed in Article 1 releases the members of the association from their agreement. Art. 6. All the decisions of the society are taken by a 2/3 majority of those voting. Adam. J. Vidal. Ch. Marx. Augusta. Willich. F. Engels. G. Julian Harney 2. The following details may be noted about this text. 1. Name of the society. The name can be, and has been, Englished as World Society, or Universal Society. But these renderings may give, sometimes intentionally, an impression of grandiloquence which was no necessary part of the original. Universal was in common use in French to mean worldwide with no undue flourish. For example, the title of Ledru Rollins' Émigré Monthly was Le Proscrit, Journal de la République Universelle, but there was no implication that the Republic would reach beyond the solar system. 2. Locus 2. The first article looked to la dictature des prolétaires, the dictatorship of the proletarians, not the dictatorship of the proletariat. In hindsight, which is a great educational force, there is a distinct difference introduced by this formulation, for it de-emphasizes precisely that aspect so heavily stressed in the class struggles in France, viz., the class dictatorship. When we discuss who may have written this draft, I will argue that this formulation points away from Marx himself. Since attention is inevitably focused on the document's use of the term in question, it is unfortunate that one of the early reprints of the document embodied an erroneous text. Precisely at this point, this source has been widely quoted from, and the mistake is still going strong to this day. The French Communist Party's theoretical organ Cahiers du Bolchevisme published the text in 1933 with two errors. 4 In Article 1, it erroneously replaced dictature des prolétaires with the normal form, dictature du proletariat, dictatorship of the proletariat, and among the signatures, J. Vidal became G. Vital. 3. Translation. The MECW English translation is seriously defective in blurring the fact that Article 1 contains the phrase "the revolution in permanence." Its version reads, "keeping the revolution in continual progress," which is not even a good paraphrase. 4. Signatures. For what it is worth, we point out, in passing, that the signatures, like the text, are given in French form, in the case of both ch. For Charles Marx and Auguste Willich. The new megatext prints all the signatures in a single line. We have, above, followed the same order but in two lines. Who were the signatories? Of the 6 signers, the 3 Germans Marx, Engels, Willich were recognized leaders of the Communist League. Schapper's name was missing, while it will be justly argued that the inclusion of 4 Germans would be unbalancing. Why Willich rather than Schapper? We will come back to this question. The lone Englishman, Harney, is usually called, in this connection, the representative of the left-wing Chartists. This he was, indeed, but was he representing the left wing of the Chartist movement as such, and if so in what capacity? There was no organized left wing for him to represent. But Harney was also the initiator and leader of the Fraternal Democrats, itself an international society in principle though its membership was largely British. It can be argued that the Fraternal Democrats functioned in practice as a Chartist left-wing organization. In any case, there is good reason to consider that unofficially Harney signed the SUCR statutes with his Fraternal Democrats hat on. 5. The 2 Frenchmen were refugees. The organization in which they were active was the Société de Proscrits Démocrates Socialists. This refugee group organized the left wing of the current French emigration in London while the right was comprised in a society led by Ledru Rollin and Louis Blanc. The SPDS was dominated by the Blanquists in its ranks. Adam and Vidal were Blanquists in the proper narrow sense, that is, they were followers of Blanqui himself. They were not prominent figures either in their own right or as Blanquist leaders, but then, neither was any other person in the émigré group. Adam is such a shadowy personage that his name is not known. Adam may have been his given name, his surname, or neither, a nom de guerre. He has been described as a worker craftsman, either a leather worker, tanner or leather blocker, or a woodworker, camberer. He had been a member of revolutionary secret societies under the July monarchy of Louis Philippe. In February 1848 he was on the staff of the communistic journal La Fraternité. In June he ran in the election as a socialist candidate. There is no trace of him after 1856. Jules Vidal, not to be confused with François Vidal, a more prominent person but no Blanquist, had originally been a captain of hussars in the French army. Engels described him in a letter as an ex-captain of dragoons, perhaps meaning the same. 6. Domangit, studying Vidal's letters to Blanqui, judged that he retained the energy and inflexibility of the professional military man. Trusting above all in the use of force, he affected disdain for phrase-making. His objective, on the morrow of a revolution, was to hurl the proletariat into a second June 24 outbreak of the 1848 June insurrection and, in case the working class gave no proof of radicalism, to force it into an insurrection by bayonet thrusts. His temperament led him to see the social question as above all a question of character and to consider the men of the mountain social democracy as good-for-nothings, to use his favorite expression. 7. Adam and Vidal were active in the Blanquist fraction within SPDS, though we do not know if they held any leading post. But then we don't know if there was any post to be held. Samuel Bernstein has referred to these men, in connection with SUCR, as two agents of Blanqui, 8, but this is a deplorable example of putting the fix on history. Calling them agents of Blanqui gives the impression of a close link between Blanqui and SUCR, and therefore, in another step, between Blanqui and Marx, but Blanqui had nothing to do with SUCR and, as we will see, may not even have known of it. On the other hand, to describe Adam and Vidal as leading Blanquists in the London emigration is doubtless justified, but what it meant to lead Blanquists must be examined by looking more closely at the Blanquist scene. 2. The Blanquist refugees and the alliance. In 1850 London was a centre for French and German émigrés who had fled after the defeat of the Revolution. Switzerland was another gathering place for émigrés who were still oriented toward promoting revolution in the homeland. America received German emigrants who had largely given up this personal perspective, a fact to be kept in mind in considering what happened to the American movement. In London the different revolutionary currents still existed and still fought, mostly among themselves. Emigration produces new reasons for old hostilities, and lines of friendship and cooperation undergo shifts and strains. Blanqui was in prison again, or as usual, and tried to keep in touch with affairs by correspondence. There was no Blanquist organization functioning in France. The London Blanquists were not a branch in exile of a movement, they were the movement, or what there was of it. It wasn't much, a small number of disparate individuals. Arthur Rosenberg has accurately explained one aspect. The socialistic French workers no longer wanted to have anything to do with Ledru-Rollin and his friends. On the other hand, the imprisoned Blanqui exercised a great moral authority over the French workers. They had subsequently recognized that in 1848 he had been the only one who had opposed the prevailing illusions and who had warned the workers. At that time there was indeed no actually flourishing Blanquist organization either in France or in England, but the great name of Blanqui had its effect and was a symbol for the fighting French proletariat. Consequently, the French socialist exiles who wanted to differentiate themselves from the bourgeois democrats usually called themselves Blanquist. 9. Rosenberg's reference to no actually flourishing Blanquist organization needs tightening. There was no Blanquist organization as such in London. The organization we mentioned above, the SPDS, was not established as a Blanquist group but as a refugee organization. It became Blanquist only insofar as it was controlled by the Blanquists within it, who were the activists. This distinction between a Blanquist party organization and a Blanquist-controlled organization of more general character is one that unfortunately tends to dim out in the eyes of historians who have little appreciation for the internal relations of the socialist movement. But it is very important. Since the International was at first dominated by the Proudhonists in France, was the International a Proudhonist organization? This consideration may be of importance especially to other tendencies dealing with this sort of organization, in particular when the organization as established had an objective reason for existence apart from political struggles. The simplest case is a trade union, which may be dominated by a given tendency but has to be dealt with as an economic organization. This consideration applied to refugee organizations, even though they notoriously tended to split up along political lines, as misguided zealots sought to politicalize them. The notion that SUCR was some sort of united front of organizations comes up against the problem that there was no Blanquist political organization on the scene, any more than there was a left Chartist organization to be represented by Harney. There is another problem with the common Marxological picture of SUCR as Marx's alliance with the Blanquists. This Blanquist handful was itself split 2 or 3 ways during 1850. Our information on this vital aspect comes from Norman Plotkin's Les Alliances de Blanquistes dans la Proscription, which is still the chief attempt to work out some facts from a study of the Blanqui papers, in particular, letters written to the old man from his London friends. From the beginning of 1850, Plotkin writes, Blanqui's friend Flot, whom we have already met 10, understood that the various elements united by their common exile could not constitute a solid party. In this, it is evident, Flot shared Blanqui's opinions. Writing in a letter to Blanqui in February 1850 on the refugee circles, he foresaw the rupture. Flot himself, according to Plotkin, wanted to abandon the central characteristic of Blanquism, its conspiratorial organization, no secret societies now, no conciliabules. We are going to govern. It is necessary to drop the habits of struggle and take on those of calm and forcefulness. Flot, evidently, wanted to drop more than conspiratorial forms, and this trend was doubtless an element of tension. In the same letter Flot reported on the degree to which the Blanquists dominated the leading committee of the Refugee Society, the SPDS. But by July the split had taken place. Plotkin, trying to follow events through the Blanqui correspondence, reports the highlights, none too clearly perforce. Some of the Blanquists, Causavant and Dupont are mentioned, went over to a new refugee society founded together with Louis Blanc and Cossadier, that is, moved to the right insofar as it was only a matter of aid to refugee questions. Everybody had been in agreement, wrote Barthélemy to Blanqui on July 4. But the discussions had been extended to principles, a split took place, and we were immediately divided into two camps. The dissidents created a refugee organization of their own. At the same time, Barthélemy added, I took part with Adam in another society composed of workers only, which had been formed in London after the February Revolution. Barthélemy's idea was to use the society's members to enter into the SPDS and take it over. This in turn raised a fight inside Barthélemy's own group. One of the difficulties here is that Domangit portrays this Barthélemy as a noisome scoundrel, diabolical character, brutal ferocious tyrant, slanderer, center of constant disturbance. These are some of his characterizations. Point 11. So it is with some hesitancy we report that, according to Barthélemy, whose letters to Blanqui were naturally self-serving, the ideas of the Paris Blanquist Central Society are little regarded here, being held by only 6 or 7, Vidal included. Blanqui sought confirmation from other London émigrés. Vidal, writing July 19, confirmed the split and the hostility of the two camps, but was optimistic. The SPDS, he said, is essentially communist, and its most energetic section is Blanquist. However, he indicated there was a third party to the split, a small party, placed between us and the mountain, communist, but still bourgeois. He gave 4 names as the membership of this party, including Partagan, whom we will meet. Point 12. All of this splitting up, already foreshadowed in February, apparently took place in June and July. If Marx was allied with the Blanquists at this time, what Blanquists are meant, and what does an alliance mean under the circumstances? I regret burdening readers with the sorry goings-on of 10th-rate conspirators in exile, but I must remind that, according to the Marx-Blanquist myth, these are the people, these muddle-headed, pygmy-size factionalism who were supposed to have won Marx over to their murky views. If this myth made any sense, we would have to ask, who among these people is supposed to have influenced Marx? Both in Marx's and their correspondence, there is no indication of anything but the most distant relations. With one exception, a poet, Louis Menard, whose poem On the June Days was in fact printed in Marx's magazine 13, did frequent Marx's circle, but alas for the myth, Menard was inactive in the Blanquist milieu. Point 14. I have no doubt that Marx was working on Menard to de-Blankify hint, and that the poet had no ambition to de-Marxify Marx. Even myths should be distinguished from fantasies. In Part 2 and Special Note B, comments have been made on the Marxoyo-GK habit of treating SUCR as simply a Marx-Blanquist alliance. It was particularly pointed out that, even in terms of the signers, there was another political current represented, Harney's left Chartists. Now let us go over this question more fully. One of the defects of the Blanquist alliance myth is that it makes impossible an understanding of Marx's organizational concerns and motives. In order to see this episode in the context of Marx's course before and after SUCR, we have to return to the standpoint already emphasized in Chapter 9.15. Every organizational structure with which Marx experimented, from his Brussels days on, was aimed at establishing an international framework for the coexistence of different political tendencies. What changed in the course of time was the scope of the framework. The first experiment, the Communist Corresponding Committee, established communist views as the scope, but, as we have explained 16, this appellation was a very wide and flexible one. The Communist League, developing out of roots in German émigré sectism, was turned toward international membership and all-inclusiveness within the communist area. During the revolution, in Cologne, the communist framework was operationally shelved, if not abandoned, for the more flexible boundaries of the NRZ party. The communist frame was resumed in London in 1849, and was operating again when the SUCR episode came up. When the Communist League came to an end in 1852, Marx was going to insist with great emphasis on cutting all organizational connections, waiting for the opportunity to build not a communist sect, even a broad one, but a class movement, an opportunity which he seized in 1864 to build the International. To be sure, in 1850, where we are situated now, Marx still viewed the communist boundary as the necessary frame for the inclusive international movement to be founded. But even so, it will be useful to keep an eye on the type of organization that the International was going to be. First of all, it is the international character of the project that needs emphasis. It cannot be overstressed that in 1864 the International was founded as a virtual three-nationality united front, just like SUCR, an English contingent, certain trade unions primarily, a French contingent, and a couple of German. In 1864 the French contingent was Proudhonist to a dominating extent, just as in 1850 it was Blanquist. It goes without saying that to call the International a Marx-Proudhonist alliance would be a sad example of galloping Sialism. The case is just as sad when SUCR is called a Marx-Blanquist alliance. The three-nationality alliance around SUCR could only have been viewed by Marx as a starting point, just as in 1864. The Communist League tried to gain contact with other nationality groups or representatives. Two groups in particular were mentioned in the address to the Communist League of June, the second address. Swiss migration. There was a group of German immigrants in Switzerland, with its central committee in Zurich, called the Revolution-Zentralisaten, Revolutionary Centralization. Headed by a lawyer and parliamentarian named Stirner, with little or no working-class membership and indeterminate politics, it proposed amalgamation to the CL, which refused. The RZ also proposed a sort of united front in which the CL would preoccupy itself with the workers and the RZ with the rest of the universe, but this modest proposal was also turned down, after discussions with the RZ's representative in London, TCO. The group disintegrated by the end of 1850 as Switzerland expelled the refugees. 17. Hungarians. About May, Marx came into contact with Hungarian leftist émigrés whom he might well have considered suitable for an international revolutionary organization. The June address reported contacts with the resolutely revolutionary parties among the French, English and Hungarians, said Hungarians described as the most progressive party of the Hungarian refugees, important because it has a number of excellent military leaders whose services would be available to the League in a revolution. 18. This optimistic report may have had in mind Jan Nos, or Johann, Banja and Istvan, or Stefan, Tyr, whom Marx mentioned in his Herr Voigt. 19, Banja later turned out to be a police spy. Belgians. The address's reference to the Brussels situation indicated that the Belgian government had successfully purged the country of immigrant revolutionaries for the nonce at least. It systematically harassed French and German refugees of 48-49 who wanted to settle in Brussels, so as to speed them on their way to London. 20. Poles. It is rather surprising that the June address said nothing about contact with Polish émigré groups, which must have existed on the London scene. It was not an encouraging situation, to be sure, but that is not the point. The point is that these were the conditions which had to be reckoned with in the lull of revolution, and one of the conditions was the fact that the indicated French contingent was Blanquist dominated. And so you had to deal with Adam and Vidal and the like. SUCR was not planned, one must conclude, because Marx wanted a Blanquist alliance. The Blanquist connection came along with the conditions, just as the Proudhonist complication did in 1864, and all you could do was accept the position in order to change it by re-educating the Blanquists to the extent possible. 3. Why the SUCR project collapsed. One of Marx's and Engels' main activities in the post-revolutionary period was refugee aid work, and the German refugee aid societies had to cooperate with the French, Hungarian, and others. This was an immediate mode of international collaboration in the London emigration. There were good relations with the French SPDS at the beginning of the year. For example, in January, when the Marx group was planning to send Konrad Schramm on a fundraising trip to America, both the Chartists and the French refugee group were involved in the project too. Schramm was charged with missions to be performed on their behalf as well as on behalf of the CL.21. On February 25, the SPDS sponsored an international banquet to celebrate the anniversary of the February Revolution. Everybody was there. Attendance at the Bayswater Tavern was variously estimated at 200 to 400. The guests included several European nationalities, particularly Poles, Hungarians, and Spaniards, besides the French, English, and Germans. Marx, Engels, and Ferdinand, Red, Wolf attended as representatives of the London GWEA and the Communist League. They were the only ex-editors of the Cologne NRZ in London at that time. Toasts were offered by Engels and Wolf. Marx rarely gave a public talk. Engels' toast was to the insurrection of June 1848, after a short talk that elicited immense applause, according to a newspaper report. Wolf's was to the Revolution sans phrase, 22. The French SPDS representatives who ran the banquet were Adam, Barthélemy, Pardigan, and Vidal, 23, whom we have already met as Blanquist activists in the group. One wonders if they were the only activists. On April 5, the Fraternal Democrats sponsored a social supper to celebrate Robespierre's birthday, which actually fell on the next day. Harney presided over the assembly of nearly 70, and toasted the memory of Robespierre, seconded by Brontera O'Brien, who defended Marat and Saint Just in particular, and G.W.M. Reynolds, who explained the Reign of Terror. In general, the Chartist left-wingers tended to be rabidly pro-Jacobin, probably in reaction to the tendency of English public opinion to view the Jacobins as bogeymen. The German communists of Marx's circle had two speakers in the series of toasts, Engels and Konrad Schramm. Marx attended, non-speaking as usual. Though two Frenchmen sang songs and other French émigrés attended, the newspaper accounts reported no French speakers among the lot, a singular fact. Engels' toast was to the proletarians of England, and his talk pointed out that a party of levellers had already existed at the time of the English Revolution. 24. Schramm's speech is of first importance for our story. Konrad Schramm was then personally quite close to Marx and the Marx family. He was the business manager of the NRZ Review, an invaluable aid. He contributed articles to many German papers, and wrote articles for Harney's left Chartist publications. Later he became active on the island of Jersey as a correspondent for American papers. 25 When the year 1850 opened, Schramm had taken part, with Marx, Engels, and Willich, in a New Year's Eve affair put on by the Fraternal Democrats. 26 Now, at the Fraternal Democrats affair on April 5, he chose to talk about the dictatorship of the proletariat. What we know about Schramm's talk comes from a German newspaper report written by a CL member. C. Scram spoke on the necessity of the dictatorship of the workers over all other classes of society until the complete destruction and elimination of the relations conditioning the same. He ended with a cheer for Auguste Blanqui, the most progressive representative of the French proletariat. 27. According to a briefer report in Harney's magazine, Scram eulogized Marat, and his concluding toast was to Citizen Blanqui and the extinction of classes. 28. It was doubtless not accidental that Scram covered both Blanqui and the dictatorship of the workers, which term, allowing for translation, was the SUCR formulation Dictature des Prolétaires. If the customary dating of the SUCR agreement, mid-April, is accurate, then it must have been under discussion at the time this social supper was held. Indeed, I do not know of any hard reason why the SUCR agreement should not be dated in the first week of April. Nothing is known about the actual signing of the SUCR agreement, other than what can be derived from the document itself. That it was signed sometime in April is indicated by a letter written in December by one of Marx's and Engels' associates, Piper, which we will have occasion to quote later. 29. Since we know so little about the affair, we can hardly expect to have firm answers to the question, why was SUCR abrogated so quickly? Explanations of how the SUCR project ended are as speculative as theories about how it began. However, let us set down some facts that have given rise to speculation. A point of tension between the CL and the SPDS Blanquists arose before a month was up. People who are used to thinking of Blanquists simply as ultra-leftists or wild men may be surprised to find that the cause of this tension, from Marx's standpoint, was their right-winging opportunism. 30. On May 6, Marx and Engels wrote a letter to Partigan, clearly addressing him as a representative of the SPDS. Following is the letter, from the draft written in Engels' hand. My dear Partigan, we have learned this very moment that your society has the intention of submitting your program to the German Society on Greek Street and asking it if it does or does not give it its support. We do not believe this, after our conversation of Saturday, but if you or your society denounced an individual, or any batch of individuals whatever, to us as being nothing but a bad lot, we would very simply show them the door, without asking if they were willing to support our program. We have denounced the leaders of this society to you as charlatans and swindlers. Swindlers and charlatans sign anything. They might well have signed our manifesto if we had wanted to accept their reiterated proposals of union and concord. You understand that if a similar proposal were adopted by your society, our honor would impel us to immediately break off any connection with the members of Rath One Place. Greetings and fraternity. F. Engels. Ch. Marx. 31. The first thing to be said about this letter is that there is no direct reference to SUCR in it. The reference to your program cannot mean the SUCR statutes, it must mean the program of SPDS itself, just as the reference to our manifesto must mean the CL's. It doubtless means the Communist Manifesto, though no one signed that document, the act of signing must be meant metaphorically. What then were Marx and Engels objecting to? They were warning that the relations between the CL and SPDS would be harmed, hence perhaps broken, if SPDS cozied up politically to the CL's right-wing enemies in the German emigration. The German Society on Greek Street was the German Democratic Association formed in November 1849 by one Kahlenberg. It was joined by some right-wing elements excluded from GWEA, such as Louis, or Ludwig, Bauer. Dr. Bauer, Friedrich Bobzin, and Gustav Strug then formed their own refugee aid committee, rivaling the one established by Marx's friends in GWEA, in order to channel aid to refugees of their own political coloration. The preceding December Engels had told a friend what he thought of these people. Struve and Heinzen are intriguing with all and sundry against the Workers' Society GWEA and ourselves, but without success. They, together with some Whalekers of moderate persuasion who have been thrown out of our society, form a select club at which Heinzen airs his grievances about the noxious doctrines of the Communists. 32. The analogous grouping in the French emigration was the Société Démocratique Française run by Ledru Rollin and Blanc, and although the reference to Rathbone Place has not been identified, my guess is that it was the address of this French society. The warning to Partagan, then, can be spelled out as follows: you people of SPDS, who want to be our allies in a revolutionary struggle, should not seek to ally yourselves over our heads, not to speak of behind our backs with the enemies of revolution in the German emigration, just as we would not seek an alliance with the anti-revolutionary right wing of the French emigration, as identified by you. The implied threat, we suppose, is this: if this goes on, the SUCR project will become unviable. One of the dark references in the letter is to the conversation, Entretienne, on Saturday, May 1st, since nothing is known about it. One is free to speculate that it involved a discussion of SUCR's future, and apparently went satisfactorily. We must mention here, looking ahead down the historical road, that the trend which the letter to Partagan tried to nip was characteristic of the ambiguous politics of the so-called ultra-leftists. After the end of SUCR and the split in the CL, the apparently ultra-left Willich-Schapper group that broke with Marx allied itself with people like Adam and Vidal to make a bloc precisely with the Heinzen-type right Democrats of the grandiloquently named Central Committee of the European Democracy. We will return to this pattern, but we mention this now to confirm the fact that there was a deep-seated cause for political tension showing itself early. Exactly how this tension developed after May 6 is quite unknown, and the details can be filled in only by guesswork, or fantasizing. We have to mention, of course, that the book review about the conspiratorial secret societies 33 appeared in the fourth number of the NRZ Review on May 19 or 20, and no doubt failed to make Adam and Vidal happy, but there is no record of their reaction. There is a gap in the account until September. The next relevant event was the split in the Communist League, beginning September 15, after which Willich and Schapper formed their own league and went into business for themselves. The subsequent close relations between Willich-Schapper and Adam, Vidal and co. indicate, with little room for doubt, that in this split the Blanquists, or their core, lined up with the enemies of the Marx group. To be sure, we do not know how this tied in with the various splits among the Blanquists themselves, but no matter. The CL split was itself conditioned by Marx's reorientation, in late summer, away from expecting an immediate outburst of the revolutionary volcano on the continent. His estimation that the revolutionary situation was over for the period changed nothing in his political thinking, but it naturally demanded a change of current tactics, with emphasis on long-term propaganda and education. Just as this readjustment alienated the Willich-Schapper group, so too it no doubt displeased the Blanquist types who were lining up with Willich-Schapper. One trouble with this line of thought, which has even been suggested one-sidedly as the cause of SUGR's breakdown, is that in early October, 3 weeks after the CL split, it was the Blanquists who pressed Marx to take steps to develop SUCR. Here is the letter they sent to citizens Marx and Engels on October 7. We have the honor to inform you that we must have a meeting in the course of this week in order to take up affairs of the association we have formed. We have already informed Citizen Willich. We await your letting us know the place and the day you choose, these 2 points being of no importance for us. We have the honor to greet you. Barthélemy. Adam. J. Vidal 34. The following comments on this letter are in order. 1. There can be no doubt that the association we have formed was SUCR, even though it was not named. 2. When the 3 signers wrote that they had already informed Citizen Willich, it might be more accurate to suppose they meant, we have cooked this démarche up with Willich. 3. It appears that Barthélemy had taken over at the Blanquist end. Although he was not a signatory to the agreement, he now signed first, as if in charge. 4. The tone of the letter is obviously stiff, though correct, like a note from a second arranging for a duel. Name the time and place, messieurs. Perhaps the 3 regarded it as a mere formality, or, my own supposition, were prepared to make demands that would blow the agreement up. Marx and Engels, however, were in no mood to fence with these people. On October 9, they sent back the following game-ending reply, in English. Messrs. Adam, Barthélemy, and Vidal. Gentlemen, we have the honor of informing you that we have, long since, considered the association you speak of as dissolved by fact. The only thing remaining to be done would be the destruction of the fundamental contract. Perhaps Mr. Adam or Mr. Vidal will have the kindness to call, on Sunday next October 13th at noon, on Mr. Engels at NR 6, Macclesfield Street, Soho, in order to witness the burning of the same. We have the honor to be, gentlemen, your most obedient servants. Engels, Marx, Harney 35. The copies of the fundamental contract were in fact not burned, but retained in Marx's archives. If the Blanquists had their own copies of the agreement, also unburned, these have not shown up. An interesting fact that does not appear in the above text of the letter indicates the state of hostilities. Not only did the Marx-Engels-Harney letter address the Blanquists as messers and gentlemen, but the manuscript, Engels' draft, shows that in both cases the appellation citizens, equivalent of modern comrades, was crossed out and replaced. 36 The message was, "You people are no comrades of ours." Two words in the letter are especially important, long since. Marx and Engels had, they say, considered SUCR as dissolved de facto long ago. How long ago? The answer is purely speculative, but the two words speak against the idea, which has been suggested, that the break was due to the September 15 split in the CL. That was not long since. The break must have matured earlier, between May and September, without coming to a formal explosion. It is quite possible to agree that the September 15 split made the final breakup of SUCR inevitable. But a more accurate formulation may be this: during that summer, the development of Marx's political thinking and of the Blanquists' political opportunism, moving away from each other, made inevitable both the SUCR breakup and the CL split. In summary, why did the SUCR project founder? Let us hazard a guess, properly so labeled. My best guess would go back to the letter to Partagan as the main clue. From Marx's standpoint, the putative revolutionary allies on the French side were showing that they were not firm revolutionaries but uncertain opportunists, ready to ally themselves with the very political elements whom Marx had pointed to as the enemy in the March address to the Communist League. In order to appreciate this motive, one must be free of the illusion already mentioned, namely, that the views expressed in the March address reflected Willicus politics. I have elsewhere shown that there is documentary evidence to contravene this idea. 37 Now we find that the SUCR episode and its ending can be understood only if we realize how far the Willich-Schapper politics veered from the line of the March address. Indeed, how essentially opportunistic was the apparently ultra-leftist notion that a revolution had to be made to order no matter what. This was why bitter anti-communists like Heinzen and Kinkel remained conspiratorial putschists in the 1850s, at least in theory, though they were quite incapable of bringing it off, and why Willich-Schapper flanked by Adam and Vidal joined with these anti-communists rather than with Marx. This interpenetration of ultra-leftism and opportunism, though notorious and often crystal clear inside the revolutionary movement, is one of the most difficult concepts for outside historians to grasp, despite its simplicity. But this, in so many words, was how Marx explained the CL split, at the very September 15 session where the matter was thrashed out. Marx explained that the Willich-Schapper line was not an ultra-left mistake but a reflection of petty bourgeois politics, his usual designation for socialist reformism, a position that could at best be described as social democratic. 38 This, Marx's own interpretation of the situation, is the very opposite of the view embodied in the Marxological myth. It is also the interpretation that best explains why SUCR had no chance of getting off the ground. For the trouble with Nikolaevsky's fabulation. What sort of organization was SUCR supposed to be? To repeat, there is no information on this except the SUCR statutes themselves. Yet numerous writers have stated very confidently exactly what the type of organization was. All of these statements are based, with or without credit, on Nikolaevsky's biography of Marx. Nikolaevsky, as we have had occasion to point out more than once, 39, was not a man to be intimidated by lack of facts. With nothing but the statements in the SUCR statutes to guide him, he was able to state with magisterial certainty what no one else knew. It was necessary to create an association of secret societies for simultaneous action in the revolution which might break out any day. So, an international militant alliance was formed in April. 40. He expounds the organizational structure. The rank and file of the secret societies did not themselves become members of this secret society, which was restricted to their leaders. Thus it was a secret society of higher degree. An essential feature of this organization was that it should not come into the open. 41. Nikolaevsky then refers to the June address to the Communist League, expatiates on the Blanquist pattern of conspiratorialism, and asserts that Marx accepted all this and brought his associates to join a Blanquist group of fantasy which is discussed in Special Note B. 42. Nikolaevsky concludes, on the organizational structure. It should be observed, however, that the rules of the super-secret society assured the existence of the Communist League, and a highly important consideration in Marx's eyes preserved it from the danger of being outvoted by the other organizations. 43. This description of the organization is mostly sheer invention, at best speculation. 1. SUCR, asserts Nikolaevsky, was an association of secret societies. The first thing this implies is that the 6 founders signed as representatives of their organizations only, the Germans for the CL, Harney for the left-wing Chartists, Adam and Vidal for the Blanquists, or, more knowledgeably, for the SPDS. This assumes that these individuals were able to, and did in fact, commit their organizations. If this were true, it is remarkable that the committed organizations were not even mentioned. The names of the signers were not even accompanied by an organizational identification. If the commitment hypothesis were accepted, it would mean that the organizations themselves had previously discussed and approved the plan. There is not the slightest evidence that this was so, nor trace of any attempt to bring it up in any one of the 3 political circles concerned. 2. Nikolaevsky's most imaginative contribution is his unexamined assumption that SUCR was an organization of organizations, some sort of federation or coalition of organized groups as such. Even as speculation, this notion has no basis whatever in the SUCR statutes. If we go back and read the 6 articles, page 185, we find that there is no provision for, or reference to, any sort of organizational affiliation to SUCR. The only membership envisaged in the statutes is individual membership. The reference, Article 2, to forming ties of solidarity among all sections of the Revolutionary Communist Party is immediately interpreted in the rest of the same sentence as linking different nationalities. To be sure, the founders naturally expected the membership to come from a variety of organized tendencies, thereby forming ties of solidarity across tendency lines. This is not in question, but the organizational structure for attaining this end was based on individual membership only, not a system for getting existing organizations affiliated to SUCR. There is not the slightest sign of a provision whereby, for example, the Communist League as such would become an affiliated part of SUCR, likewise the French SPDS. As for the third nationality, we have already asked what organization Harney was supposed to be representing. 44. Nikolaevsky, like others, says that Harney was representing the Chartists. But it is impossible to believe that anyone expected to ask the Chartists to affiliate to SUCR. If, more accurately, Harney is taken as a representative of left Chartists, what organization of that tendency was there to be affiliated? What remains is the notion that the affiliation of the Fraternal Democrats was in question, but, 1. No one has ever suggested this, 2. The FD was never mentioned in such context, and, 3. For Harney to have tried to get the FD to vote affiliation to SUCR would have wrecked the organization in a trice, and to imagine he intended to try is to assume he was a fool. To believe that SUCR could be a coalition of organizations, without a word being said in the statutes by way of provision for this structure, is to be ignorant of organizational realities. Did affiliated organizations have a vote? Only one vote each regardless of size. What was the relationship between affiliated organizations and individual members? Was SUCR open to individual members who were not members of other organizations, and if so? The questions can be multiplied by anyone who has ever tried to write bylaws for a school association. No, the SUCR statutes, on the face of them, were written for an individual membership organization of some kind. 3. The next prominent element in Nikolaevsky's storyline is secrecy. After 4 uses of the word secret in his description, he wound up with the climactic assertion that SUCR was a super-secret society. That is the 13th bong of the clock. As if multiplying assertions to make up for the lack of facts, he then wrote down that an essential feature of this organization was that it should not come out into the open. This is fiction, falsification. There is not a word in the statutes about secrecy. Nikolaevsky's fabrication was devised to give a faint blush of verisimilitude to his inventions about Marx's Blanquism, as aforementioned. Of course, for Marx, as for everyone, the question of secrecy was a practical matter. This is what distinguished his attitude from conspiratorialism. In England the CL functioned as an open, legal, non-secret organization. In Germany its branches and members had to practice secrecy, or else practice in prison. The Blanquist SPDS was not a secret society in London. Harney belonged to no secret organization whatever. The idea of SUCR's being a secret organization in England was nonsense. The idea of its not being a secret organization in Germany was inane. As for super-secret organizations, not even Nikolaevsky knew what this sensational term might mean. 4. Although Nikolaevsky claimed to expound the organizational structure, one of the curious things about the 6 articles was the lack of attention to organizational structure. The 6 founders were established as the first Central Committee, but nothing was said about how the Central Committee was to be elected, re-elected, replaced or renewed. Nothing was said about the basic organizational question of branch and lower echelon structure, encountered in any set of bylaws known to the signers except that the Central Committee established corresponding committees, presumably in localities. The very existence of local organizations raises a number of structural questions, none of which is mentioned in the statutes. Instead, the statutes show concern for such unusual details as unanimous admission of members and 2/3 voting on everything, not merely on resolutions, as Nikolaevsky says. We will come back to this anomaly, but the general comment can be made contrary to the spirit of the Nikolaevskian description of SUCR that this is a very unfinished organizational foundation. The statutes do not yet provide for a finished organization, they are like a memo to initiate talks on the subject. 5. To tie up a loose end, let us mention specifically one more of Nikolaevsky's fictional assertions. He simply invented the provision about the rank and file of the secret societies. And in so doing represented Harney to be a secret society man like Adam or Vidal. But he went beyond this rank and file, said Nikolaevsky, did not themselves become members of this secret society SUCR, which was restricted to their leaders. This falsification is concocted out of thin air. The wide uncritical acceptance of Nikolaevsky's fabulation in the literature of Marxology is one of the saddest commentaries on a sorry scene. Some examples: A. It was soon followed by Arthur Lenning's description of SUCR as a dock organization of the National Secret Organizations 45. A dock organization, lit. Roof organization or umbrella organization, means the same sort of organization of organizations that Nikolaevsky dreamed up. No more than Nikolaevsky did Lenning say what word, phrase, or mark of punctuation in the documents allowed for such an organizational structure, let alone mandated it. B. An otherwise valuable work by Ernst Schriepler on early German working-class organization repeated Nikolaevsky's story that SUCR admitted only the leaders of the various associations, not their members, and that it was strictly secret. No documentation offered, not even a note crediting Nikolaevsky. 46. C. Richard Hunt, usually a more careful writer, repeated exactly the same two inventions, referring them to Nikolaevsky and Treipler. 47 This is the sort of snowballing effect that establishes an invention as an accepted fact through a concatenation of footnotes. Among the many oddities of the SUCR episode is the fact that there is not a single mention of this organization by name, and very few mentions of the episode in any fashion or form, in a whole series of places where one would expect to find it. The first place that demands listing is the report that was sent out by Marx and Engels to the membership of the Communist League in June 1850, right in the middle of the period of SUCR's alleged existence. This address circular to the Communist League of June, unlike the March address, was an organizational accounting, to report on the present state of the League. 48 One of its chief concerns was to report on contacts with other groups and tendencies. It tells the members inter alia about the Revolutionary Centralization Group in Switzerland at some length, as already mentioned. 49. But there is no mention of the existence of SUCR, let alone a report on it, in the June address. It is typical of the Marxological situation that the opposite statement is frequently set down. The apparent contradiction will lead us to the heart of the matter. Nikolaevsky's statement is, in this case, circumspect. He refers only to what appears to be an allusion to it. SUCR. 50 The allusion was a report, not given under the rubric of France or Germany, let alone the world, but under the head of activities of the Central Committee in England. Under the rubric England, the third and fourth paragraphs, sandwiched between other matters, reported on relations with the Blanquists and the Chartists. But instead of reporting some sort of agreement with these tendencies, or even the establishment of a world organization, the address went as follows.